Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support, which was quite big, and he started to fish in the middle. Indeed, things immediately changed. Even though most of the fish he caught were blue divine fish, there were now more silver divine fish. There would be at least one silver divine fish every 3 or so blue divine fish. This reassured Zafu, and he continued to peacefully fish there. At the other places, everyone was using all sorts of methods to participate in this event, and most places were lively and raucous. At a stream outside of a main city, there were countless players gathered. Some held fishing rods while others held harpoons as they stared at the stream. Ordinarily, everyone would use tools because using one's hands was simply too difficult. As such, not many people were silly enough to use their hands. Each of the legatees used different methods to go about this. Great Zayas CG killed a 300-year-old python and used its bones to form a python rod that gave bonuses to fishing. Great Shangsdi Wushan destroyed an ancestral armament to reforge it into a bronze harpoon that was extremely powerful. Whenever it stabbed out, no fish could escape. What shocked everyone the most was Great Zhu's historical figure Zhongxia, who used a normal fishing rod with a straight hook without bait, yet he still caught many fish. Great Hans Liu Yi found a 500-year-old clear heart bamboo that he turned into a fishing rod that also did quite well. 319 gold divine fish. Apart from these legatees, many ordinary people had great gains as well. After all, the targets for this festival wasn't the legatees but the commoners. Within a region, a pale, introverted youth stared at the scene before him with wide eyes and an open mouth. The youth was named Yi Yi, and his background was quite ordinary. Because he was quite introverted, he was often bullied, so he liked to hide in the Heaven Awakened world, a fantastical world. When the Divine Fish Festival began, he was on a mountain, and when the gigantic fish turned into motes of light and ascended, the small hill beside him had crumbled and revealed a stone spear. A portion of the front of the stone spear was embedded in the mountain, and the stone spear was quite thin, a bit thicker than one's middle finger. It seemed to have been crafted with meticulous care and was extremely smooth. What's more, the stone spear gave off a strange light that looked quite extraordinary. Yi stared at it in shock, and there was no one else around. He felt that the stone spear was some sort of treasure, so he climbed up and retrieved the stone spear. When he held the stone spear, he felt a wave of energy enter his body, and Yi felt a legacy within the stone spear. He also felt many skills enter his mind. Yi looked at its information and found that the stone spear wasn't a weapon, disappointing him. At that moment, countless divine fish appeared in a small stream nearby. Yi didn't know how to catch fish with his hands, so he tried to use the stone spear to catch fish because it wasn't very heavy. However, when he stabbed the stone spear into the water, a formless energy spread out, and waters sprayed into the air as the divine fish in the surrounding 5-meter radius area were blasted into the air, and they turned into countless motes of light that entered Yi's body. In response, Yi stared at this scene in shock. Elsewhere, John Guancheng was a tanned, simple-looking youth who lived near the seaside in the real world. His family had been fishermen for many generations, and he had learned how to fish from an early age. He was extremely proficient at catching fish, and no fish had ever escaped from his hands before. When he entered the Heaven Awakened world, he appeared next to a sea and awakened a unique skill called Fish Prison Hands. John Guancheng didn't have many thoughts about the festival, and he just wanted to get some simple items to sell to support his family. When the Divine Fish Festival began, John Guancheng had jumped into the water, and his hands became a formless cage. Any divine fish that came within 2 meters of his hand were unable to escape. Once the divine fish were caught by John Guancheng, they immediately turned into countless motes of light and entered his body, and his divine fish points rapidly increased. On a green plain, a handsome youth in white sat cross-legged with a zither on his lap. As the wind blew, his clothes fluttered, making it seem as if his body had fused with the stars in the sky. This person was named Liu Yubai, and he was 24 years old. He had been born blind and was a musician. In the real world, he primarily taught people how to play the zither and lived an extremely tough life. This was because everyone learned the piano and not the zither nowadays. Adding on the fact that he was blind and had no other skills, it was extremely difficult for him to make a living. After coming to the Heaven Awakened world, he was still blind, but his other senses had been strengthened. Liu Yubai wasn't very interested in the things in this world, and the only thing that interested him was playing the zither. Whether it was the 10,000 Flowers Festival or the Ghost Festival, Liu Yubai didn't participate because he didn't want to participate in this world's affairs. He would just go to a remote place to play his zither every day. Today, everything was just like before, and Liu Yubai came here to play his zither. A beautiful, stream-like, gentle melody sounded out as divine fish started to leap out from the stream in front of him, turning into motes of light that entered Liu Yubai's body. Liu Yubai's dead eyes started to shine with a faint light, and they started to have a trace of life within them. Misan Ori Hano was a girl who had just turned 18 years old, and whether it was in the real world or the Heaven Awakened world, she lived next to the sea. She liked water a lot and felt that she had an affinity with water. She had learned to swim at a young age and was a swimming championship at her school. After coming to the Heaven Awakened world, Misan Ori Hano liked swimming in the waters here. Her family background was quite good as well, and because her parents were both doctors, she didn't lack money. In the real world, she was also a top student. Misan Ori Hano treated the Heaven Awakened world as a fantasy world and felt that the real world was more important. As such, she only played around in the Heaven Awakened world and wasn't interested in participating in the Divine Fish Festival. However, when she jumped into the sea, countless divine fish came to her side and swam with her. At that time, she didn't know that her fate was gradually changing. Within the Indian region, a brown-skinned man jumped into a lake holding a wooden spear. Every time he stabbed out with it, he would pierce 5 or 6 divine fish. Countless divine fish turned into motes of light and entered his body, and he continued to stab divine fish. He was called Kabir, and he was quite famous in his hometown. He had been called a prodigy ever since he had been born, and he had immense strength. These sorts of things happened all over the world. It wasn't just the large families that had a large amount of fate, some individuals also had a decent amount of fate that had started to awaken. Large families' fate came from their legacies, especially from the fate passed down by their ancestors. Such fate was filled with an ancient feeling, while most normal people's fate was filled with vibrant life force. As such, normal people weren't to be looked down on. After all, it was possible for normal people to become kings, reign above large families, and even take down emperors. Of course, such people were incredibly rare, and they were almost 1 in a billion. However, they were destined to be extraordinary and become an extremely bright star. Right now, Zhao Fu was sitting on his log in the center of his lake, fishing as he cultivated. His gains were quite great, and he had caught 134 blue divine fish and 45 silver divine fish. It was just that he hadn't encountered even 1 rare fish, so Zhao Fu switched over to worms that had grown up eating soil filled with spiritual aura. They were extremely costly and cost 100 gold coins each. In total, Zhao Fu had only bought 5 of these worms. More valuable bait would attract rarer divine fish because divine fish's characteristics were like normal fishes. Soon, something tugged on Zhao Fu's line, and Zhao Fu smiled, feeling quite hopeful as he raised his fishing rod. However, what he saw greatly surprised him. 320 satisfy you completely, are you serious? This is what I caught. Zhao Fu was speechless as he looked at the fellow desperately hanging onto the bait. This time, he had fished up a green turtle that was as big as a washbowl. Zhao Fu had already lifted the fishing rod, but the green turtle was still holding onto the bait and not letting go, dangling in the air. The green turtle wasn't a fish, much less a divine fish, so why had he fished up such a thing? Zhao Fu couldn't understand this. After looking through the Divine Fish Festival's description, Zhao Fu realized why this was. During the Divine Fish Festival, other types of aquatic creatures appeared less, but that didn't mean that they wouldn't appear. This was why most people saw and caught divine fish but would occasionally still catch other creatures. Zhao Fu's precious bait was extremely attractive to divine fish and even more attractive to ordinary fish and other aquatic creatures. As such, the valuable bait wouldn't just catch extremely rare divine fish but also ordinary aquatic creatures. Zhao Fu shook his fishing line, trying to shake the green turtle off, but the green turtle just wouldn't let go. Zhao Fu had to take the hook out, and he flicked the green turtle's head, knocking it off before putting on another valuable worm and continuing to fish. After putting the bait into the water, Zhao Fu felt something tug at the line. This time, Zhao Fu wasn't as hopeful as he raised his fishing rod. A divine fish appeared before him, but it was just a white divine fish. Zhao Fu was completely annoyed now, and he put on another valuable worm before lowering the hook into the water again. Time gradually passed, and he felt something bite again. This time, Zhao Fu didn't care anymore, and when he lifted his fishing rod, a gold divine fish appeared in front of him. The gold divine fish looked like a goldfish but bigger, and it shined with golden light, looking quite noble. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a goldfish. You have received 300 divine fish points. Zhao Fu had finally caught a rare type of divine fish, and it had taken quite a lot of effort. The goldfish turned into motes of light and entered Xiaofu's body, and it gave him another fish jewel that gave him a fine gold rank item. Xiaofu used the last 2 valuable worms, but he was unable to catch another goldfish. Xiaofu didn't care that much and started using normal bait again as he continued to cultivate. The night soon passed, and over the night, Xiaofu caught 1,200 divine fish and obtained 9,730 divine fish points. Throughout the night, he had only fished up 5 goldfish. Xiaofu felt that the goldfish would be the rarest diving fish he would be able to catch here. After spending the night here, Xiaofu felt that this was enough and returned to the Great Ken town. He found that his gains were greater than other people's, but it was far from enough to purchase one of the 10 epic rank city creation stones. However, his cultivation had risen a lot. Xiaofu felt that his method was somewhat lacking. First, he realized that the place where he fished had to be a large body of water because there would be more divine fish there, especially the rare ones. Also, he would have to obtain incredibly valuable bait that couldn't even be bought with money. Unless he took care of these 2 things, he wouldn't be able to obtain one of the 10 epic rank city creation stones. At that moment, Go Binglan came over and paid his respects before saying, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has something to report." When he heard this, Xiaofu nodded and motioned for Go Binglan to speak. Go Binglan said, "Your Majesty, while we were in another region, we heard about a massive lake that spawned violet divine fish, so I especially came to report to you." Oh? Xiaofu was quite surprised that violet divine fish had appeared, so he decided to go there to try out his luck. Now, it seemed that one of those things had been taken care of. Regarding bait, most large fish were carnivorous and often ate smaller fish. In that case, what sort of small fish should he use as bait? When he thought of this, a look of delight appeared on Xiaofu's face, and he immediately ordered his people to go and purchase small fish. However, he soon received news that the fish market only sold low-grade fish and that the high-grade fish would immediately be bought by others when they appeared. It seemed that many people had the same idea as Xiaofu. This caused Xiaofu to sigh. What else could he do? The more valuable the bait, the rarer the divine fish. In the end, Xiaofu made a decision. His god-killer royal bloodline was a level 11 bloodline and quite rare. If he fed his blood to some small fish, they would definitely become more attractive to larger fish. After making this decision, Xiaofu asked his subordinates to collect some small fish, and he placed the fish in a bucket with just enough water to cover them. The small fish were only roughly as long as a finger, and many of them swam around within the bucket. Xiaofu stretched out his arm and cut it, causing his blood to drip into the bucket. The black-red blood fell into the bucket, and the countless fish happily devoured the blood. Xiaofu held the royal wood sword, and a powerful aura of life entered his body, quickly healing that wound. After that, Xiaofu went to the lake that Go Binglan had mentioned. The lake was called the Autumn Lake, and it was incredibly big, being over 100 kilometers wide. No wonder violet divine fish had appeared here. It was possible that even rarer divine fish would appear here. After Xiaofu arrived, there were already countless people fishing here. It seemed that this place had already become a hotspot for fishing, so Xiaofu didn't plan to fish by the side. This time, he had brought a small wooden boat with him in his king's ring. Xiaofu sat in the boat and headed to the center of the lake. However, there were already many boats here, and he even saw 10 or so boats that had 3 levels, looking quite grand. These were most likely built by large factions. After looking around, Xiaofu didn't mind, and he moved his small boat to a place where there weren't many others around and started to fish. This time, Xiaofu was using the small fish that had consumed his blood. He had no idea what the effects would be, and after attaching the small fish, he lowered it into the water. In just a few seconds, Xiaofu felt a tug at his fishing line. He was quite surprised that he had caught a fish already, and he quickly lifted the fishing rod as a silver divine fish appeared before him. The very first fish he had fished up here had been a silver one. This wasn't bad. Xiaofu once again attached a small fish, and in another few seconds, he caught yet another silver divine fish. The next time Xiaofu cast his line, a gold divine fish appeared before him. 321 heavens beyond heavens. Xiaofu had never expected to catch a gold divine fish so quickly, and the next few fish he caught were all silver divine fish. There was even another gold divine fish. Even though Xiaofu was away from most people, this was still seen by many people. When everyone they saw that a mysterious, black-cloaked figure was sitting on a small boat and using a branch-like fishing rod to continuously fish up silver and gold divine fish, everyone was amazed. The people around him were already quite happy if they could even catch ordinary divine fish, and they couldn't even dream of catching silver and gold divine fish like Xiaofu. Many people thought that it was because the area he was in was quite good, so they all started to move towards Xiaofu. Soon, more and more boats appeared around Xiaofu. As expected, most of them had better gains here. Even though they didn't catch any rare divine fish, catching ordinary divine fish already made them overjoyed. All of these ordinary divine fish were essentially attracted over by Zhaofu's bait, so these people also benefited. At first, Zhaofu didn't mind because these slight gains didn't amount to much. However, as more and more boats gathered, it became noisier and noisier, affecting Zhaofu's fishing. The number of gold divine fish gradually decreased until he ended up catching a blue divine fish. As such, Zhaofu used his king's power to move his boat elsewhere. To the other people, a black aura covered the boat, moving it along. This shocked many people. They had never thought that the black-cloaked figure would be a powerful expert. They knew that a person like Zhaofu couldn't be easily angered. As long as they had divine fish to catch, they would be happy. However, after Zhaofu left, they started to catch less and less divine fish until they altogether stopped appearing, and many people started to move away. Some sharp-eyed people spotted Zhaofu at another section of the lake and saw him catching silver and gold divine fish, so they all went over and found that there were divine fish over here. Soon, many boats gathered again, causing Zhaofu to frown because they had once again started to affect his fishing. As such, Zhaofu could only move his boat towards an even more remote place. After Zhaofu left, the number of divine fish in that area once again decreased. Those who were smart realized that something was going on and started to follow Zhaofu around. This annoyed Zhaofu. If they didn't affect his fishing, he wouldn't care if they indirectly benefited, but they were greatly interfering with his fishing. If you continue following me around, I'll kill all of you. A massive aura burst forth, seeming to freeze the surrounding space as a cold voice sounded out, causing countless people to burst out in cold sweat. Nevertheless, a loud voice called out, "What right do you have? This lake isn't owned by you, we can go where we want. Who are you to tell us where we can and can't go?" Zhaofu didn't bother replying to him, and his sword light flashed out, splitting that person and his boat in half. A bloody and gory smell immediately spread out, sending a chill through everyone else's hearts. Zhaofu continued moving away, and no one else dared to follow along, allowing Zhaofu to fish in peace again. After every 2 or 3 silver divine fish, Zhaofu would catch a gold divine fish, and this was many times greater than his gains from the previous night. However, before Zhaofu could start to feel happy, a few large boats started to move towards him. Many people had told the large families about Zhaofu, so they started to move towards him. There was a ferocious-looking big man standing on the boat in the lead, and seeing Zhaofu continuously catch silver and gold divine fish, he felt quite surprised and said in an amicable tone, "Brother, the Azure Tiger Gang is willing to buy your secret for $5 million in the real world. The Azure Tiger Gang will definitely treat you well in the future." How could Zhaofu be tempted by $5 million? No matter how much money they offered, he wouldn't hand over his secret, so Zhaofu ignored that person and continued fishing. When he saw that he had been ignored, the big man felt quite angry. His attitude had been quite good, and he had planned to use a carrot-and-stick approach. He had never expected this person to be so discourteous, and no one in this region dared to treat him so disrespectfully. The big man's face immediately darkened. Haha. Another boat came over, on which a well-built man with a beard stood and laughed loudly. "You want to buy such a secret with just $5 million? What a joke. Brother, I'll buy your secret for $50 million. The middle-aged man's laugh had a sense of heroism to it. When he heard this, the ferocious-looking big man felt quite angry, and just as he was about to say something, another boat came over. There was a beautiful woman who gave off a cold aura, and she said, "Friend, the Zhao family is willing to pay the same amount of money to buy your secret." This made the ferocious-looking big man's expression even uglier. How lively. Who would have thought that all of you would be here? The Zhou family also wants to join in. A frivolous-looking man said in a carefree tone while standing on another large boat. The 4 boats all gave off powerful auras, and none of them were willing to back down. However, the main character, Zhaofu, completely ignored all of them. Suddenly, he felt a massive tug on the fishing line, causing it to immediately go taut. Zhaofu felt that something big had bitten the bait, and it was very strong as it struggled in the water, resulting in massive splashes, trying to drag Zhaofu away with it. If it was a normal fishing rod, the line would have long since broken. Zhaofu gripped the fishing rod with both hands and used all of his strength to raise the fishing rod. A large fish broke through the water, and it looked a lot like whitebait. It was 1 meter long and 15 centimeters wide, and it shined with a faint violet light. The appearance of this violet divine fish shocked everyone present, and those around had never expected Zhaofu to be able to catch a violet divine fish. After being raised by Zhaofu out of the water, the violet divine fish turned into countless motes of light that entered Zhaofu's body, and the violet divine fish gave him a fish jewel. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a violet divine fish. You have received 800 divine fish points. Anyone who could catch a violet divine fish would definitely make massive gains in this festival, and the muscular bearded man immediately said, "Friend, I'm willing to pay $100 million to buy your secret. I sincerely invite you to join the Jin family." The ferocious-looking big man also yelled, "Brother, the Azure Tiger Gang also sincerely invites you to join." The cold-looking woman also looked quite shocked and said, "Friend, if you're willing to join the Zhao family, we'll be willing to satisfy you completely." The man from the Zhou family also extended a similar invitation. 322 Lord Water Goddess, how is this possible? Zhao Fu could never have fathomed that the first-ranked reward, Heavenly Sword City, would have been claimed already. Only a single day had passed, and Zhao Fu simply couldn't believe that this had happened. In the previous two events, Zhao Fu had always obtained the top prize. However, whether it was the 10,000 Flower Festival or the Ghost Festival, it had taken him 2 to 3 days to gather enough points to claim the first-ranked reward. He had no idea who it was that had spent only 1 day to claim the first-ranked reward, which was many times faster than him. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted to obtain the first-ranked reward, but now, it seemed that this was impossible. He had overestimated himself and underestimated others. Zhao Fu heavily sighed and felt quite dispirited. What could he do now? After thinking about it, Zhao Fu had no good ideas. What had happened was simply too unexpected, and now, he wasn't sure if he could even obtain the second-ranked reward, the Universal Den. Your Majesty. An elderly man walked over and paid his respects. Zhao Fu remembered who this elderly man was. After building the Water Goddess Temple, he had placed this elderly man in charge of the temple. What is it? Zhao Fu asked, feeling quite curious. The elderly man immediately replied, Lord Water Goddess said that she wanted to see your Majesty. When he heard the elderly man, Zhao Fu felt quite confused. What did the Water Goddess want to see him for? However, in the end, Zhao Fu decided to go over to take a look. Soon, he arrived at the Water Goddess Temple. It was the same size as the City God Temple, and it had a main hall and front hall. After being established, many residents had gone to burn incense and pray. When Zhao Fu entered the main hall, the Water Goddess statue shined with a faint light as an image appeared before Zhao Fu. It was a woman wearing an ancient-style dress, and she had decent looks. She had a watery aura about her and looked exactly like the Water Goddess statue. After receiving a lot of faith and being supported by Great Gen's fate, it had become much more powerful than before. This lowly one pays her respects to your Majesty. After the Water Goddess's image appeared, it gently smiled and paid its respects to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu nodded before asking, what did you want to talk to me about? The Water Goddess lightly smiled as it replied, this lowly one wants to first thank your Majesty for showing grace in taking me in. Also, this lowly one is able to help your Majesty in the thing that is troubling your Majesty right now. Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and asked what she meant. It turned out that the Water Goddess had control over all sorts of water-related matters, including aquatic animals. The Water Goddess could give him a blessing that increased his fishing rate. Because the Water Goddess was still quite weak, Zhao Fu had to bring the statue with him for the blessing to take effect. After he heard this, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate, and he brought the Water Goddess statue with him to the largest water source accessible by him. Seeping River was one of the boundaries of the future Great Qin Empire, and the body of water here was thousands of kilometers wide. It stretched on as far as the eye could see. There were all types of fish monsters here, so ordinary people didn't dare to come here. However, because of the festival, most of these fish monsters had been suppressed. When Zhao Fu arrived, there were already many people fishing on the bank because most of them feared the fish monsters and didn't dare to go into the water. Moreover, the suppression was quite weak, so it was possible for them to be attacked. Zhao Fu didn't care much, and he took out his boat and placed it in the river. Just as he was about to enter, an elderly man saw him and tried to persuade him not to go because he would be risking his life. Zhao Fu thanked the elderly man but had no other choice. If he didn't take some risks, he wouldn't even have a chance to obtain the Universal Den. Zhao Fu covered the boat with his king's power, and it quickly traveled across the water. The river was quite still and didn't have any ripples on the surface. After traveling for some time, Zhao Fu arrived at the center of the river. Zhao Fu took out the Water Goddess statue, and after he took it out, it gave off a faint light that shined on the water. This was the Water Goddess casting its blessing. Zhao Fu took out his fishing rod and bait and started to fish. After beginning, Zhao Fu felt quite impatient. Suddenly, the fishing line was vigorously tugged, and Zhao Fu tightly gripped his fishing rod and lifted upwards. As Zhao Fu lifted the fishing rod, the fish desperately struggled, causing massive splashes. Soon, the divine fish was lifted out, and Zhao Fu saw that it was a violet divine fish. However, this violet divine fish was different from the ones that he had caught in the past. It looked like a catfish, was the same size as the other violet divine fish, and was very strong. Zhao Fu was quite happy that his first fish was a violet fish. This was most likely the effect of the water goddess's blessing. Afterward, Zhao Fu once again attached some bait and lowered the hook. Soon, the fishing rod was once again tugged, and Zhao Fu lifted it up. This fish wasn't very heavy or powerful because it was only a gold divine fish. Zhao Fu once again cast his line and caught a violet divine fish, delighting him. Now, Zhao Fu usually caught a gold divine fish then a violet divine fish. Sometimes, there would be 3 gold divine fish then 4 violet divine fish. These gains were incredibly shocking, and the fish were biting even faster than at the previous lake. Zhao Fu also obtained many fish jewels, though they didn't drop every time. Zhao Fu once again attached bait and cast his line, but this time, he felt quite surprised. This was because a fish hadn't tried to eat his bait after 5 minutes, making him wonder what was taking so long. Zhao Fu raised his fishing rod and found that most of the bait had been eaten, surprising him. Seeing the small bite marks, he guessed that it was a very small fish that had done this. This time, Zhao Fu put on an extremely small fish as bait, and in half a minute, he felt a very weak and slight tug. Zhao Fu lifted his fishing rod and found that a small fish was on the other end. The small fish was about as long as his finger and looked like a crucian carp, but it gave off an orange light. This tiny fish was actually an orange divine fish. After the orange divine fish was lifted out of the water, it turned into countless orange motes of light and entered Zhao Fu's body. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a spirit crucian carp. You have received 1,500 divine fish points. Zhao Fu was overjoyed to have fished up an orange divine fish. However, this orange divine fish didn't give Zhao Fu a fish jewel, and he continued to fish. Time quickly passed, and soon, it was the second night. Zhao Fu had stayed here for an entire day doing nothing but fishing. After returning to the Great Ken town, he received more chilling news. 323 Shutenji at that moment, Zhao Fu was so angry that he almost started cursing out loud. The only thing that could make him feel like this was hearing that the Universal Den had been claimed. Zhao Fu once again felt a heavy blow. Apart from the first-ranked reward, he had greatly wanted the Universal Den because it was incredibly important to Great Kin. If he gave it to the Wyvern to conquer, it would allow him to quickly develop a flight of wyverns. Now, that plan had been completely destroyed. Zhao Fu had been in such a rush this entire time because of that Universal Den. After that day at Seeping River, he had caught 4,797 divine fish and gained over 180,000 divine fish points. Adding on what he had from before, he had roughly 250,000 divine fish points. Before, Zhao Fu had preserved a trace of hope that he would be able to obtain the Universal Den with the water goddess's help. After all, he was only 50,000 points away from being able to afford it. Who would have thought that he would hear such a thing after returning? It seemed that he didn't have much fate with his festival. Right now, what Great Kin needed the most was the Universal Down, and now that he was unable to obtain it, Zhao Fu became dispirited. On a grassy hill, a quiet girl lay on the grass and laughed happily as she tossed a mud-like object that kept changing shape upwards. This was the epic rank Universal Den, and this girl was Misan Ori Hano. Misan Ori Hano looked at the Universal Den in her hand. She had never thought that she would obtain the second-ranked item because such items were usually claimed by the great legatees and small figures like her never had a chance at obtaining such things. She knew that many people most likely wanted such a thing, and she knew that if she sold it, she would obtain enough wealth for countless lifetimes. However, Misan Ori Hano didn't want to sell it because she didn't lack money and no amount of money could make her sell the Universal Den. In actuality, she didn't greatly want it and had only bought it because she had happened to have enough divine fish points to buy it. She didn't quite understand the various stats and effects of the 10 epic rank city creation stones, but she felt that the higher ranked ones would be better. If Zhao Fu knew this, he would have been incredibly depressed. If Misan Ori Hano had chosen the 3rd or 4th ranked reward, he would have been able to obtain the Universal Den. However, that was how things had played out. After all, this festival was mainly for ordinary people, so luck usually favored them. As such, even though Zhao Fu had a legendary rank fishing rod, especially valuable bait, and the help of a water goddess, he hadn't been able to obtain what he wanted. Suddenly, Misan Ori Hano thought of something and took out a small statue that was about as big as her hand. The statue seemed to be made of jade and was black. It was a statue of an extremely handsome man dressed in ancient-style clothing who revealed his proud chest, and there was a katana at his side and 2 black horns on his head. This statue looked as if it was alive, and it gave off a devilish aura. Most Japanese people would recognize it as Shutenji, one of Japan's 3 great devils. Misan Ori Hano had found this statue in a ruined temple and felt that it was quite a good statue, so she had kept it with her. At that moment, the statue gave off a faint green light and seemed to come to life. Its eyes were filled with evil, and they seemed to look at Misan Ori Hano, causing her to feel a chill in her heart. Afterward, The statue gave off a formless energy, broke free from Misanori Hano's grasp, and hovered into the air. At the same time, the Universal Den was also drawn up into the air, and the statue and the Universal Den started to slowly fuse. The sky gradually darkened as black clouds gathered and a great wind started to blow, bringing rocks and grass into the air. The statue gave off a bright green light, and the Universal Den gave off a bright violet light as they slowly fused together and became a green cube. Boom. 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 Lightning descended as the green cube floated in the air, giving off a piercing green light. A massive devilish aura spread out, causing the air to become incredibly heavy. Suddenly, a trace of green blood leaked out from the green cube, which was filled with an evil and devilish aura, and it fell on Misanori Hano's forehead. Immediately, the drop of green blood entered Misanori Hano's body, and a massive wave of energy spread out as Misanori Hano's body trembled and shined with a brilliant green light. Within the green light, Misanori Hano's body started to change. Her pretty face became beautiful to the point that it could bring the downfall of nations. Her gentle aura became incredibly alluring, and she gave off an incredibly enchanting aura. Japan's first enchantress had appeared. After obtaining this bloodline, a devil bloodline, her body had become a semi-devil body, and she had become many times more powerful. The green cube slowly descended into Misanori Hano's hand and turned into a special city creation stone, and she also seemed to have become a different person. Devil City Stone, Grade, Epic Rank, Description, a special city creation stone. All spawned residents will have some devil bloodline. A man in white carried a zither on his back as he went to a quiet bamboo forest. He was Liu Yubai, the person who had obtained Heavenly Sword City. Right now, Liu Yubai's eyes seemed incredibly deep, and he seemed to be able to see everything. In fact, he could see even more clearly than a normal person. During the first night of the Divine Fish Festival, Liu Yubai's eyes had miraculously been able to see, though this didn't cause many changes to him. It was as if he had always been able to see, and he calmly accepted his new sight. The zither music that he played was simply too moving, and it sounded like celestial music, causing countless divine fish to leap out of the waters and turn into countless motes of light that streamed towards him. On that first night, the dozens of meters around Liu Yubai had been covered with light as he continuously played the zither, his mind and mental state frighteningly calm and steady. Suddenly, a zither sound had come from the sky that was incredibly beautiful and contained a trace of ancientness. No one else could hear this apart from Liu Yubai. When he had heard this sound, his movements had paused as if he had received some sort of legacy, and he found out about the terrifying fact that the Heaven Awakened world would devour the real world in the future. Liu Yubai didn't want to be caught up in these things, but it was unavoidable. As such, he decided to create a land where those who loved zithers could reside. He pressed the city creation stone against the ground, and a clear sword hum sounded out as violet light rippled out. Liu Yubai was covered by a violet sword light. 324 Goofish Kingdom. Liu Yubai obtained some sort of swordsman legacy, and his body started to give off traces of sword chi, making it so that no one dared to go near him for fear of being injured by the sword chi. At the same time, the aura he gave off became more powerful, and it became as sharp as a sword. Your Majesty, the third-ranked reward, Battle King City, has been claimed. A soldier walked into the hall and respectfully reported. This news caused a slight change in Zhao Fu's depressed expression. Since the Universal Den had been obtained by someone else, he had to change his plans, and he couldn't let Great Qin's development come to a halt just because of this. The road to the restoration of the Great Qin Empire wouldn't be easy, and there would be greater setbacks in the future. Zhao Fu deeply breathed in and calmed himself down. Since he couldn't claim the third-ranked reward, Battle King City, anymore, he decided to set his eyes on Thousand Live City, which he was only 10,000 divine fish points away from. As a epic rank city, Thousand Live City's stats definitely wouldn't be weak, and it would still be something good to claim. Now that the top 3 rewards had disappeared, Zhao Fu was determined to at least obtain the 4th-ranked reward. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu headed to Holy Light City. Zhao Fu quickly went to the exchange stones deal and saw that the 4th-ranked reward, Thousand Live City, was still available. However, after seeing another item, Zhao Fu decided to give up on Thousand Live City. City Upgrade Stone can be used to upgrade Dark Gold Grade villages to epic rank. Price, 400,000 divine fish points. With this City Upgrade Stone, he would be able to upgrade his own Universal Den to epic rank. Right now, Zhao Fu's Universal Den was fine gold rank, but he could gather 10 damaged city creation stones to upgrade it to dark gold rank before using a city upgrade stone to upgrade it to epic rank. Between the Thousand Live City creation stone and a epic rank Universal Den, Zhao Fu didn't hesitate to choose the Universal Den. After all, a epic rank Universal Den was simply too important to Great Qin, and comparatively speaking, Thousand Live City wasn't as powerful. However, the city upgrade stone was simply too expensive, and it was 50,000 divine fish points more expensive than the top-ranked reward. What's more, there was only one. Zhao Fu didn't waste any time, and he immediately headed to Seeping River. If he didn't hurry, it was possible that he wouldn't be able to even obtain the city upgrade stone, and Thousand Life City might also be claimed. This time, Zhao Fu borrowed Beiqi's fishing rod, which was made of a 500-year-old white willow tree. It was a dark gold rank fishing rod, and its fishing bonuses weren't bad. A person could only equip 2 fishing rods, and for their effects to take effect, they had to be held in one's hand. Otherwise, if one simply left a fishing rod there by itself, it would be unable to catch any divine fish. Zhao Fu went to Seeping River and held a fishing rod with each hand, feeling quite worried. He anxiously waited for divine fish to bite and wasn't in the state of mind to cultivate. In order to save time, Zhao Fu even summoned Celia to help with attaching bait. It was clear just how rushed Zhao Fu felt. It wasn't just Zhao Fu, the other legatees weren't doing too well either. It was the first time that they had felt things go so poorly for them, and no matter how hard they tried, they simply couldn't obtain great gains. If even Zhao Fu was doing so much and receiving so little, how could any of the other legatees be doing better? The top 3 city creation stones had already disappeared, and all of them felt quite anxious as they desperately tried all sorts of methods. All of the legatees guessed that it was Great Kin who had obtained Heavenly Sword City. After all, apart from Great Kin, it seemed impossible that anyone could obtain it so quickly. Right now, the fate that Great Kin's legatee possessed was simply enormous, and the scene of the Chaos Imperial Star's descent was still etched into their minds. Zhao Fu felt quite annoyed. He had continuously suffered setbacks during this event, and he was quite displeased with his gains. On a mountain, a handsome-looking young man wildly laughed as he yelled, "Zhang family, Li family, Qian family, everything that you've done to my Gu family will be returned 100-fold in the future." This young man was named Gu Qinyang, and he was the owner of Battle King City. The Gu family was a decent-sized family, but it couldn't be counted as a large and powerful family. After all, the Gu corporate group had primarily relied on Gu Qinyang's father, who had been decently famous in that area. It was a pity that the good days didn't last very long. After Gu Qinyang's father died in an accident and the Gu family lost its backbone, its business was immediately torn apart by the Zhang family, the Li family, and the Qian family, causing the Gu family to instantly collapse. In an instant, they had fallen from great wealth into immense debt. The young master lifestyle that Gu Qinyang had enjoyed completely disappeared, but this caused him to mature and see the true nature of this bloody world. He was also someone with great fate, and on the first night of the Divine Fish Festival, when the gigantic fish had turned into countless motes of light, a bit of light had entered his body and perfectly fused with him. Gu Qinyang had felt as if there were fish swimming in his blood, which was a marvelous sensation. Afterward, he was shocked to find that his blood could cause countless divine fish to swarm over as if they were obsessed with his blood. Whenever he dripped even a single drop of blood into the water, all of the divine fish 100 meters of him would be lured over, and he would continuously kill these fish with his harpoon. The amount of divine fish points that he had continuously rocketed, and in 2 days, he had amassed enough divine fish points to claim the 3rd-ranked reward, Battle King City. Gu Qinyang truly hadn't expected that he would have such good luck. He clearly understood the importance of this item. It could cause even the top-tier large families to go crazy for it, and now, it was in his possession. If he sold this to a large family, he would be able to easily destroy the Zhang family, the Li family, and the Qian family. However, Gu Qinyang had greater ambitions. He didn't simply look in front of him. Instead, he looked even further. This decision was bound to change his fate and result in a glorious future for him. In the future, he would become a king and establish the Gu Fish Kingdom. Back at Zhao Fu's side, Zhao Fu held a fishing rod with each hand and continuously fished up divine fish, leaving Celia to reattach bait to the hooks. Celia could feel Zhao Fu's emotions, and she quickly helped him set up bait and didn't dare to say anything for fear of disturbing Zhao Fu. The day quickly passed, and Zhao Fu didn't relax at all as he continuously caught divine fish. His divine fish points quickly increased, and soon, he had obtained 400,000 divine fish points, allowing him to let out a sigh of relief. By now, Zhao Fu had caught 10 orange divine fish and obtained a spirit fish raising manual, which allowed him to raise spirit fish below stage 5. This would most likely be of great help in later stages, but Zhao Fu wasn't thinking about it at all. Currently, the only thing that he cared about was that city upgrade stone. After packing up his things, Zhao Fu once again returned to the Great Qin town and received more news. 325 ceiling pillar. This news was that the top 8 city creation stones had all been claimed, which gave Zhao Fu a great fright. He hurried to Holy Light City and felt incredibly nervous, hoping that the city upgrade stone hadn't been claimed yet. Very soon, Zhao Fu arrived at the exchange stones deal and was relieved to find that the city upgrade stone was still there. He immediately exchanged his points for it, and when he looked at the square stone in his hand that gave off a violet light, he was finally able to relax. Afterward, Zhaofu returned to the Great Ken town. By now, he had collected 5 damaged fine gold rank city hearts, and because he didn't want to wait any longer, he destroyed 5 of his fine gold grade villages. This caused Zhaofu's heart to ache. After all, fine gold grade villages weren't easy to obtain. He then took the 10 damaged city hearts to the Universal Den. The den was still a basic den because it had never been leveled up. Dens required the animals they spawned to go out and kill other animals, only then would they be able to gain experience point and level up, and it was impossible to divert a village's experience point to a den. The Grey Wolf Den and Black Forest Horse Den had both become advanced dens because Little Black and Little Grey often went out with the soldiers to fight, obtaining a lot of experience. As for the Universal Den, even though the void beasts that they spawned were incredibly fast, they were only suited for running away and didn't have good offensive abilities, which was why the Universal Den had remained a basic den. After arriving at the Universal Den, Zhaofu chose to upgrade it. The 10 cracked cubes gave off a faint silver light and slowly floated into the air as they went towards the Universal Den's lump of clay, which gave off a silver light as well. Afterward, the lump of clay slowly fused with the 10 cubes and gave off a piercing silver light as a massive pressure swept outwards. Slowly, traces of golden light began to appear from the lump of clay, and the golden light became stronger and stronger as the silver light gradually faded. Finally, a golden light shot into the sky. The Universal Den had become dark gold rank. Now, the Universal Den could spawn a void beast every 2 days. Zhaofu then took out the city upgrade stone and chose to use it. The city upgrade stone turned into a ray of violet light and shot towards the lump of clay, which gave off a gold light, and they fused together. Following this, a violet light shot into the sky, and the Universal Den became epic rank. Now, the Universal Den could spawn a void beast every day, and after the wyvern egg hatched, he would be able to quickly spawn wyverns. Before, because the Universal Den only spawned 1 void beast every 3 days, that meant Great Ken could only open up a path to a new region once every 3 days. Even though they were now spawning void beasts every day, Great Ken would still only be able to open up a path to a new region every 3 days. This was because every region was as big as a province in the real world, and taking 3 days to make preparations for a new region was already quite rushed. Moreover, Zhaofu decided to stock up on some void crystals because after the wyvern egg hatched, the Universal Den would be used for wyverns, and Great Ken would no longer have a supply of void crystals. When that time came, they would be able to maximize the use of their void crystals, and the initial void beasts would have formed another void crystal as well. Now, this matter had finally been settled. Even though Zhaofu had suffered some setbacks on the way, he was still able to accomplish his goal. He was now able to relax, and a pleased smile appeared on his face. In the remaining time, Zhaofu continued fishing at Seeping River. It was only the 3rd day right now, and there were still 4 whole days until the Divine Fish Festival ended. Zhaofu's goal was still to obtain some city creation stones. Even though it didn't seem that getting one of the top 10 would be likely, there were still many other city creation stones. Zhaofu started to leisurely fish on Seeping River, and he no longer felt any stress. He returned the fishing rod he had borrowed from Beichi and continued to use the One World rod. Zhaofu continued to fish up divine fish after divine fish, and most of them were gold and violet, though there was occasionally an orange one. Even though the number of divine fish that Zhaofu caught couldn't be compared to others, no one else could compete with him when it came to the number of rare divine fish. At the same time, the number of fish jewels he had obtained was also quite shocking. By now, he had 4,482 fish jewels from silver divine fish, 5,213 fish jewels from gold divine fish, 2,684 fish jewels from violet divine fish, and 7 fish jewels from orange divine fish. What excited Zhaofu was that the fish jewels from the violet divine fish could give dark gold rank items, and the fish jewels from orange divine fish could give epic rank items. Now that he wasn't in as big of a rush, Zhaofu became quite curious about the orange divine fish jewels, and he decided to open them. After opening the first one, the fish jewel shined with a brilliant orange light and turned into an orb of light before revealing a long horn. The horn was azure-colored and looked like it was made of jade. It gave off a ferocious aura and seemed to be a beast's horn. This was undoubtedly a epic rank material. Zhaofu opened the second orange divine fish jewel, and a talisman paper appeared before Zhaofu. This talisman paper was violet-colored, and there were many runes drawn with blood. It gave off a powerful and mysterious aura. Blood Unsealing Talisman, a powerful unsealing talisman created using a talisman master's source blood. It can destroy all seals. Zhaofu looked at the talisman paper and felt that it wasn't very useful to him right now, so he put it away. He then opened the third fish jewel, and a large object appeared before him. It was a wooden pillar that was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide, and it was a light red color. It gave off a powerful aura of suppression and was most likely some sort of sealing item. Mountain Sealing Pillar, a sealing pillar made from a spirit tree that was over 1,000 years old. It possesses a powerful sealing and suppressing effect. It can seal everything 10,000 meters around it. After reading this, Zhao Fu also put this pillar away as he had no immediate use for it. The fourth fish jewel gave him a material. The fifth fish jewel gave him a spear. The sixth fish jewel gave him a round shield. These were all epic rank items, and after looking at their descriptions, he put them away and looked at the final fish jewel. Zhao Fu opened the fish jewel, and after the light disappeared, a saber appeared. It was about 3 fingers wide, and its blade was only about 1 meter long. It was flame red and gave off a searing aura. Inferno Saber Intent. This item contains a trace of a very powerful saber intent. It is a very dangerous item. It can only be used 3 times. Zhao Fu felt that this item was quite good, and it could be used in dire situations, because, suddenly, Zhao Fu felt something bite on his fish line as a massive splash pounded the surface of the water. An incredible force pulled on the fishing line, and when Zhao Fu pulled back, his body and boat were dragged towards deeper waters. 326 Legendary Grade. Zhao Fu was quite shocked, and he tightly gripped his fishing rod. However, the fish's strength was enormous. Even though he used all of his strength, he was still dragged along by the fish. Feeling the immense power of this fish, Zhao Fu guessed that it was extremely big, and he refused to back down and circulated his king's power. He tightly gripped his fishing rod, pulling back against the fish. Under these 2 immense powers, the fishing line went completely taut, and the one world rod started to bend. Even epic rank rods would have been in danger of breaking at that moment. Zhao Fu continued to hold on to his fishing rod. He had no idea what this thing was. It could be a divine fish or a fish monster that lived in Seeping River. However, it was definitely quite special, and because Zhao Fu had no intentions of letting it go, he continued to hold on. The fish continued to drag Zhao Fu's boat forwards, but because Zhao Fu was pulling back with all of his might, the boat traveled quite slowly. Neither side wanted to lose, making the battle quite bitter. Zhao Fu understood that this was a battle of endurance and that whoever gave in first would lose. As such, he wasn't in a hurry and decided to wait until this fellow ran out of strength to catch it. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. 30 minutes passed. After a full hour passed, the fish started to weaken, and the boat started to slow down. At that moment, Zhao Fu unleashed his full strength and lifted his fishing rod, and the fish desperately struggled, causing them to once again struggle against each other. Another 30 minutes later, the fish finally ran out of strength, and Zhao Fu mustered up all of his strength and raised the fishing rod as a gigantic figure slowly started to appear under the surface of the water. It was a divine fish that looked like a whale, and it was 3 meters long. Its body was white, but it gave off red, green, and blue lights. Zhao Fu was quite delighted. This 3-colored divine fish seemed even rarer than gold divine fish, and it was something that normal people would never be able to see. By now, the 3-colored divine fish was out of strength, so Zhao Fu raised it out of the water. It turned into countless motes of 3-colored light that entered Zhao Fu's body. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a divine whale. You have received 5,000 divine fish points. Obtaining 5,000 divine fish points with a single divine whale was excellent. After all, that was equivalent to 500 gray divine fish. However, Zhao Fu was disappointed to find that the divine whale didn't give him a fish jewel. If this divine whale gave him a fish jewel, it would definitely be legendary grade, which excited Diva Zhao Fu. It seemed that committing so much time to this divine whale was a bit of a waste because if he had used his time catching other divine fish, he would have still been able to obtain at least 5,000 divine fish points. Even though the gains weren't great, Zhao Fu was still quite delighted to find that he would be able to fish up such creatures at this place. By now, a trace of light appeared in the sky, and the darkness started to recede. The 4th day of the Divine Fish Festival had begun. Zhao Fu chose to continue fishing at Seeping River, hoping that he would be able to catch a few more divine whales and obtain a few legendary rank fish jewels. The weather was quite good today, and the sun shined from above. However, when noon came, dark clouds covered the sky, giving off an oppressive aura. Sitting at the center of Seeping River, Zhao Fu started to feel quite parched. However, soon, it started to drizzle, and it no longer felt as hot. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of the One World Rod's 4th effect, which was a raincoat. It seemed that this would be a perfect time to use it, and he equipped it with a curious expression on his face. The One World Rod gave off a faint light as a conical bamboo hat and raincoat appeared and automatically covered Zhao Fu's body. They looked quite ordinary, but Zhao Fu found that they had a recovery effect. This recovery effect applied to everything, such as physical, mental, and cultivation fatigue, and it seemed to be quite a good effect. It was good to fish while it rained because the divine fish would came to the surface to breathe in the fresh oxygen. He hoped that another divine whale would come. After a few hours, Zhao Fu still hadn't caught another divine whale. It seemed that they were especially rare. Suddenly, Zhao Fu discovered a whirlpool ahead. At first, it was only 2 meters wide, and because it was 100 or so meters away, Zhao Fu didn't mind too much. However, the whirlpool suddenly expanded to 100 meters wide, and it instantly dragged Zhao Fu into it. Zhao Fu was quite shocked and immediately reacted, sending his king's power around his boat to try to escape. However, just as Zhao Fu's boat started to escape from the whirlpool expanded to 10,000 meters wide, giving off a massive attractive force as if it was a gigantic mouth that wanted to devour everything. Zhao Fu's boat was also swept along by the whirlpool, and Zhao Fu frowned, trying to use his king's power to escape. However, he found that it was completely useless. The gigantic whirlpool was simply too powerful, and if Zhao Fu didn't resist, he would be sucked to the center in less than a second. It definitely wouldn't be good for such a thing to happen. Zhao Fu unleashed his king's domain, and a 4-meter-wide black circle expanded outwards. The absolute control Zhao Fu had within his king's domain allowed the boat to resist that attractive force and start to move towards the outside of the whirlpool. However, before Zhao Fu could feel happy, the enormous whirlpool expanded to 100,000 meters wide, affecting more than half of the river. The sound was incredibly terrifying, and it was as if it was some sort of natural disaster. Zhao Fu didn't hesitate anymore, and he decided to give up on the boat and use his flight stone. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu felt a massive ceiling power blocking off the space above him, restricting him from using the flight stone. Zhao Fu felt that the situation was becoming dire, and he used all of his strength to cast his king's domain, expanding it out to 100 meters around him. This allowed him to greatly restrict the attractive force, and his boat started to move out of the whirlpool again. Immediately, the whirlpool increased to 1,000,000 meters wide, disturbing all of the water in Seeping River, and the ordinary people by the banks became terrified and quickly started to flee. An even greater attractive force came from the center of the whirlpool, and even the stones and grass on the bank were sucked over. The sky seemed to darken. The scene was quite terrifying, and Zhao Fu's boat was helplessly drawn deeper and deeper into the whirlpool. At the center of the whirlpool, Zhao Fu saw a big fish that was 10 meters long. The fish looked a bit like a carp, and its golden scales shined with rainbow-colored light. It also had a pair of horns on its head and 2 long whiskers. 327 Rainbow Divine Fish. A rainbow divine fish? Zhao Fu looked quite surprised as he stared at the fish. He had thought that 3-colored divine fish were already extremely rare, and he was ecstatic to now find a rainbow divine fish. However, it definitely wouldn't be easy to deal with this rainbow divine fish. After all, it was currently ferociously looking at Zhao Fu as if it was looking at prey. This rainbow divine fish had been lured over by Zhao Fu's bait, but it wasn't interested in the small fish that had consumed Zhao Fu's blood. Rather, it wanted to devour Zhao Fu whole. Zhao Fu quickly thought about what to do. He and his boat were being drawn towards the rainbow divine fish by the whirlpool, and the fish was currently opening its large mouth, preparing to eat Zhao Fu. The whirlpool was simply too powerful, and with Zhao Fu's strength, he wouldn't be able to break free from it. Did he have to use his nation armament again? The boat was sent spinning in circles as it came closer and closer to the rainbow divine fish, and the rainbow divine fish seemed as if it couldn't wait any longer because it started to swim towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the rainbow divine fish ahead, and its mouth that was giving off a massive suction power. It looked like the mouth of a demon, and it was about to swallow him whole. At that moment, Zhao Fu's eyes narrowed, and he took out a flame-red short saber. He gripped it with both hands and sent his king's power into it, causing it to burst forth with massive red flames. As a searing heat wave rippled out, steam and bubbles started to rise from the water around him. Og! Zhao Fu roared as he swung the short saber towards the rainbow divine fish. A ray of saber chi bringing with it a scorching aura flew out, and the entire world seemed to become a world of fire as that saber chi slashed towards the rainbow divine fish. The rainbow divine fish was quite startled, and it formed massive water shields with the river water. However, that saber chi slashed through all of them. Roar! The rainbow divine fish roared in pain as a sharp wound appeared on its body and golden blood continuously flowed out. This rainbow divine fish seemed to be alive, and its golden eyes furiously glared at Zhao Fu, wanting to kill him. Whoosh! 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 The rainbow divine fish raised up over 100 pillars of water, which started to crash downwards towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again slashed out, and a massive fiery saber light flashed out, annihilating all of the pillars of water. This was the power of saber intent, something that could only be controlled after one comprehended the source of the world. Seeing that the tables had turned, the rainbow divine fish turned to flee. After all, it wasn't a real creature and wasn't truly very powerful. The massive whirlpool lost its controller, and a massive amount of water slammed down towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu maintained his king's domain, and he was determined not to let the rainbow divine fish get away. He sent a powerful slash out. A terrifying saber light that was hundreds of meters long split the water in two and sent the rainbow divine fish flying, sending it crashing against a boulder and smashing the boulder apart. At that moment, a massive amount of water crashed against Zhao Fu's king's domain, but there was simply too much water. Cracks appeared on the king's domain as Zhao Fu was slightly injured. Roar! Another large gash had appeared on the rainbow divine fish's body, and it gathered a great amount of water, which turned into a ferocious water dragon that rushed towards Zhao Fu. After Zhao Fu used the short sword 3 times, it disintegrated into dust, and Zhao Fu took out an evil crushing spear and sent his king's power into it. The evil crushing spear sent out waves of silver light, and arcs of lightning flickered around it as Zhao Fu vigorously threw it. The evil crushing spear turned into a massive silver ray of light, seeming to be an unstoppable force as it collided with a water dragon. Boom! An explosion sounded out, turning into massive shockwaves as mud and stone within the river were blasted into the air, and water flew high into the sky. Seeing that its attack had failed, the rainbow divine fish opened its mouth and devoured a massive amount of water before shooting out a gigantic water arrow. The water that it passed over was repelled by the sheer force it contained, creating a vacuum. Zhao Fu was quite surprised and dodged to the side, narrowly dodging the water arrow. Only after it traveled hundreds of meters did it turn back into water and fall to the river. Suddenly, the rainbow divine fish appeared beside Zhao Fu and tried to bite him. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, and the one-world rod turned into a wooden sword, which he vigorously slashed out with. Immediately, a massive sword light flew toward the rainbow divine fish. Roar! The rainbow divine fish roared in pain as its side was slashed by the sword light, which immediately tore apart its golden scales and left a deep wound. Black Forest. Zhao Fu roared out as he stabbed out with the royal wood sword. It shined with a green light as countless black branches stretched out from the royal wood sword, extending towards the rainbow divine fish. These branches were incredibly sharp, and they instantly stabbed into the rainbow divine fish's body. This was one of the skills that came with the royal wood sword, and not only were the branches incredibly sharp, but they also contained the power to steal life force. Immediately, wounds appeared all over the rainbow divine fish's body, and the light around it dimmed greatly. The rainbow divine fish struggled and broke free from the countless branches. Knowing that it wasn't a match for Zhao Fu, it once again tried to escape. However, how could Zhao Fu allow it to leave? The royal wood sword once again became a fishing rod, and Zhao Fu flicked a line out, which fell on the rainbow divine fish and wrapped around its body a few times. Despite being caught by the fishing line, the rainbow divine fish continued to try to escape. Zhao Fu gripped the one-world rod and tried to drag the rainbow divine fish above the water. As long as he could bring it above the surface, he would win. The rainbow divine fish vigorously struggled, trying to go down while Zhao Fu tried to lift it up. The rainbow divine fish would be slightly lifted up by Zhao Fu, following which it would slightly bring the fishing rod downwards. Seeing that this would last for quite a while, Zhao Fu called out, "Sky Demon! Slaughtering Ghost!" A black sword light and a blood-red sword light shot towards the rainbow divine fish. Zhao Fu planned to use the 2 swords to heavily injure the rainbow divine fish, making his job much easier. The rainbow divine fish could sense the imminent danger, and it suddenly flicked its tail. The water seemed to explode as it shot towards the side like an arrow. Zhao Fu immediately pulled back on the fishing rod, and the fishing line became incredibly taut. Zhao Fu was horrified to find that the fishing line was on the verge of breaking, so he could only allow the rainbow divine fish to slowly drag him along and deal with it after it had run out of strength. The Sky Demon and Slaughtering Ghost were unable to keep up with the rainbow divine fish, and they turned back into swords and returned to Zhao Fu's side. A few hours later, the rainbow divine fish finally ran out of strength, and Zhao Fu vigorously pulled the rainbow divine fish towards the surface. The rainbow divine fish came closer and closer to the surface, but he suddenly felt that something was off because he heard many people's voices. This caused Zhao Fu to hesitate, and when he looked down at the rainbow divine fish, Zhao Fu didn't want anything unexpected to happen. As long as he could pull the rainbow divine fish out of the water, it would be his. The rainbow divine fish was only about 10 meters away from the surface now, so Zhao Fu decided to hurry and get it out of the water. 328 Rainbow Fish Jewel. At the banks of Seeping River, an elderly man with long eyebrows caught a blue divine fish. "Not bad, Aljong, another blue divine fish," another elderly man said to the elderly man with long eyebrows as he laughed. This blue divine fish made everyone around him feel a sense of admiration. The elderly man with long eyebrows chuckled as he replied, "It's just a blue divine fish. Look at that young man, he's fished up 4 silver divine fish already." Just as the elderly man finished speaking, a young man with a calm and steady aura caught another silver divine fish. The silver divine fish transformed into countless motes of light that entered his body, and a fish jewel appeared in his hand. Those around him sighed in admiration, and some felt incredibly envious. Fish jewels could be sold, and a silver fish jewel was worth 5 gold coins or $50,000 in the real world. The young man couldn't help but feel incredibly happy, but he noticed the various greedy gazes around him. Right now, he had 3 silver fish jewels on him, which were worth 15 gold coins. They could make others want to kill him. As such, the young man decided to move somewhere else or to at least sell the fish jewels first. He could deal with 1 or 2 people, but if there were too many of them, he wouldn't be able to resist them. The others around him could tell what he was thinking, so they immediately threw down their fishing rods and went over to surround him. The atmosphere became incredibly tense. Suddenly, a massive sound of something breaking through the water sounded out, creating massive splashes. This scene drew countless gazes, and all those who looked over were completely stunned. The person at the center of Seeping River had dragged out a big fish that was 10 meters long. The fish had golden scales and a pair of dragon horns, and it gave off a rainbow light. It seemed incredibly magical, and no one could look away. After the divine fish was dragged out, it turned into countless motes of rainbow-colored light before entering the body of the person who was now standing in the air. At the same time, a rainbow-colored fish jewel appeared. Everyone who was present felt his heart jump. Violet divine fish gave dark gold rank items, orange divine fish gave epic rank items, and 3-colored divine fish could give legendary rank items, so it was very likely that this rainbow divine fish could give a divine armament. Divine armament, those 2 words could cause anyone to go mad with greed. Such things were completely priceless, and even godly spirits would want to steal such things. System announcement. Congratulations, you have caught a dragonfish. You have received 100,000 divine fish points. That was the system announcement that Zhao Fu had received after he had caught the rainbow divine fish, and a rainbow-colored fish jewel appeared in his hand. This delighted Zhao Fu, but when he saw the crowd of people staring at him, he immediately put it away before turning into a black blur and speeding off. Only after they saw the black-cloaked figure rush away did the countless people come back to their senses and feel immense regret. If they could have stolen that fish jewel, they would never have to worry about money ever again. However, they didn't act because someone who could obtain a rainbow fish jewel definitely wouldn't be weak. Just the fact that he could fly set him greatly apart from others. The young man with the silver fish jewels immediately escaped when he saw that everyone's gazes had been attracted over to the rainbow divine fish. This made everyone who had wanted to take his fish jewels feel regret for being distracted. Soon, news about the rainbow divine fish quickly spread, shocking countless people and making them guess as to who that black-cloaked figure was. Many incredible figures had continuously appeared, completely outshining the legatees. After all, this event was for normal people. This time, no one thought that this person would be Great Ken's legatee. Rather, they thought that it was another incredible person who had risen up. If he could obtain a divine armament, he would be able to cause massive bloodshed, making many feel anxious. On a small hill far away, Zhao Fu felt quite excited as he looked at the rainbow fish jewel in his hand. Would it really give him a divine armament? After Zhao Fu chose to use it, the rainbow fish jewel gave off a brilliant rainbow-colored light and rose from Zhao Fu's hand. Suddenly, a wild gale started to blow, and sand and small rocks started to fly everywhere as clouds gathered above him. The rainbow fish jewel gave off a powerful aura that spread all around him. This aura was nothing to Zhao Fu. He stared at the rainbow fish jewel in the air, and the light became brighter and brighter until it became quite piercing. Soon, it had become a 2-meter-wide orb of light. Zhao Fu started to feel more and more anticipation because the rainbow fish jewel was about to open. Would it really be able to give him a divine armament? Zhao Fu wasn't completely sure. After the light gradually faded away, a rhombus-shaped crystal that gave off a rainbow-colored light appeared in the air and slowly floated down. When he saw this, Zhao Fu felt slightly disappointed that it wasn't a piece of equipment, but he stretched out his hand and caught it. Heavenly Domain Stone, an extremely rare stone in this world. Legends say only a few exist, and it has great uses. After looking at the information regarding the Heavenly Domain Stone in conjunction with the information that he had received from God Kerr, Zhao Fu knew what it was. He was disappointed but not too disappointed. The Heavenly Domain Stone wasn't a material, nor was it a piece of equipment. Rather, it was a special item. Zhao Fu knew what its effects were, but because they weren't useful right now, he could only put it away. Zhao Fu then went to Holy Light City because he now had enough divine fish points for a dark gold rank city creation stone. There were 100 dark gold rank city creation stones in total. This didn't seem like a small figure, but there were many people competing for them. Zhao Fu didn't want to miss out, so he hurried over to exchange his points for one. Dark gold rank city creation stones could be exchanged for 200,000 divine fish points, but all of the city creation stones had purchase restrictions. This meant that no matter how many divine fish points Zhao Fu had, He would only be able to purchase one dark gold rank city creation stone. After exchanging for a dark gold rank city creation stone, Zhaofu returned to Seeping River. Last time, he had been at a relatively downstream region, and this time, he went to a more upstream region. If he could encounter another rainbow divine fish, he wouldn't mind at all. However, things didn't go as Zhaofu had wanted. Not only did he not see a single rainbow divine fish, but he also didn't find any more three-colored divine fish. All of the ones he fished up were violet and orange divine fish. Just like that, the fourth day of the Divine Fish Festival slowly passed. Now, it was the fifth day. It was completely overcast and slightly chilly, and it looked as if it would rain at any moment. This was a good day for fishing. 329 three-colored divine fish. The last time that a rainbow divine fish had appeared, the weather had been like this. Zhaofu wondered if he had the luck today to encounter another one. If he could, he would be quite satisfied. Hopefully, it would also drop a fish jewel that would give him a piece of equipment. Soon, it started to drizzle, and Zhaofu used the One World Rod's fourth effect, causing the conical hat and raincoat to appear on his body. The rain continuously fell on the river and also brought with it a fate fog. Zhaofu sat on his little boat, not moving at all. Holding his fishing rod, he seemed to have fused with the river, creating an artistic scene. However, it was useless. Not a single three-colored divine fish had appeared, much less a rainbow divine fish. Could it be that he was at the wrong place? After thinking about it, Zhaofu felt that this shouldn't be so. After all, the water upstream was more still than the water downstream, and such a place was suitable for fish to reside, which meant that there should be more divine fish here. Moreover, Zhaofu had already caught many of the rare divine fish downstream, which was why he had decided to come here. After fishing for another 2 hours, Zhaofu still hadn't made any great gains. As such, he decided to go to the middle stretch of the river and then the downstream region. In the end, he found that upstream was still better, which reaffirmed what he originally thought. It had been a long time since he had seen a three-colored or rainbow-colored divine fish. Could it be that Seeping River no longer had these divine fish? However, Seeping River was the largest water region that Zhaofu had access to. After all, Great Kin was quite far inland, and it was quite far away from the ocean. They would have to travel at least 10 or so regions to reach the ocean. So far, they hadn't expanded so far away, and none of the water sources in other regions were as big as Seeping River. Most were only small lakes and couldn't compare to Seeping River. Suddenly, Zhaofu thought of something. Didn't his blood greatly attract divine fish? The small fish that had devoured his blood were great bait, and even that rainbow divine fish wanted to devour him. In that case, couldn't he just use his blood to directly attract divine fish? Zhaofu felt that he could give this method a shot. Zhaofu had used a lot of blood to develop bait over these few days, and it was only because he had consumed many spirit medicines that his body hadn't weakened. As such, Zhaofu took out a dagger and made a cut on his arm. His blood dripped into the river and spread out, bringing with it the slight smell of blood. After letting his blood drip out for nearly 3 minutes, Zhaofu used the royal wood sword to heal the cut. Suddenly, the river seemed to go deathly silent. There wasn't any noise or a sign of life, and Zhaofu suddenly felt his hairs stand on end. Swish, swish, swish. Zhaofu saw countless fish that were about as big as his hand madly swim towards him. These fish looked quite terrifying. Their heads looked like skeletons, they had gray scales, and they had 2 rows of sharp teeth. These were most likely the fish monsters of Seeping River. Zhaofu had never thought that his blood would attract countless fish monsters instead of divine fish. They were simply innumerable, swarming his boat from all sides. At that moment, Zhaofu wasn't feeling too worried. They would be able to take down normal people, but how could they threaten Zhaofu? By now, Zhaofu's strength was incredibly terrifying. The One World Rod turned into the royal wood sword, and Zhaofu stood up and sent his energy into the royal wood sword, causing it to shine with a bright green light. Zhaofu stabbed it downwards. The royal wood sword instantly pierced through the small boat, and countless black branches stretched out and split before continuing to stretch out and split continuously. Countless fish monsters were approaching because of their attraction to Zhaofu's blood. The sharp branches continued to grow, and they pierced the fish monsters' bodies and devoured their life force. Soon, a strange scene appeared. A 100-meter wide black crown of branches had appeared underwater. There wasn't a single leaf on those branches, and there were countless fish corpses hung on the branches. The fish monsters continued to rush over, but they were unable to harm Zhaofu at all. They couldn't even come within 100 meters of him without being killed by the tree branches. At that moment, a large fish that was 10 or so meters long slowly floated to the surface. This wasn't a divine fish but a Lord-class fish monster. The Lord-class fish monster looked at Zhaofu with its sinister eyes, which shined with a blue light. Water began to gather towards it, forming 2 fish monsters made of water that then leapt out of the water and shot towards Zhaofu. Sky Demon Slash. Seeing the two fish made of water flying towards him, Xiaofu drew the sky demon sword, and a 10 or so meter long black arc of light flashed out, giving off a sharp sword aura. It split the two fish, and they fell back into the river. At that moment, the Lord-class fish monster swept its tail, creating a large splash and leaping out of the water. It opened its mouth and revealed its sharp teeth that seemed to be able to tear apart iron. Xiaofu dodged to the right, and while the Lord-class fish monster passed him, he raised the sky demon sword and hacked down, tearing through its defenses and leaving a gash through which its bones could be seen. In actuality, this Lord-class fish monster wasn't very strong. Lord-class monsters that led small groups or herds were usually more powerful, while those that had massive groups or herds were less powerful. This Lord-class fish monster's main strength came from being able to command countless ordinary fish monsters, but they had all been killed by the black crown of branches. After suffering this attack, the Lord-class fish monster immediately tried to run away after falling back into the water. Godly Demon Devour. Xiaofu once again used a godly skill, and he raised his sword and swung it. Immediately, a massive, ugly face appeared, and it opened its large mouth and unleashed an attractive force as it moved towards the Lord-class fish monster. The Lord-class fish monster was quite startled, and it suddenly gave off a large amount of blue light, forming a blue protective shield. The massive face continuously bit at the shield, and soon, countless cracks started to appear across the blue shield. At that moment, the Lord-class fish monster dove into the water and started to quickly swim away. Xiaofu immediately unleashed his king's domain around himself before jumping into the river. This Lord-class fish monster was quite weak and would be quite easy to kill, so Xiaofu didn't plan on letting it go. The fish monster was quite fast, but Xiaofu wasn't slow. He followed the fish monster the entire time. By now, its blue shield had already shattered, and its body had been torn by the large face. However, the Lord-class fish monster had turned to bite the face, destroying it in return. At that moment, Xiaofu saw a round stage at the bottom of the river, above which there was a floating statue of a fish monster. Xiaofu had never thought that he would have followed the Lord-class fish monster to its den. 330 dragon sealing well dens were quite rare, and fish monsters were quite ferocious. If he could obtain this den and raise an army of fish monsters, they would definitely come in handy someday. However, in order to obtain this den, Xiaofu would have to kill the Lord-class fish monster. By now, the Lord-class fish monster had already been heavily injured. There were many injuries all over its body, but after it returned to its den, it would receive some buffs. This included an increase in strength and regeneration. Xiaofu couldn't afford to let the fish monster do as it wished, so he drew the slaughtering ghost sword and slashed out with it. A barrier expanded outwards, and the Lord-class fish monster that was desperately trying to return to its den was pulled into the slaughterfield domain, cutting off its path. Seeing that it had been stopped, the Lord-class fish monster turned around and fiercely gazed at Xiaofu. Now that it couldn't return to the den, it could only choose to go all out. Blue light continuously streamed out from within the Lord-class fish monster's body, and the water gathered towards it, forming 5 fish monsters that looked exactly the same as it. Because they were underwater this time, these 5 fish monsters were much faster than the previous ones. They instantly vanished and jetted towards Xiaofu as they bit at him. Xiaofu's pupils constricted. This sort of speed greatly surprised him, but it was still within his grasp. Xiaofu's body burst forth with power as traces of black aura rose up from his body. The slaughtering ghost sword in his hand gave off a terrifying blood-red light, and ghostly howls could be faintly heard. Suddenly, 2 of the fish monsters attacked Xiaofu from in front of him. Xiaofu's sword brought with it a wave of blood-red light, splitting the 2 fish monsters in half. However, at that moment, another fish monster rushed at him from the side. Xiaofu quickly used his sword to block, but immediately after, another fish monster charged at him from the other side, ferociously biting towards him and trapping him between 2 attacks. Xiaofu could only quickly retreat, dodging this pincer attack. The final fish monster tried to attack from behind, but he anticipated this, spinning and slicing it in half. The Lord-class fish monster took advantage of this situation. It opened its large mouth and gulped down a large amount of water before spitting out water like a cannon towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu was caught off guard, and he was sent flying back 10 or so meters. The remaining 2 water fish monsters took this opportunity to attack. Seeing this, Xiaofu coldly harumphed and sent his power into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to shine with a brilliant, blood-red light. Xiaofu vigorously slashed out, creating a blood-colored crescent moon that destroyed the remaining 2 water fish monsters. Suddenly, the Lord-class fish monster appeared behind Xiaofu and opened its mouth as it bit towards him. It traveled as fast as lightning and reached Xiaofu in an instant. However, Xiaofu had predicted that this would happen, and in that moment of crisis, he turned and rammed his sword upwards, piercing through the Lord-class fish monster's lower jaw. The Lord-class fish monster howled in pain, and Xiaofu retreated slightly before putting the slaughtering ghost sword away, drawing the Sky Demon sword, and sending his king's power into it. The sword gave off a massive amount of sword chi, and Xiaofu gripped it with both hands as he slashed out with it. A massive amount of black sword chi split the Lord-class fish monster's head down the middle, causing its blood and brains to spill out continuously until it died. It was a pity that the Lord-class fish monster didn't drop a single item, which surprised Xiaofu. It was the first time that he had been so unlucky as to not receive a single item from a Lord-class monster. In the end, Xiaofu could only put away the Lord-class fish monster's corpse. After all, its corpse contained many useful materials. Xiaofu then headed towards the fish monster den. After the Lord-class fish monster died, the rest of the den didn't have the strength to resist. Xiaofu went to the statue above the den and touched it, and an interface jumped out. Den, Clown Bone Fish, Intermediate Den, 290,883 out of 450,000, Grade, Gold, Description, a clown bonefish den that spawns 265 to 345 clown bonefish per day. It turned out those fish monsters were called clown bonefish. The den was also intermediate level, which surprised Xiaofu. He chose to conquer it and obtained 800 achievement points, and after choosing to relocate it, the Great Ken Town obtained 230,000 experience point. Xiaofu was quite delighted to have suddenly received so much experience point. Now, Great Ken Town was less than 100,000 experience point away from leveling up into a basic city. How could he not feel excited? After Xiaofu conquered the den and chose to relocate it, the clown bonefish statue shined with a faint light, and the stage below Xiaofu's feet gradually disappeared. Afterward, Xiaofu grabbed the statue and prepared to leave. Suddenly, an incredibly terrifying aura appeared, causing the entire region around him to freeze. The water stopped flowing, and all of the creatures within Seeping River became terrified as a figure that was nearly 1,000 meters long appeared behind Xiaofu. Under this immense pressure, Xiaofu's body froze, and his hairs stood on end as he looked behind him and saw a gigantic clown bonefish. The massive clown bonefish was covered with gray scales, and it had sharp teeth that jutted out of its mouth. It also had a bone horn on its head, making it look quite ferocious and savage. The royal class being here is this clown bonefish? Xiaofu didn't hesitate at all as he rushed away. He had just come here and destroyed a clown bonefish den, so the gigantic clown bonefish was definitely here for vengeance. The gigantic clown bonefish condescendingly looked at Xiaofu and opened its abyss-like mouth. A massive attractive force exploded out as a great amount of water was sucked into its mouth. Xiaofu's body was unable to resist as he flew backward, about to be sucked into the enormous clown bonefish's mouth. At that moment, a ray of golden light shot into the sky, breaking free from the attractive force. The clown bonefish was quite startled. Before it could react, the golden light had already vanished into the horizon. Xiaofu's body was covered by a ray of golden light as he flew through the air, passing by countless things in an instant. To others, he looked like a golden meteor streaking through the sky, and after landing in front of the gates of a main city, those who saw him were completely dumbfounded. Xiaofu completely ignored those gazes and immediately entered the main city. He could no longer stay in Seeping River, or that clown bonefish would definitely find him. Very soon, Xiaofu returned to the Great Ken Town and let out a sigh of relief. Royal-class monsters were indeed incredibly powerful, and even a city lord with a city lord seal most likely wouldn't be able to take one down. Xiaofu had only been able to escape by using the 10,000-kilometer teleportation talisman. The 10,000-kilometer teleportation talisman's effects were quite surprising, and if he had the opportunity, he would definitely try to obtain a few more. They were incredibly good for escaping, and if it wasn't for this talisman, he would have only been able to escape by using his nation armament, and even then, he would have had to pay a great price. However, the most ideal location for fishing was now gone. He absolutely couldn't return there. In that case, where should he go? It was only the 5th day of the Divine Fish Festival, and he couldn't waste the final 2 days. Afterward, Xiaofu found out from his subordinates that there was a region that had a dragon sealing well. In the legends, the dragon sealing well was a place where evil dragons or flood dragon were locked up. In ancient times, flood dragons would often cause floods and tsunamis, so they would be locked up in the dragon sealing well to prevent them from harming the mortal realm. 331 Water of Li Xiaofu went to the dragon sealing well and found that it was quite big, about 100 meters wide. It was made of white brick, and there were 36 black chains around it lowered into the well. The chains were extremely wide, being 1 meter wide each, and the well water was a dark green color. Is there really a dragon sealed in here? Xiaofu came to the well, grabbed a chain, and tried to pull it up. He could barely budge it, and he found that the chains were extraordinarily heavy and most likely extremely long as well. The dragon sealing well had only been discovered recently, and it was said that a few city lords had personally came to take a look. However, they hadn't found much, so they had all returned. Zhao Fu looked at the well for a while but didn't find anything special about it. It was unlikely that there was a real dragon sealed in here, or this would be a forbidden area and not be open to everyone. Zhao Fu had come here to see if he could fish up some rare divine fish. However, it seemed deathly still within the well as if there weren't even bugs or grass, much less fish. However, since he had made the journey here, Zhao Fu decided to at least try it out. He sat on the side of the dragon sealing well and put on some bait before lowering the hook into the water. Soon, he was surprised to find that a fish had bitten. It was a violet divine fish, but Zhao Fu found that the fish within the well were a bit strange. They were fairly long and slim, their scales had a faint dark green color, and they had slitted pupils. Zhao Fu pulled this divine fish out of the water, and countless motes of light entered his body. Zhao Fu continued to fish, and soon, he caught another violet divine fish that gave him a fish jewel. Afterward, he pulled up an orange divine fish. Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this place, and his gains here were as good as at Seeping River. For the next 2 days, Zhao Fu remained here the entire time. Nothing much happened during those 2 days, and at most, he fished up a 3-colored fish. It was a pity that it didn't give him a fish jewel, but it was good that the gold divine fish and violet divine fish gave him many fish jewels. Soon, it was midnight, and the moon shined brightly in the sky. Zhao Fu put away his fishing rod because the Divine Fish Festival had ended. Zhao Fu went to the exchange stones deal at Holy Light City. Before, Zhao Fu had wanted to use all of his divine fish points to exchange for city creation stones, but because one could only purchase each grade of city creation stones once, Zhao Fu could only buy one of each type. This left Zhao Fu with 200,000 divine fish points, so he started to look through the list to see if there was anything else worth redeeming. Suddenly, Zhao Fu remembered that Great Ken required a stage 3 medicinal pill recipe, and he found a recipe for the dead tree pill. The dead tree pill required a dead tree heart as the main ingredient, rather than windbell fruits. However, since this was the only stage 3 medicinal pill recipe, Zhao Fu still bought it and asked Zhang Beishu to modify it. The dead tree pill recipe cost 200,000 divine fish points, which depleted the rest of Zhao Fu's points. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu started to go through the gains of all of Great Ken's subjects. There were 3 dark gold rank city creation stones in total from Zhao Fu, Beiqi, and Wang Jian, 12 fine gold rank city creation stones, 35 secret silver rank city creation stones, and 104 bronze rank city creation stones. They had obtained 154 city creation stones in total from the Divine Fish Festival, and adding on Great Ken's current villages, Great Ken now had 651 villages. Just from the villages alone, Zhao Fu was spawning roughly 4,000 villagers per day. Adding on the people he bought from each of the regions, Great Ken's population growth was simply monstrous, adding up to roughly 10,000 people per day. What's more, this was not including the people added from conquering other villages. After the Divine Fish Festival ended, Great Ken had 340,000 people, so Zhao Fu expanded the army by 20,000 soldiers. Now, Great Ken commanded 60,000 soldiers, of which 35,000 were Stage 1 soldiers. After all, most of them had taken the time during the Divine Fish Festival to rest and focus on cultivation. The other soldiers' cultivations were all around Tier 0 level 6 to Tier 0 level 7. With the Blood God pills, their cultivations definitely wouldn't be weak either. Now, Great Ken's strength was pulling closer to a system main city's strength. Only by having similar levels of strength would he be able to fight against them. Zhao Fu established the Clown Bone Fish Den in one of Great Ken's bodies of water and decided to apportion some resources to developing the Clown Bone Fish. In the future, if there were aquatic fights, the Clown Bone Fish would definitely be a valuable asset. Their sharp teeth could easily tear through flesh. Next, Zhao Fu turned his attention to the fish jewels. There were 1.24 million bronze rank fish jewels, 300,000 secret silver rank fish jewels, 60,000 fine gold rank fish jewels, 6,723 dark gold rank fish jewels, and 43 epic rank fish jewels. The fish jewels at or below fine gold rank were obtained by people in Great Ken, while 90% of those that were dark gold rank and above were obtained by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had others open the other fish jewels, while he obtained the epic rank fish jewels. These would all unlock epic rank items. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile when he looked at those 43 epic rank fish jewels. He opened them all, and rays of violet light shot out before quickly disappearing. This time, he obtained 8 epic rank pieces of equipment, 13 epic rank materials, 7 skill books, and 15 other items. Zhao Fu directly handed out the epic rank equipment as rewards, while he put the materials away for Road to Forge with when he reached that level. None of the skills suited Zhao Fu either, so he gave them out as well. Of the 15 items, there were some that were particularly special. The first was a Stage 5 medicinal pill recipe. What made Xiaofu feel quite excited was that this medicinal recipe was for a pill called the Flying Spirit Pill, which required stage 5 medicinal grass Flying Spirit Grass. Even though Xiaofu didn't even have stage 3 medicinal pills yet and the leap to stage 5 medicinal pills was quite big, with this medicinal recipe, they would be able to save a lot of time. The second item was a type of incubating water called the Water of Life, which Xiaofu immediately poured onto the dragon egg, greatly shortening its incubation period. Now, it would probably take around 2 months to hatch, saving him 1 month. The third item was a bottle of poison called Poison Dragon Liquid. It was incredibly toxic, and even a powerful dragon would fall before it. With the amount it contained, it could be used 3 times. The fourth item was a lump of black iron as big as a watermelon called Boundary Iron. It was a very special material not suited to be used for equipment. Rather, it was suited to being forged into something that would be used with the Heavenly Domain Stone. As such, Xiaofu was pleasantly surprised to obtain something like this. The fifth item was a crystal pendant called Stealther. It didn't have any stats. Instead, it had a single skill that provided one with invisibility. This was quite a special skill, and it would be incredibly useful at key moments. There was nothing too special about the items, though Xiaofu obtained another flight stone that was much better than the previous one. 332 Great Ken Assassin. Out of the almost 7,000 dark gold rank fish jewels, they obtained 2,000 or so dark gold rank equipment, 2,000 or so materials, a few hundred skill books, and 2,000 other items. The fine gold rank, secret silver rank, and bronze rank fish jewels were all opened, creating an ocean of equipment and other items. If they forged all of the dark gold rank materials, that would be 5,000 pieces of dark gold rank equipment in total for Great Kin. Every captain would be able to have a piece of dark gold rank equipment, and most generals would have epic rank equipment. All of the 60,000 soldiers had at least 2 pieces of fine gold rank or above equipment now, and just from this, Great Kin's military strength had once again been boosted. It was now no longer something that could be resisted by ordinary people. As for the secret silver rank and bronze rank equipment and items, Xiaofu planned on using them to exchange for people. This would allow him to greatly save on the costs of buying people. Even though he hadn't been able to obtain one of the 10 epic rank city creation stones, there was definitely no other faction that could compare to his gains, so Xiaofu didn't feel too disappointed. After taking care of these things, Xiaofu returned to the real world and went to the Heaven Awaken World Forum. He had been busy fishing during the Divine Fish Festival and didn't check the forum. He felt that big things had definitely happened, so he came to take a look. He first took a look at who the owners of the 10 epic rank city creation stones were, and he was quite surprised to find that not a single legatee had obtained one. They were all obtained by ordinary people who had been blessed by the heavens and destined to be extraordinary in the future. However, they had to hide the information about themselves as much as possible, or even one of the weaker large families would be able to destroy them easily in the real world. As such, none of them dared to reveal anything and chose to develop in secrecy. The other big news was that the descendant of the Xoani Uan family had battled the descendant of Cheyu. Their battle had caused the heavens and the earth to go dim, and it had split mountains and rivers. The Regulus sword and Cheyu saber had created abnormal signs and given off immense might. It was possible that their grades had greatly surpassed legendary rank and were close to divine armaments. In actuality, Xiaofu knew of the grades above legendary from the information he had obtained from God Kerr. In fact, even divine armaments weren't the most powerful things. In the end, the battle had ended in a tie, and both sides seemed to have been heavily injured. Also, there had been many abnormal signs in different places during the Divine Fish Festival. These were all caused by the ordinary people blessed by the heavens, and Xiaofu had a look through the information. If these people appeared before Xiaofu, he definitely wouldn't spare them. This was because killing them would result in him obtaining a lot of fate. Even though they didn't possess as much fate as a legatee, it was still incredibly pure and concentrated. Xiaofu also read that there were 3 places where rainbow divine fish had appeared. The first was in the ocean, and it looked like a whale. The second was in Seeping River, and it looked like a carp, the one Xiaofu had caught, and the third was in a large lake, and it looked like a catfish. The first had been found by a person by coincidence. That rainbow divine fish had been very gentle and didn't attack anyone. It would only swim away when it detected that there were people wanting to harm it. The second had been caught by an extremely mysterious person, who had obtained a fish jewel. Countless people guessed as to who that person was, and most guessed that it was the owner of Heavenly Sword City. The third seemed to have been angered by something. It created massive waves that drowned tens of thousands of people and was killed by 2 city lords in the end. However, it didn't drop a fish jewel. There were some other less important matters, and Xiaofu read through them as well. Just as Xiaofu was about to re-enter the Heaven Awakened world, Wu Qingnian called him and said that she wanted him to establish friendly relations with the Soldier Alliance. The Soldier Alliance was the top faction in Soldier Forest, and it was said that Wu Qingniang's relationship with the Alliance Master was quite good. Before, Wu Qingniang had asked Zhao Fu to meet him, but he had refused. After a lot of development, Heaven's Choice had become a large faction within Demon Tree City, and it had 20,000 or so people. Zhao Fu could understand Wu Qingniang's intentions. She wanted them to ally together into an incredibly powerful faction to become the overlords of the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu replied that he understood and chatted for a bit before hanging up and returning to the Heaven Awakened world. By now, it was daytime in the Heaven Awakened world, and Great Ken had resumed its normal operations. The Merchant Alliance and various productions started to become busy again, and the soldiers started to go out conquering again. Zhao Fu wanted to quickly level up the Great Ken town because they were less than 100,000 experience point away, and it wouldn't take long. At that moment, a hooded Great Ken assassin walked in to report a matter that caused a light smile to appear on Zhao Fu's face. Within Orc City, Gunador frowned as he looked at the 10 or so orcs lying within the tent. Their bodies were incredibly hot, and their faces were pale with cold sweat all over their bodies. They seemed to be incredibly sick and weak. The orc shamans continuously fed these orcs medicines and cast their healing skills, causing a green light to fall on their bodies. However, these things didn't seem to help, and the orcs continued to look just as weak and pained. Gunador couldn't help but ask, just what sort of sickness is this? Why are these medicines and your healing skills wholly ineffective? The shamans were also sweating nervously and didn't know how to reply. Respected Vice Lord, we also don't know what sickness they have. If it's a normal sickness, our healing should have been effective, but none of our medicines or skills have been useful at all. These 10 or so orcs were elites of Orc City. All of them were S grade, and they were greatly nurtured. Their cultivations were nearly stage 2, and the reason their cultivation had been so fast was because of how many medicinal pills they had consumed. It was because of hidden evil that they were like this. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have put a slow-acting poison in the medicinal pills, and after such a long time, hidden evil had been gradually accumulating within their bodies. Even normal antidotes wouldn't work, much less these healing skills. Unless it was a very advanced antidote pill, nothing would be able to heal them. However, none of them knew that this wasn't a disease but poison. Moreover, even if they did know, they didn't have advanced antidote pills. Hidden evil grass was a stage 2 poisonous grass, and if it was consumed for a long time, even stage 5 antidote pills wouldn't be able to fully cure it. Even if the Orc City had stage 5 antidote pills, they would only have a few at most. Gunador looked incredibly perturbed as he ordered, keep trying whatever you can think of, we have to cure them no matter what. They're our best soldiers, and we can't let anything happen to them. The shamans quickly nodded worriedly. 333 War Machine Gunador didn't know what to do because he didn't know the truth. As such, he could only see how things went. It wasn't a big deal for 10 or so orcs to get sick, rather, it was because they were elites that the city had been greatly nurturing. However, a few hours later, a few more orcs fell sick with the same symptoms. By now, Gunador felt that something was off. Soon, there were around 50 orcs who had fallen sick, and Gunador could tell how serious this matter was. He immediately gathered all of the leaders within Orc City and reported this matter to the city lord, Kaki. Within the city hall, a valiant-looking orc, who gave off a powerful aura and had braided hair, sat above. This was Kaki. Kaki looked incredibly serious as he asked, what's going on? Do we have any results yet? Gunador shook his head as he replied, City Lord, we haven't been able to determine anything conclusively. All of those who fell sick did so incredibly abruptly. Kaki said in a low voice, hurry and investigate it clearly, we can't allow this matter to get out of control. The orcs all responded before leaving and investigating the source of this sickness. They first gathered all of the sick orcs and quarantined them because it was possible that they were infectious. However, such sicknesses didn't break out for no reason, there had to be some sort of source. If it was a natural reason, it would be easy to figure out, and if it was caused by someone, there would definitely be evidence here and there. Right now, only the higher-ups of Orc City knew about this, and they tried all sorts of ways to get rid of this sickness. The normal orcs had no idea about this, and if this news was spread, it would definitely cause a lot of panic. The assassins who had infiltrated Orc City heard about this. After setting up this situation for so long, it was time to draw the net in. After such a long time, Zhao Fu's assassins had fully investigated Orc City. They had 270,000 orcs in total and had 50,000 soldiers. 80% of them were stage 1, and they also had 20,000 or so goblins and kobolds. These goblins and kobolds were all slaves, and they weren't treated very well. They would often be beaten or even killed on the spot. Zhao Fu felt that these 20,000 or so goblins and kobolds could be quite useful, and they could make a decisive difference in key moments. However, right now, the priority was to raise the Great Ken town to a basic city, so they could only wait a few days before making a move against Orc City. This was because after raising the Great Ken town to a basic city, Zhaofu could condense his own city lord seal. With that seal, he would be able to control everything within the city. If anyone tried to attack the city, even if they broke into the city and reached the city heart would release a powerful energy shield and protect itself if the city lord seal hadn't been taken. Once Zhaofu condensed a city lord seal, he could turn the city into a war machine. With the city lord seal, he could use the city's energy itself. City lord seals were the core of a city, and if they were damaged or their energy depleted, the city would be negatively affected. In the worst-case scenarios, the city could be destroyed simply because of its city lord seal. Zhaofu wanted to first condense a city lord seal so that he wouldn't have to use his nation armament and consume a lot of fate when fighting. Another reason was that hidden evil had only just started taking effect, and only a few dozen orcs had been rendered unable to fight. This was far from enough from what Zhaofu wanted. Zhaofu wanted to easily take down Orc City. If he directly attacked now, Great Ken would suffer great losses. If they waited a few days for hidden evil to affect even more orcs, it would make it easier for them to deal with Orc City. There were also 220,000 ordinary orc residents, but they wouldn't be easy to deal with. Even though they couldn't compare to the orc soldiers, even normal orcs had decent fighting power, so they had to find a way to deal with those 220,000 other orcs. Zhaofu remembered that he would be going to Orc City the next day to exchange more people, so he could take a look to see how his plan was progressing. Send out my orders. Tell the conquering teams to conquer villages as fast as possible, even if that means disregarding captives, until the Great Ken town breaks through to become a basic city. Zhaofu's orders were soon transmitted to the various generals, and they began to quickly attack and conquer other villages. The next day, Zhaofu brought equipment and medicinal pills to Orc City. Gunador's expression didn't change when he saw Zhaofu, and he smiled as he said, "Esteemed guest, welcome to our city again." Zhaofu also smiled as he replied, "Respected Vice Lord, you're too courteous. We've known each other for so long now, so there's no need for such formalities." Gunador smiled and quickly changed the topic, and after doing some casual chatting, it was as if they seemed to be a pair of close friends. However, both of them clearly knew that they were only putting on appearances and using each other. If they had the opportunity, they would immediately destroy the other party. Zhaofu had long since seen through this facade, but he had to also put on a mask. After all, this was how the world worked. Those who were too simple and direct had no way of surviving. Afterward, Gunador took Zhaofu to where the people were held. Zhaofu looked around and saw roughly 2,000 people, surprising him. It was the first time that the orcs had brought so many people to trade. "Respected Vice Lord, how come there are so many of them this time?" Zhaofu laughed as he asked testingly. Gunador could tell what Zhaofu was thinking and replied, "Our warriors continuously broke through a few villages, which is why we have so many of them." In actuality, Orc City had many more humans than this, but they either killed all of the high-grade ones or kept them for themselves. The only reason there were more humans that were of better grade was because Gunador wanted to ask something of Zhaofu. Of course, Zhaofu didn't believe Gunador's words, but because he wasn't stupid enough to expose Gunador, he nodded in satisfaction and prepared to take out goods to trade. At that moment, Gunador suddenly said, "Esteemed guest, this time, we don't want any equipment or medicinal pills, we just want some high-efficacy healing spirit medicines." Zhaofu had been keeping tabs on Orc City this entire time, and he knew that around 1,000 orcs had fallen ill since yesterday. By now, the situation could no longer be hidden, and a sense of crisis descended on the entire city. All of the higher-ups of the city were going mad with worry. They were unable to find the source, nor were they able to defend themselves or heal those who were sick. Even Kaki felt quite worried, and he ordered his subordinates to prioritize resolving the crisis. Orc City had some basic medicinal grasses, but it didn't have high-quality ones. Originally, Gunador had asked Zhuming to buy some good medicines in the system main cities. Gunador liked to deal with Zhuming more because he was easier to control. However, facing the unpredictable and unfathomable Zhaofu, Gunador had to tread incredibly carefully. The medicine that Zhuming had brought was completely useless, so Gunador could only hope that with Zhaofu's abilities, he would have some effective medicines. 334 Orc City. Zhaofu had long since heard of Zhuming mass buying medicine in the system main cities, so he knew what Gunador was thinking. However, he still pretended to be confused as he asked, "Respected Vice Lord, what do you need healing medicines for?" "I have a few bottles of high-quality healing medicinal pills." After saying this, Zhaofu took out a few bottles of medicinal pills and handed them to Gunador. Gunador was quite hesitant. After all, there were now 1,000 sick orcs, and a few bottles wouldn't be of much help. He certainly couldn't tell Zhaofu that so many of them had fallen sick. "There's a village near our city that has broken out with some sort of sickness. Everyone who has been affected has felt his temperature greatly increase, and those who are sick are covered in cold sweat. Normal medicines have been ineffective, so we wanted to find some high-quality medicines to deal with the situation. Gunador did his best to lie, but it was impossible to tell if Zhao Fu would believe him. Nevertheless, he couldn't reveal the true situation to an outsider. After hearing this, Zhao Fu acted shocked as he replied, "For so many people to get sick together, is it some sort of plague?" Gunador felt quite shocked. He had suspected it to be some sort of plague, but he had no way of dealing with it. It might be. "I wonder if esteemed guest has any medicines to deal with plagues?" Gunador slowly asked as he smiled. Gunador couldn't let Zhao Fu know of Orc City's current situation at any cost, or they would be at a massive disadvantage. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "Of course, I have medicine for treating plagues, but the price is a bit more expensive." Gunador could tell what Zhao Fu was hinting at and inwardly let out a sigh of relief. If Zhao Fu was willing to gift it to them for free, he would suspect something. "As long as your medicine is effective, it doesn't matter if it's a bit expensive," Gunador said cheerfully. "But of course. Respected Vice Lord, I'm sure that the Great Orc City has conquered many villages. I wonder how many city creation stones you have?" When he heard this, Gunador inwardly harumphed and thought, "This sly human. He even wants city creation stones. Even if they had to destroy them, he wasn't willing to give these things to him to strengthen his forces." However, right now, he had no choice. Perhaps Zhao Fu's medicine really could heal the orcs, so Gunador decided that losing some city creation stones wouldn't be too great of a cost. As such, he ended up agreeing. In the end, Gunador ended up giving Zhao Fu 2,000 slaves and 10 city creation stones in exchange for all of the medicine he had. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't have all of the medicine on him, and even if he did, he wouldn't hand all of it over. Otherwise, it would be far too suspicious to take out so much medicine. The two of them agreed to carry out the exchange the next day so that Zhao Fu could have the state to make preparations. After returning to the Great Ken town, Zhao Fu felt that his thoughts had become quite clear. He ordered his people to mass refine hidden evil and turn them into medicinal pills that contain mostly hidden evil. Zhao Fu would give Gunador 2 types of medicines. One would have an antidote that would only slow down hidden evil, making it seem like those who consumed it were recovering. The other type would be made up of 90% hidden evil, 10% antidote, and some other things. This medicine was for the other 220,000 orcs. Those who consumed this medicinal pill would immediately accumulate a massive amount of hidden evil in their bodies, but the 10% antidote would temporarily slow down the effects. The next day, Zhao Fu brought the 2 types of medicines to Orc City, and they quickly carried out the transaction. Zhao Fu then said in a warning tone, "Respected Vice Lord, plagues are incredibly hard to deal with, and if you don't take defensive measures, it's possible that others will also be infected. I have some precautionary medicine. Would you like to give it a try?" Of course, Gunador smiled and refused. First, he wasn't sure if Zhao Fu's medicine could really heal the sickness, and they had already lost a lot from this transaction. If they wanted to buy precautionary medicine, with how many orcs there were, it would cost them heavily. Even though Gunador had a big smile on his face, he started to inwardly despise Zhao Fu. He felt that Zhao Fu was an incredibly greedy opportunist, and if Zhao Fu had no more value to him, he would immediately kill Zhao Fu. When he saw that Gunador wasn't currently interested, Zhao Fu didn't try to push him, but he expressed that he would be back tomorrow. After Zhao Fu left, Gunador fed the medicine to a few sick orcs to see how the effects were. Gunador and a few shamans anxiously waited beside them. If even Zhao Fu's medicine was ineffective, then they would have no way of dealing with the sickness. After a while, the sick orcs' body temperatures dropped and stabilized. Their sweat was no longer cold, nor were their expressions as pained. The shamans quickly checked on them before joyfully crying out, "Vice Lord, they've been cured. That medicine is extremely powerful. After only this short while, they're already halfway to a full recovery." Gunador smiled and nodded. The situation had finally been resolved. He immediately gave the order for the rest of the medicine to be fed to the other orcs, but he soon received news that more orcs had become sick. This made Gunador, who had just relaxed, to once again feel worried. Could it really be a plague? Even though they now had medicine that could cure the plague, they couldn't just keep waiting for it to strike. Suddenly, Gunador thought about Zhao Fu's precautionary medicine. After thinking for a while, he sighed and planned on buying some, despite knowing that he would suffer a great loss. The next day, Zhao Fu once again came to Orc City. Gunador had been waiting for quite a long time, but this time, he didn't directly exchange with Zhao Fu. Instead, he took him to a large hall. All of the Orc City's higher-ups were present, and the person sitting at the center seat was the city lord, Kaki. Following behind Gunador, Zhao Fu completely suppressed his aura. After walking into the hall, he cupped his hands and smiled as he said, "I pay my respects to the respected city lord." Kaki coldly looked at Zhao Fu, ignoring Zhao Fu's smile and respect, because he could detect a trace of danger from Zhao Fu. This made him feel antagonistic towards Xiaofu. He was the city lord of Orc City, so there was no need for him to hide anything or use a facade. He didn't give Xiaofu any face at all as he said, "What do you want this time?" "My city needs a large amount of precautionary medicine." Xiaofu felt quite angry towards Kaki's attitude, but in consideration of the grand scheme of things, he held down his anger. However, his tone became much colder as he said, "I want city creation stones, people, and any other valuables. I can give you 200,000 silver coins, 10 city creation stones, and 3,000 slaves for your precautionary medicine. Is that satisfactory?" Kaki looked at Xiaofu with an expression that said that he was looking down on Xiaofu. 335 great kin seal. This price was slightly low, but Xiaofu hated being spoken down to. However, Xiaofu was conscious of the stakes at hand. If he cared too much about his status as Great Kin's legatee, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. Xiaofu didn't say anything, but he seemed quite hesitant. "Human, don't be too greedy, or I'll slay you here." By the side, Bodili gave off a powerful aura. He was a fairly simple orc and didn't know that Xiaofu was suppressing his aura. As such, when he saw that Xiaofu wasn't as strong as him, he immediately tried to threaten him. The atmosphere became quite tense, and the other orcs looked at Xiaofu with menacing glares, seeming like they were preparing to attack as their powerful auras covered him. Xiaofu was useless to them, killing him wouldn't be too big of a deal. However, right now and in the future, Xiaofu was still useful to Orc City. Most of the equipment and medicinal pills that they used had come from Xiaofu, so how could they just kill him now? "City Lord, I also feel that this price is a bit too low. I'm sure that esteemed guest will be happy to agree if the price is a bit higher. Wouldn't you agree, esteemed guest?" Gunador smiled as he stepped forward to calm down the situation. Seeing this, the other orcs all gave Gunador face and backed down. In actuality, Xiaofu was willing to give them these medicinal pills for free, but that would arouse too much suspicion. Now that Gunador was trying to act as a peacemaker, Xiaofu decided to agree to the better terms that he proposed. After this, both sides exchanged their goods. After obtaining the precautionary medicine, Gunador first warily gave some to the slaves, and when he saw that they seemed completely fine, he started to distribute them throughout the city. After taking this precautionary medicine, no one else fell ill, and the dark atmosphere hanging above Orc City seemed to dissipate. Gunador let out a breath of relief. It seemed that the crisis was finally over. Things were over for Orc City, but they were only just beginning for the Great Ken town. Now, Xiaofu started to prepare for war. The precautionary medicine would be consumed for 3 days, which meant that he had to prepare everything within 3 days. The most important thing, of course, was leveling up the Great Ken town. As such, Xiaofu could only wait while the soldiers outside conquered as fast as they could. Now that Xiaofu had changed the priority from gaining population to simply conquering as fast as possible, everything went much faster. Xiaofu continuously received announcements that said his subordinates had conquered villages, and the Great Ken town continuously gained experience point. After the first day passed, they had gained 30,000 or so experience point. After the second day passed, they had gained another 40,000 or so experience point. On the third day, Zhang strode over many corpses and arrived at the city heart in the village hall, and he chose to conquer and relocate the village. System announcement. Congratulations, the Great Ken town has leveled up and become a basic city. As soon as this system announcement sounded out, the entire Great Ken town shined with a faint black light, and a powerful aura burst forth. Following this, a black gold light shot into the sky. In that moment, all of China's legatees suddenly detected something and looked towards Great Ken. Xiaofu came outside and saw a black pillar of light shoot into the clouds. The blue sky was instantly dyed black, making it completely dark, seeming quite terrifying. The wind started to blow, and clouds started to gather as traces of dragon-like black aura rose from the ground within Great Ken's territory and gathered towards the Great Ken town. This scene was quite impressive and awe-inspiring, and all of the people and animals within Great Ken's territory all stopped what they were doing as they looked at the black aura moving from their bodies and the ground. Above the Great Ken town, more and more black aura gathered, and it started to give off an incredibly ancient and terrifying feeling. At that moment, Great Ken's subjects all kneeled down in unison. Suddenly, the black aura gathered above Great Ken started to change. It started to flood towards the center of the Great Ken town, and an incredibly terrifying suppressive aura descended from the air. Roar. A gigantic dragon's roar sounded out as the black aura formed a black dragon that was over 1,000 meters long, and it gave off an incredibly domineering aura. All of the legatees felt this roar, and they understood that Great Ken was about to level up into a city. Countless legatees could only sigh. Great Ken was simply unstoppable at this point. However, now that the Divine Fish Festival had just passed, many of the legatees were quite happy to see Great Ken show off its power like this. Many of those ordinary people had shined far too brilliantly during the Divine Fish Festival, suppressing even the legatees. Establishing a city was like sending out a message to the ordinary people that this world was still ruled by the large families in the end. Even if they now had some power, they still had to lower their heads to the large families. At that moment, the ordinary people who had been blessed by the heavens, Gu Qinyang, Zhang Quansheng, Yi Yi, Liu Yubai, and others, all felt an intense feeling of suppression. Countless people looked at Great Ken's direction with serious gazes, feeling a formless pressure. For these ordinary people, their paths forward would be incredibly difficult because their greatest enemies weren't the system main cities but the large families. The system main cities were destined to be surpassed by and conquered by players, and in the end, the world still belonged to the large families. These large families definitely wouldn't show any mercy, and they would do their best to kill the rising stars. The coldness and bloodthirstiness of the large families weren't things that ordinary people could imagine. What's more, they had historical figures, fortunes gathered over several millennia, and many talented people. This wasn't something that ordinary factions could compete with. In front of these large families, these new factions had no chance against them. If they had the opportunity, the large families would definitely act against these new factions. In the future, the large families and new factions would definitely become great enemies. Even though Zhao Fu wasn't relying on anyone and hadn't received any help from the Ying family, he still counted as someone from a large family. After all, he possessed Great Ken's bloodline, which counted as a large family's legacy. This was something that he couldn't change. Because Great Ken counted as a large family's faction, the other legatees wanted Great Ken to put those new factions into their places and suppress their brilliance from the Divine Fish Festival. The heavens had already blessed them with one opportunity. The heavens definitely wouldn't give them any more. In the end, the will of the heavens would stand on the side of the large families because the fate that they possessed wasn't something the new factions could compare to. At the Westfall restaurant, Ru, who wore purple clothing and a veil, gave off a beautiful and mysterious aura. She suddenly felt her fate change. She smiled as she lowered her head and thought to herself before muttering, "Looks like I should tell His Majesty everything, but I hope he won't be too angry." 336 Historical figure back at Great Ken, the 1,000-meter-long black dragon circled around in the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. At that moment, the entire Great Ken town shined with a bright black light, and the black pillar of light that stretched to the sky dimmed before disappearing. A resplendent black dot of light appeared above the center of the Great Ken city as the city heart continuously trembled. A formless energy rippled out from the city heart and entered the black dot of light, causing it to shine even brighter. Boom! The black dragon in the sky rushed into the black dot, causing a blinding explosion of light and a massive explosion to sound out. After a while, the black light gradually disappeared as a square-shaped, black and gold seal appeared in the air. It was a golden seal with a black dragon on it. This was Great Ken's City Lord Seal, and after the City Lord Seal formed, the abnormal signs all disappeared. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand, and the City Lord Seal turned into a black ray of light and flew into his hand. Great Ken City Seal, the Great Ken City's City Lord Seal. It is the core of a city and controls the greatest authority in the city. System announcement. The Great Ken City has successfully condensed a City Lord Seal. System announcement. City functions have been activated. System announcement. You have received the title City Lord. System announcement. Congratulations, your Heaven Prayer platform has leveled up. System announcement. The final 3 historical figures within Great Ken's legacy have awakened. Zhao Fu put the Great Ken seal into his body. City Lord seals were quite special, and they could be fused with one's body. As such, City Lord seals were quite difficult to obtain, and they could only be obtained by killing City Lords. Other methods, such as stealing it, weren't possible. After all, for most people, even seeing a City Lord seal was quite rare. Afterward, Zhao Fu started to go through the system announcements. There was no need to look at the first one, but the second one about city functions intrigued him. These city functions were similar to the city functions of the system main cities. Upon raising a town to a basic city, it would gain many of the functions of system main cities. As for the City Lord title, it made indigenous residents respect him more, and it could increase popular support and soldier morale. Next was the Heaven Prayer Platform's stats. Heaven Prayer Platform, a special structure of an Empire Legacy village. It can level up with a village. Special stats, resistance to natural disasters plus 75%, chance of spawning S-grade or above villagers plus 40%. The final system announcement was about 3 historical figures awakening. However, since they were the final ones, did that mean there wouldn't be any more in the future? Zhao Fu felt that this was indeed the case from the wording, and he felt quite disappointed. After all, there were still many famed generals and ministers of Great Ken who hadn't appeared yet. However, these were the rules, and Xiaofu couldn't do anything about them. Now, Xiaofu felt quite curious about the three final historical figures. Xiaofu went to the origin and raised his hand, and three golden rays of light shot up as three figures appeared on the origin. The first was a big man with a large beard who was well built and gave off a valiant aura. Name, Simakuo grade, SS title, none. Profession, general, profession effects, can hold two different military professions. Achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 25, 100, loyalty, 100 stats, strength, 9, intelligence, 8, constitution, 9, agility, 7 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. Simakuo was one of Great Qin's famed generals, and he was a prominent figure in the mid to late periods of the Qin dynasty. He had performed great contributions to Great Qin, particularly in destroying the state of Shu and attacking the state of Wei and Chu. Simakuo had been extremely loyal and patriotic, but there weren't many records on what happened to him afterward, making him quite mysterious. The second person was a young man who was dressed in robes and gave off a scholarly air. His eyes were so piercing that others didn't dare to look into them directly. Name, Shengyang grade, SSS title, none. Profession, none. Achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 24, 100, loyalty, 100 stats, strength, 9, intelligence, 12, constitution, 8, agility, 7 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, robes, cloth shoes. This person is Shengyang? Xiaofu felt quite surprised. Shengyang was quite a famous figure, and Great Qin primarily relied on him for legal reforms. It was because of these legal reforms that Great Qin had become rich and powerful, giving it the foundation to unite the other 6 states. Shengyang's contributions weren't small at all either. It was a pity that Shengyang's end wasn't too good. Because he had offended King Huaiwen of Qin, after Duke Zhao of Qin passed away and King Huaiwen of Qin succeeded the throne, he was accused falsely of treason and threatened with execution. In the end, Shengyang was forced to raise his own troops, but it was a pity that his side lost. His body was taken back to Xianyang, the capital back then, and his body was torn apart by carts in public. The third person was a well-built but slightly short person who gave off a steady aura like that of a great commander. Name, Zhang Han grade, SS title, none. Profession, general, profession effects, can hold two different military professions. Achievement points, commoner, 0 out of 200, race, human age, 24, 100, loyalty, 100 stats, strength, 10, intelligence, 9, constitution, 8, agility, 7 cultivation, stage 0 cultivation technique, non-skills, none equipment, coarse cloth clothes, cloth shoes, coarse cloth pants. Zhang Han was another one of Great Qin's famed generals, and he lived during the reign of the second Qin emperor, Huai. He pacified the rebellions started by Chen Sheng and Wu Wang and sought retribution against rebellious feudal princes. He also dealt heavy blows to the states of Wei, Qi, Chu, and Zhao, resulting in the deaths of the king of Wei, Wei Jiayu, the king of Qi, Tian Dan, the king of Zhao, Wu Chen, and the state of Chu's general, Xiang Liang. King Huai of Chu relocated the capital, and Liu Bang and Xiangji were forced to retreat. It was a pity that Great Qin had been completely ripped apart on the inside by Huai, the second emperor, and his lackey, the eunuch Zhao Jiao. In the end, Zhang Han's failure was destined. He first lost to Chu and then Han, after which he committed suicide. After the three of them appeared on the origin, their eyes gradually gained clarity. They knelt down to Xiaofu and respectfully called out, "Your Majesty." Xiaofu smiled and told them to rise. He had obtained 3 more powerful historical figures. It was just a pity that he wouldn't obtain any more in the future. Xiaofu called Li Si and introduced them to Great Qin's current situation. He then ordered all of the soldiers back and had them prepare to attack Orc City. Afterward, Xiaofu went to the city heart and looked at Great Qin's new stats. Village name, Great Qin City, legendary, level, basic, 200 out of 1,500,000, village area, 800 square kilometers, village territory, 25,180 square kilometers, residents, 242,950 out of 420,000, military, 41,640 out of 72,000, popular support, 85, village special stats, territory crop output plus 120%, territory crop growing time minus 120%, population limit plus 90%, residence stats can randomly plus 8, soldiers stats plus 9%, population attraction plus 110%, chance of attracting higher grade population plus 110%, subsidiary village limit, 1,200 subordinate villages, Logue Village, Jean Village, Drun Village, Lee Family Village, Wolf Village, Ferocious Tiger Village. 337 The winner is king. After looking through the Great Kin City's new stats, Zhao Fu waited for the soldiers to return. Not too long after, the generals and commanders brought their soldiers back and gathered in the now city hall. After everyone was back, Zhao Fu started to discuss with his subordinates the matter concerning Orc City, and they started to make detailed plans. They allowed the rest of the soldiers to take a good rest because the battle the next day would be the first large-scale battle that Great Kin would engage in. Early the next morning, the birds chirped loudly, and the sky was quite bright. There weren't many clouds in the sky, revealing most of the deep blue sky. Over these 3 days, Orc City had more or less returned to normal. After eating Zhao Fu's medicine, none of the orcs were falling sick anymore. Bodili and a few other orc generals split into 4 teams with roughly 5,000 orcs each, and they went out to conquer. Orc City also had teleportation channels and 14 subsidiary orc villages. Orcs only wanted orc villages, and they would destroy any other villages. In this world, it wasn't just the humans but even outlanders who felt antagonistic towards any other race. Zhao Fu had many different outlander races living under his command, and while he would always stand on the side of humans, he would treat his outlanders well as long as they were loyal to Great Kin. Great Kin's 60,000 soldiers split into 4 teams with Zhao Fu, Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian each taking command of one of the teams. Zhao Fu's team directly went to seek out Bodili's team through the intelligence that they had received. Bodili was riding a gigantic wolf and leading the orc soldiers onwards. If there were any orc villages, they would conquer it and make it a subsidiary village. Any other village would be massacred and destroyed. However, because they were still trading with Zhao Fu, they still kept some of the lower-grade humans. Zhao Fu sat on Little Black's back on top of a hill as he looked at Bodili in the distance, a cold glint in his eyes. He started to give out orders and prepared some black branches. These branches were the branches of hidden evil grass. These branches were near the roots of hidden evil grass, and they couldn't be refined into hidden evil. However, they could accelerate the effects of hidden evil. After being burned, the branches would give off a white smoke that would do nothing to normal people, but it would trigger the hidden evil that was dormant within the orcs' bodies. Even though this method was quite despicable and shameless, all was fair in war. After all, the winner was the king, and the loser was the bandit. Since this was the case, why would Zhao Fu stupidly engage in a direct fight in the name of fairness? This was simply impossible. As such, Zhao Fu ordered hundreds of his assassins to start operating. They quickly darted between the trees, and soon, they caught up to Bodili's team. Bodili led around 5,000 orcs, and because of how powerful Bodili was, Great Kin's assassins didn't dare to go up against him directly. As such, they placed bundles of the hidden evil branches a bit behind the team of 5,000 orcs. The bundles were as thick as an arm and 15 centimeters long. After being set alight, white smoke streamed out of them. There was some distance between the orcs and the bundles because Bodili was too powerful and the assassins would be discovered if they went too close. As such, they had to rely on the wind to blow the smoke over. The white smoke was blown along by the wind from behind, making Bodili feel quite wary. Just as he was about to say something, the orcs within the smoke fell down and looked incredibly pained as they struggled on the ground. Bodili was startled and immediately cried out, "Get away from the white smoke." However, at that moment, Great Kin's assassins rushed close and lit up bundles of hidden evil before throwing them into the team of orcs. After seeing what had happened to the orcs who had been affected by the white smoke, the remaining orcs completely panicked and started scattering. However, bundles of black branches were continuously thrown at them, and any orc who breathed in the white smoke fell to the ground. By now, Zhao Fu brought out his 10,000 or so soldiers and started to light up bundles of back branches and throw them at the orcs. "Respected orc friends, how have you been?" Zhao Fu rode on Little Black and slowly cantered forwards as he smiled. Right now, the entire orc team had been surrounded by Zhao Fu, and less than 100 could stand. This was exactly what Zhao Fu wanted, to take down the orcs easily. These orc soldiers had all consumed hidden evil for extended periods of time, and a lot of hidden evil had accumulated within their bodies. Today was the day Zhao Fu had been waiting for. Bodili looked at Zhao Fu and the soldiers surrounding him, and he realized that Zhao Fu was here to kill him. He roared, "Shameless human! I'll kill you." Bodili furiously exploded out with his strength, which was enough to rival a stage 4 expert. The gigantic wolf below him could feel its master's rage, and its eyes furiously glared at Zhao Fu before howling and rushing over. When he saw that Bodili didn't seem to be affected by the white smoke, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. It was likely that the higher-ups of Orc City didn't use the medicinal pills that he provided. Instead, they had their own high-grade ones. Facing Bodili's furious onslaught, Zhao Fu smiled and stood his ground. Thousands of archers behind him simultaneously drew their bows, and countless arrows shot out towards Bodili. Bodily waved his mace, and the air seemed to explode as a massive image of a mace appeared and knocked away some of the arrows. However, there were simply too many arrows, and they seemed to come from all directions. A few arrows made it through and pierced Bodily's body, but with how powerful his body was, it was as if he hadn't been hit. He continued to rush on towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu still didn't move, and he had a confident smile on his face as he watched Bodily rushing towards him. Xiaofu ordered, "Kill the big wolf below him." Swish, swish, swish. Arrows once again streaked through the air, and Bodily wildly brandished his mace, knocking away most of the arrows. However, he was unable to stop all of them, and no matter how he dodged, a few more arrows hit him, and his wolf was hit by 10 or so arrows as well. Both of them started to bleed profusely, but Bodily continued to wrathfully glare at Xiaofu. His wolf also savagely stared down Xiaofu, looking as if it wanted to eat him. By now, Bodily had almost reached Xiaofu. Countless shield bearers started to gather in front of him, but Xiaofu waved them away. Og! Bodily roared out and gripped his mace with both hands as he mustered his strength and vigorously attacked Xiaofu, giving off an incredibly mighty aura. Xing! A gigantic sword hum rang out as a black sword light filled with dense sword chi slashed out, sending Bodily flying. The wolf below him was instantly split in two, causing its blood to fly everywhere. Only after flying 10 or so meters and crashing through multiple trees did Bodily stop, a bloody gash on his body. His expression was quite shocked as he cried out, "Human, you're actually a city lord." 338 synonym for death. Just then, Xiaofu had used the city lord seal's power. A city lord seal's power was almost as powerful as a nation armament, and most importantly, it didn't consume any fate. However, Xiaofu couldn't use the city lord seal's power at his every whim or fancy because it could affect the city. However, using it in key moments wouldn't be too big of a problem. Xiaofu rode on Little Black as he walked towards Bodily and said, "Orc City is fated to lose. If you surrender to me, I promise to treat you well, and you may have great achievements in the future." Xiaofu felt that whether it was strength or potential, Bodily was quite good, so he wanted to try recruiting him. Humphrey. Bodily coldly harumphed and stood up as he replied, "Human, I'll never betray Lord Kaki." After saying this, Bodily wielded his mace and rushed towards Xiaofu again. Xiaofu frowned and casually swept out with another massive arc of black sword light. Bodily's expression became serious, and he used his mace to block. However, that black light easily sent him flying again. Even though Bodily's strength could rival a stage 4 expert, he simply couldn't stand up against Xiaofu, who now had a city lord seal. Right now, Xiaofu's strength was above even a stage 4 expert's. "I'll give you one more chance. Will you surrender to me or not?" Xiaofu's gaze became cold, and he spoke with a murderous tone. If Bodily refused to surrender, he would have to kill him. Bodily once again climbed up from the ground and said, "Human, don't be carried away by our wishful thinking. I, Bodily, will only submit to the great Lord Kaki. Even if you kill me, Lord Kaki will definitely take revenge for me." Seeing Bodily stand up again and rush at him, Xiaofu no longer held back. Bodily, covered with blood, howled as he rushed over. Xiaofu expressionlessly slashed out with his sword, causing an extremely sharp black sword light to flash, which seemed to cut through space itself. Kai. A head flew high into the air as a massive amount of blood spurted out from the neck, and Bodily's corpse powerlessly crashed to the ground. Xiaofu put Bodily's head and the rest of his corpse into his king's ring before turning to the other orcs. The less than 100 orcs who were still standing were massacred in an instant by Xiaofu's over 10,000 soldiers. Afterward, Xiaofu ordered his soldiers to tie up the orcs on the ground so that they could be dealt with after all of this was over. This happened with all of Greatkin's other teams. They used the hidden evil branches to stimulate the hidden evil within the orc soldiers' bodies. Compared to the normal orc residents, these soldiers had been consuming medicinal pills with hidden evil for a long time, and now that it had all been suddenly stimulated, they all collapsed to the ground. The other teams also killed the ones who were still able to fight and bound up the rest, and all of the teams started to head towards Orc City from different directions. They first set up an isolation barrier that cut off teleportation channels within 100 kilometers of Orc City. However, they didn't activate it yet because the orcs could become wary and Xiaofu's plan might be exposed. Of course, the orcs had no idea that the 20,000 orcs who had gone out had been easily dealt with by Xiaofu and that their number one soldier, Bodily, had died. Xiaofu went to a high area and looked at Orc City, a massive, crude-looking city, and he ordered people to start infiltrating it to carry out the next step in the plan. Right now, the biggest variable was those 200,000 orc residents. Even though Xiaofu knew that they had been taking in hidden evil for the past 3 days, he wasn't sure what the effects would be like. As for the orc soldiers, he wasn't too worried about them. There were also the high-ranking generals of Orc City. They most likely hadn't consumed any hidden evil, but there weren't many of them. His own generals and commanders would be able to deal with them. The greatest threat was City Lord Kaki. Zhao Fu's impression of City Lord Kaki was incredibly low, and he didn't want to recruit him, even though that was completely impossible. The reason that Zhao Fu ordered his people to infiltrate Orc City was to see if they could work with the 20,000 slaves. It would be ideal for them to attack from inside while Great Kin attacked from outside, but even if they didn't help Great Kin, Zhao Fu couldn't allow them to help the orcs. If those slaves helped the orcs at a crucial moment, in order to protect his own soldiers, he would have to kill the slaves. Included among those who infiltrated were Old Log and Doke. After all, they were from the two main races that were enslaved by the orcs. Old Log, Doke, and the others disguised themselves as slaves who were returning from transporting rubbish out of the city, and they successfully entered the city. Afterward, they started to look for the leaders among the slaves. After all, since the slaves lived as a community, there would naturally be leaders. After entering the city, Doke used his sensitive nose to find where the kobold slaves were gathered, and Old Log and the others temporarily followed behind him. Seeing the scene before him, Doke felt a pain in his heart. The houses here were built from wood and torn cloth, and they were unable to stop the wind or rain. There were many kobolds gathered here, and they all looked quite skinny and injured. Their eyes were completely dim, looking like stagnant water. Even though Doke didn't know these kobolds, as part of the same race, he could feel their pain and suffering. His heart felt incredibly heavy, and after going up and asking, he was led to the leader of the kobolds. The leader was a middle-aged kobold with many wrinkles on his face, and he had a sorrowful look on his face. Doke first checked if there were any other people around before looking at the middle-aged kobold and asking sincerely, "Do you want to leave this place?" When he heard Doke's words, the middle-aged kobold numbly looked at this unfamiliar kobold, a trace of hope flickering in his eyes. After all, no one wanted to be physically and verbally abused as a slave. "Do you have some way?" the middle-aged kobold asked as he felt quite excited and looked at Doke. Doke nodded earnestly as he replied, "Our Majesty is about to attack, and everything has been prepared. Orc City will lose without a doubt, and we want to give you an opportunity to escape bondage." "What? You want to attack this city?" The middle-aged kobold looked quite shocked and couldn't believe his ears. From what he knew, Orc City was the most powerful faction within 10,000 kilometers, and this position had never been shaken before. Orc City was a synonym for death itself, so how could this middle-aged kobold believe that someone wanted to attack it? When he saw that the middle-aged kobold was starting to doubt him, Doke said, "Our Majesty is the legatee of an empire, and he has many cities like this one. Taking down Orc City will be incredibly easy." In order for the middle-aged kobold to be willing to fight, Doke had to exaggerate Great Kin's strength. Afterward, he took out his epic rank spear and showed it to the middle-aged kobold, saying, "In fact, we even have hundreds of pieces of epic rank equipment." The middle-aged kobold looked over and found that it was indeed a epic rank piece of equipment, making him feel incredibly shocked and delighted. He felt that Doke was only a minor figure, and if such a minor figure could have a epic rank piece of equipment, just how powerful would this faction be? 339 Siege. "All right. No matter what you want us to do, we'll do it," the middle-aged kobold said excitedly. This was their only opportunity to escape, and they definitely couldn't miss it. Doke smiled and replied, "It's nothing much. If you can just open a city gate while His Majesty is attacking, you'll have given us a lot of help. Of course, even if you don't do anything, you can choose to run away while His Majesty is attacking. You can choose which course of action you want to take. If you choose to help us, you'll immediately receive His Majesty's protection and be able to live a better life. His Majesty treats kobolds quite well. If you choose to run during the chaos, that's fine too, but you won't have anyone protecting you." The middle-aged kobold was quite surprised. He had expected that they would want them to make a disturbance on the inside while they attacked, but he had never expected that they would be given the option to not do anything and escape. This showed the strength of their side, and adding on Doke's epic rank spear, he truly understood how powerful this force was. It definitely wouldn't be easy to obtain the protection of such a powerful force, and seeing that Doke was doing quite well, the middle-aged kobold decided to help Great Kin. However, the middle-aged kobold was only one of the leaders in the community, and there were 10 or so other ones. The orcs definitely wouldn't allow a single leader to unite them all, as that would make it too easy to cause a revolt. As such, the middle-aged kobold immediately ordered his followers to secretly let the other leaders know about this. At that moment, Doke sternly reminded him, "This matter is incredibly important, and it can't be leaked no matter what. We need all of the leaders to agree, and if anyone tries to betray the others, make sure you immediately kill that person." The middle-aged kobold understood how important his was, and he sincerely nodded. He first met with some of the more trustworthy leaders and talked with them before gathering the others. Doke and Old Log also stayed for a while to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Luckily, all of the kobold leaders were excited to join Great Kin. Afterward, Doke left some weapons with them, after which he and Old Log went to the goblins and did the same thing. They found a goblin leader and convinced him before lying the other leaders as well. They ran into some minor problems on the goblin side. Two of the goblin leaders felt that the orcs were too powerful and that Great Kin wouldn't be able to defeat them, and they even showed signs of wanting to report this to the orcs. As such, all of the other goblin leaders immediately killed them. After completing this, Doke and Old Log went back to report to Zhao Fu. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fu grinned and gave the order to activate the isolation barriers, and a formless energy locked down the 100-kilometer radius area around Orc City. This greatly surprised the orcs who were about to use the teleportation channels. Before they could work out what was happening, Zhao Fu gave the order to attack, and they quickly conquered the subsidiary villages nearby. The subsidiary villages only had a few hundred orcs each, and a few waves of arrows killed them easily. Zhao Fu didn't know if they had taken in any hidden evil, but using the white smoke was too slow because they needed to deal with them quickly. Soon, Zhao Fu and his army had reached Orc City, as had Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wu Liao, and they surrounded it in 4 directions. Each of them had 12,000 people, and wanting to take down a city with over 200,000 residents seemed impossible. This was even more so because their forces were scattered. If they were grouped together, they would be more effective, but Zhao Fu had other plans. Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to take out the ballistae, which could shoot very high and far, and they had bundles of hidden evil bound to the ballistae bolts. When Orc City found that its subsidiary villages were being attacked, the orcs had immediately closed the city gates, and orc soldiers went to the city walls. When Gunador heard of this, he immediately hurried to the city walls, and when he saw that familiar figure, he felt incredibly furious. He no longer hid anything and instead roared, "You despicable human, you dare to bring soldiers to attack our city? After I kill you, I'll skin you and turn your skin into a carpet." When he saw Gunador's terrifying appearance now, which was devoid of its courtesy and peacefulness, he laughed. They had completely burned all bridges, and there was nothing to worry about now. Zhao Fu loudly laughed, "Old man, you're far too confident." Gunador coldly smiled as he replied, "Foolish human, you think you can take down our city with just this many people? Keep dreaming." "Really, now?" Zhao Fu smiled as his eyes glinted coldly as he ordered, "All soldiers, fire." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The ballistae shot out powerful ballistae bolts, and they tore through the air and approached Orc City like a dense black cloud. Gunador was greatly startled and immediately had his soldiers raise their shields to defend. However, they soon found that they weren't the targets of the bolts. Rather, these bolts flew high above them and into Orc City, and there was white smoke trailing behind them. The white smoke spread throughout Orc City, and before Gunador could respond, another wave of bolts shot out that were once again aimed at the rest of the city. These bolts only streamed white smoke and didn't burn, so it didn't seem like they were trying to set fire to the city. At first, Gunador only felt confused as to why Zhao Fu was having his soldiers shoot ballistae bolts with smoke. However, after seeing orc soldiers breathe in the white smoke and collapse with looks of pain on their faces, he realized that their symptoms were just like the plague. Immediately, Gunador realized something, and his face became incredibly savage as he murderously glared at Zhao Fu and roared, "Human, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and make you beg for death." Zhao Fu disdainfully laughed. Gunador was only making a few empty threats before he died. Zhao Fu then ordered his archers to tie hidden evil branches to their arrows and start firing as well. The white smoke started to become denser and denser, and Gunador raised his wooden staff, causing it to shine with a green light. Zhao Fu could tell that Gunador was trying to do something, so he drew the Great Spirit rock bow that he had long since prepared. He aimed at Gunador before releasing a violet streak of light. The arrow was incredibly fast, and it reached Gunador in the blink of an eye. Gunador could only dodge to the side, and even though he had successfully dodged the arrow, it had stopped his casting. The white smoke continued to billow, and almost all of the orc soldiers at the city walls had fallen, writhing on the ground in pain. 340 white hell. When he saw this scene, Gunador felt immense pain in his heart, and he blamed himself for trusting this human so easily. Just when had they all been poisoned? What was this thing? The only thing that he had been feeding the soldiers were medicinal pills. Gunador was furious to the extreme, and he roared, "Human, you're far too shameless. I'll definitely kill you." "Me, shameless?" Zhao Fu coldly laughed before asking, "Respected Vice Lord, have you ever truly viewed me as a friend? Have you ever thought about attacking me? We're all the same." Gunador's face became red and started to twist. He couldn't respond to Zhao Fu's words. He could only murderously stare at Zhao Fu, wanting to jump down and end him there and then. Boom! A mighty aura descended, causing the wind to howl as a powerful figure stood in the air. It was City Lord Kaki. Tears streamed from Gunador's eyes as he looked up and called out, "City Lord, I should be put to death. It was all my fault." Kaki's expression was cold, and he harumphed before saying, "We'll deal with that after we've sent them away." Gunador nodded and raised his staff, causing a green light to shine. The thousands of collapsed orcs all stood up, and they gave off a blood-red aura that felt incredibly powerful, making them seem not as feeble. At that moment, Gunador suddenly seemed much older. He had just used a portion of his life force and the soldier's life force through a secret technique to temporarily suppress the hidden evil poison. Kaki's cold gaze turned to Zhaofu, and Kaki said, "Human, since you dare to attack my city, you must die." For the orcs, only by killing the leader of the humans, Zhaofu, did they have a chance at victory. Zhaofu looked up seriously at Kaki and lightly said, "Nothing is true." Swish, swish, swish. Black-hooded figures suddenly appeared around Zhaofu, half kneeling as they respectfully called out, "Your Majesty." There were 12 people around Zhaofu, and they were the 12 people who had obtained the assassin legacy. After such a long period of time, all 12 of them had obtained the full legacies of their equipment sets, and they could control the second form of their weapons. All of their auras were powerful, strange, and mysterious. Kill Gunador. Zhaofu left Gunador to the 12 of them, whose cultivations were nearly at stage 2, while Gunador's cultivation was at stage 3. If they worked together, they would be able to deal with him. Right now, Zhaofu wasn't in a rush to attack the city. He would keep the city lord occupied while the other 3 teams would attack the city. The 12 figures around him disappeared and started to race towards Gunador. Kaki suddenly acted, taking out a large hatchet and turning into a gray ray of light as he sped towards Zhaofu. Zhaofu's feet lightly tapped off the ground, causing the ground to crack as his body turned into a ray of black light and met Kaki in the air. "You're actually a city lord." After exchanging a single blow, Kaki was surprised to find that the person in front of him, who he had thought was just an unimportant figure, was actually a city lord. After all, Zhaofu had just used the city lord seal's power. Zhaofu didn't reply as his sword brought with it a massive sword light and slashed towards Kaki. The two of them engaged in a massive battle in the air, resulting in terrifying energy ripples to spread out. Below, Great Kin's soldiers didn't advance, and they were only using arrows to attack the thousands of orc soldiers on the city walls. Right now, they were consuming their life force, and what they lacked most right now was time. They couldn't keep going on like this, but if they went down and faced the 10,000 or so soldiers, they would without a doubt die. Gunador ordered a few of the generals to form teams to lead residents to help defend the city. The generals immediately descended from the city walls, but they found that Orc City had already been completely covered by white smoke. Countless orc residents had become incredibly weak because of breathing in the white smoke that stimulated the hidden evil in their bodies. Even though it wasn't as serious as the soldiers, because they had consumed a lot over 3 days, they still looked incredibly weak. They were sweating cold sweat and couldn't fight at all. However, there were still some orcs who had strong constitutions and could still fight, and they were quickly gathered by the generals. There were 3,000 of them in total, and they quickly rushed to the city walls with weapons. This was all of the fighting force in Orc City, and they were moved to the eastern wall to deal with Zhaofu's attack. However, the other 3 sides were under a ferocious siege. Even though they had some of the residents' help, their fighting force was much too lacking. The 20,000 slaves watched as the white smoke covered Orc City and countless orcs fell to the ground with looks of pain, making it seem like a white hell. Upon seeing this, the slaves felt incredibly delighted and were certain that Orc City was going to lose. The force attacking it was simply too powerful, and it seemed that Orc City couldn't retaliate at all. In fact, they didn't even have to do anything in order to reap the benefits of success. This gave them a great opportunity, and the 20,000 slaves split into 3 teams to help Great Kin's soldiers. In fact, Beichi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao didn't even have to use their general armaments. Vice Lord. The southern side has been broken through. Vice Lord. The western side has been broken through. Vice Lord. The northern side has been broken through. Gunador continuously heard reports from his subordinates, causing his heart to sink lower and lower. By now, he knew that Orc City was completely doomed. Even the side of the city walls that he was personally defending wouldn't last for long. Great Kin was only using bows and ballistae so that they could stall for time. After all, they knew that the orcs couldn't survive a battle of attrition. City Lord, hurry and leave. Gunador knew that Orc City was done for, so he could only hope that Kaki would escape. Facing these tens of thousands of soldiers and Zhaofu, who was also a city lord, they had no hope for success. With Kaki's strength, he would be able to rise again, but right now, Kaki wanted to take Zhaofu down with him. Sky Demon Slash. Zhaofu vigorously slashed out, creating a terrifying arc of light that flew towards Kaki. Kaki whirled with his hatchet, which seemed powerful enough to split open mountains, and he let out a gray arc of light that collided with a black arc of light, resulting in an almighty explosion. At that moment, Kaki found that he was actually slightly weaker than Zhaofu, and when he heard Gunador's words and the many system announcements, he knew that Orc City was finished. Even though he felt quite reluctant, he knew what he had to do. Suddenly, Kaki unleashed a big attack, forcing Zhaofu back, after which he turned and raced towards the city hall. Gunador saw Kaki rationally choose to run and felt quite delighted. He madly laughed and looked at Zhaofu, who wanted to give chase, as he yelled, "Human, you can die with your soldiers." 341 Mysterious person. Hearing Gunador's words, Zhaofu felt quite startled. Gunador tightly gripped his wooden staff with both hands before raising it high. A green light shot into the air, turning into the massive image of a wolf that gave off a boundless aura. A woo-ulu. A woo-ulu. A woo-ulu. The 40,000 to 50,000 giant wolves within and around Orc City raised their heads and howled as if they were being called by the gigantic wolf. Their eyes shined with a blood-red light, and they gave off bloodthirsty expressions and gnashed their teeth. Zhaofu suddenly understood what Gunador meant, and he hadn't expected Orc City to have so many giant wolves. If so many giant wolves charged at him at once, his 12,000 soldiers would suffer heavy casualties. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Gunador and slashed at him with a large blood-red sword. Gunador was completely caught off guard and hadn't expected someone to suddenly appear next to him. He had no time to think or worry, and a green flame formed a protective barrier around him as he continued sending power into his staff. In the air, the gigantic image of the wolf prepared to howl. "Ha!" Chuoba King cried out as she gripped her large blood-red sword, and there was a trace of a blood-red aura rising up from her. She sent her power into her sword, causing blood-red arcs of lightning to appear around it before slashing out. Boom! A gigantic explosion rang out as the blood-red sword slashed against the green barrier, making it seem as if the air had exploded and creating a wild gale. Crack! Long cracks appeared on the green barrier before it shattered, and the large blood-red sword continued towards Gunador's waist. Gunador was given a big fright. He had never thought that a person who wasn't even stage 2 yet would be able to slash apart his protective barrier. Right now, all of his power was gathered into the image of the gigantic wolf, but if he didn't do anything, he would be split in two. At that moment, Gunador's expression became savage, and he decided to sacrifice his life. He wanted to draw the tens of thousands of giant wolves over. They all had Tier 0 level 6 to Tier 0 level 7 strength and would deal a heavy blow to Zhaofu's army. Moreover, he needed to stall for enough time for City Lord Kaki to run. That way, even if he died, he would have no regrets. As such, he continued to send as much of his power into his staff as he could. Og! A small and skinny figure suddenly appeared on Gunador's other side, slashing a dagger through the air that seemed to tear apart the air. It slashed off Gunador's hands, causing blood to flood out of the wound and for his hands and staff to fall to the ground. The gigantic wolf image in the sky instantly disappeared, and the giant wolves within and around Orc City settled down again. Little Shah had attacked incredibly suddenly, and he had shown no mercy at all, cruelly attacking as efficiently as possible. Not only did Little Shah have a Sin Devil bloodline, but he was also SSS grade and had an incredibly cold personality. He became much more powerful with each passing day, and even though he was the youngest of the 12, he was already the most powerful out of them. Kai! Chuoba King's large blood-red sword flashed through the air and split Gunador in half at the waist, and the others didn't even have an opportunity to attack. After losing Gunador, the thousands of orcs who had been sustained by his magic skill once again collapsed to the ground, their appearances quickly aging. Now, there were only 3,000 orc residents who were still capable of fighting. The 12 assassin legatees started a massacre on the city walls, and Zhaofu gave the official order for his team to start attacking the city. The soldiers roared and started to march in sync, rushing towards the city. Zhaofu's gaze turned to Kaki in the distance, and he knew that he was flying towards the city hall, wanting to relocate the city. As long as he could escape with the city heart, he would be able to rebuild everything, and Zhaofu's gains would be cut by more than half. Humphrey! Zhaofu coldly harumphed and threw the sky demon sword. A large amount of black sword light streamed out from it, and a gigantic demon image shot out from it, spreading its wings and grabbing the sky demon sword as it rocketed towards Kaki. Seeing the demon image shooting at him, Kaki hacked down with his hatchet, sending out 3 rays of light that were 10 or so meters long and contained immense force. Clang! A collision sound rang out as the gigantic demon image was shattered, and the sky demon sword was knocked flying back. In that time, Zhaofu caught up to Kaki and stretched out his hand. The sky demon sword turned into a ray of black light and returned to Zhaofu's hand. Kaki's expression was incredibly cold as he looked at Zhaofu. Since his escape had been cut short, he could only raise his hatchet and valiantly rush at Zhaofu. Godly demonic thrust. Zhaofu raised the sky demon sword, which started to give off a dark, demonic light as a gigantic sword image appeared and clashed against the hatchet. A massive explosion sounded out as the two powers clashed, turning into shockwaves that annihilated the houses below. By now, Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao had reached the city hall. They raised their general armaments, and 3 pillars of light shot into the sky as the wind blew the clouds around. 3 massive beasts appeared in the sky. After appearing, the 3 massive beasts charged towards the city hall, turning it into ruins. However, after this, a golden energy shield appeared. At the center of the ruins, a golden cube hovered in the air on a stage with a 50-meter wide golden energy shield around it. This was Orc City's city heart. Beiqi, Wang Jian, and Wei Liao grasped this opportunity, and they slashed at the energy shield with their swords while the 3 massive beasts slammed against it. Boom! A low rumble sounded out as the 3 massive beasts collided against the energy shield, but it didn't even ripple. After all, city-level energy shields weren't so easily destroyed. This gave Kaki a big fright. If the energy shield was destroyed, the city heart would be conquered, and his city lord seal would lose all of its power, turning into a piece of trash. Og! Kaki no longer hesitated, and he roared as an explosive power burst forth from him. Gray light shined from around him as a square stone seal with an orc carved on it appeared above Kaki's head. Zhao Fu's pupils constricted, and he raised the sky demon sword as a black light shot into the sky. A dragon's cry sounded out as a black light appeared, and a golden square seal with a black dragon appeared above Zhao Fu. Feeling this power, Kaki felt quite startled. As one of the city lords of the Forest of Horrors, even though he wasn't as powerful as a city lord of a system main city, he already knew that the most terrifying being in the Forest of Horrors wasn't the 6-eyed flood dragon but some mysterious person. Kaki had seen all of the abnormal signs caused by Great Kin, and only when Zhao Fu took out his city lord seal did Kaki realize who was in front of him. All of the dots now connected, and Kaki felt a wave of bitterness in his heart. 342 ancestors might even though his opponent was monstrously powerful, Kaki couldn't just give in and surrender. He once again explosively roared and completely released his seal's power as he slashed out with his hatchet. The entire sky seemed to tremble as a powerful aura of suppression descended, and the hatchet gave off massive light that seemed to be able to split open the heavens and earth as it descended towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu quickly dodged to the side, not choosing to meet the attack head-on. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, splitting open a 100-meter-long crack in the ground. After Zhao Fu dodged to the side, he wasn't in a hurry to attack. He could keep Kaki occupied while Beiqi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian could destroy the golden energy shield and conquer the city. It would still be his victory. Roar! A woo-oo! Scree-ee-ee! The 3 massive beasts roared and mustered their strength as they once again vigorously charged against the golden energy shield with immense force. Boom! Another massive sound resulted, but the golden energy shield was still fine, it was simply too sturdy. With the 3 beasts' strength, they would be able to demolish a small mountain, but they could do nothing to the energy shield. Beiqi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian once again gathered their strength and continued to control the 3 beasts to charge against the golden energy shield. As they continuously attacked, the golden energy shield started to tremble. Kaki immediately looked at Beiqi and the others and struck back Zhao Fu before taking this opportunity to fly towards the 3 of them and start launching attacks at them. Swish, swish, swish. The soldiers on the sides grabbed this opportunity, and countless arrows and bolts flew through the air, covering Kaki. There were tens of thousands of arrows and bolts, and the sound that they gave off was simply terrifying. Kaki didn't dare to be careless, and he continuously brandished his hatchet, creating many air blades and gusts of wind that slashed the incoming arrows and bolts away. At that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly appeared beside Kaki, and Zhao Fu's sword shined with sword light as it stabbed towards Kaki's throat. This sudden attack was incredibly ferocious, and Kaki threw his head back, narrowly avoiding this strike. However, Zhao Fu reacted instantly, slashing down and opening a small gash on Kaki's chest. Kaki was infuriated and smashed his hatchet at Zhao Fu, knocking him back again. Zhao Fu's main task was to keep Kaki occupied as opposed to taking him down. Defeating him in a direct fight would be quite difficult. Roar! A woo-oo! Scree-ee-ee! The 3 massive beasts continued to attack. The blood-red eagle swooped down, using its iron-like claws to rake at the golden energy shield, creating a piercing grating sound. The black tiger and green wolf charged forwards and slammed their bodies against the energy shield, causing low rumbles to sound out. The golden energy shield started to tremble, signaling that it wouldn't last for long. When he saw this, Kaki felt fear within his heart. He retreated before saying to Zhao Fu, "Human, I only want the city creation stone, you can have everything else in Orc City, and I'll order all of the orcs to submit to you." Zhao Fu was quite surprised that this powerful orc would back down. Zhao Fu wasn't interested in much in Orc City, but having 200,000 orcs submit to him would be quite good because he would be able to boost his population by 200,000. However, right now, All of the orc's lives were in Zhaofu's hands, so why would he agree to Kaki's words? Apologies, but I want everything, Zhaofu replied as he continued to attack, sending out multiple sword lights that were 10 or so meters long. Kaki became completely enraged and gripped his hatchet with both hands, swinging it upwards as a powerful hatchet light burst forth, shattering all of the sword lights that Zhaofu had slashed out. Zhaofu once again slashed out, continuously attacking Kaki without a single care in the world. His single goal was to have Kaki's attention on him. Under the attack of the three beasts, the golden energy shield continued to tremble more and more, and it couldn't last for much longer. Kaki started to feel more and more worried. Once the golden energy shield collapsed, he would without a doubt die. Og! Kaki roared as he raised his hatchet and an incredibly powerful aura burst forth from his body. A large amount of grey light gathered around the hatchet as a sharp aura started to spread out. Behind Kaki, the image of a 10-meter-tall orc appeared and roared, shaking the clouds above. Kaki had unleashed his ancestors' might, and he slashed down with his hatchet. Boom! An incredibly terrifying hatchet light was sent out, making it seem as if the heavens and the earth were being split apart, and even space seemed to be torn. Zhaofu was incredibly shocked, and he quickly dodged to the side while casting Godly Demon Shield. The Sky Demon Sword gave out a massive amount of black light as a 4-meter-wide, 10-meter-tall shield with a goat-headed demon appeared, and it gave off an incredibly firm aura as it blocked in front of Zhaofu. As the massive hatchet struck the shield, sparks flew before the shield collapsed. Zhaofu immediately used his sword to defend and cast his King's Domain, but he was still blasted back by the attack. Seeing this, Kaki didn't continue attacking Zhaofu. Instead, he turned into a grey light and rushed towards the golden energy shield. If he could enter the golden energy shield, he would be able to take the city creation stone and escape. Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian were quite surprised, and they stopped attacking the golden energy shield and controlled the three beasts to attack Kaki. By now, Kaki was completely infuriated. He had just gotten rid of Zhaofu, and now there were three massive beasts attacking him. He continuously slashed out with his hatchet, but they were completely fearless and continued to tie him down. Demon Son. Zhaofu finally steadied his body and wiped away a trace of blood, looking quite wretched. Boom! A black pillar shot into the sky and pierced through the clouds, and a massive wave of demonic chi spread out. The sun in the sky was slowly dyed black, giving off a terrifying demonic light that bore down on all the creatures below. Zhaofu was currently using both his City Lord Seal's power and his Nation Armament's power, and as he slashed out with his sword, a shocking sword chi containing an incredibly destructive aura flew out. Boom! The massive sword chi slashed Kaki away, and even the weakened golden energy shield was shattered by it. At that moment, Zhaofu didn't hesitate as he turned into a ray of black light and rushed towards the golden cube hovering in the air. Kaki, covered by blood, saw this and also turned into a ray of light as he raced towards the city heart. Bei Qi, Wei Liao, and Wang Jian controlled the three massive beasts to block in front of Kaki, but they were blasted away by his desperate attack. By now, Zhaofu had already reached the city heart, and he stretched out his hand towards the cube. Seeing this, Kaki felt as if his eyes were going to burst, and he howled as he madly rushed towards Zhaofu. 343 Special Den System Announcement. Would you like to conquer Kaki City? After Zhaofu placed his hand on the golden cube, a system announcement sounded out, and he didn't hesitate to choose to conquer it. System announcement. Congratulations, you have conquered Kaki City. System announcement. Congratulations, you have received 1000 achievement points. System announcement. Congratulations, you have received 10 war points. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhaofu's face. It was all over. Zhaofu's taut heart could now relax. I'll kill you. The City Lord Seal's power around Kaki slowly disappeared, and the stone seal above his head gradually lost its light before falling to the ground. Kaki's expression became incredibly savage as he rushed at Zhaofu. Zhaofu coldly glanced at Kaki and casually waved his hand, sending out a formless energy that sent Kaki flying. Now, Kaki only had his stage 4 cultivation, so how could he resist Zhaofu, who had his City Lord Seal? After being sent flying, Kaki crashed against a wall and coughed up a mouthful of blood. I'll give you a choice, submit or die. If you submit to me, you can continue being the City Lord of Orc City. Zhaofu held the Sky Demon Sword and walked over to Kaki as he looked at him. Since Kaki was a stage 4 expert, Zhaofu decided to at least try to recruit him. Ha 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 ha. Kaki wildly laughed. He, the City Lord of Orc City and the most powerful existence in the surrounding 10,000-kilometer radius area, had lost everything because of Zhaofu. He would rather die than to submit to Zhaofu, and he hatefully glared at Zhaofu as he swung his hatchet at Zhaofu in response. Zhaofu watched as Kaki swung his hatchet, and his sword, which was covered with black sword light, stabbed into Kaki's body. His energy exploded out from the sword, instantly turning Kaki's heart into mush. Kaki continued to vengefully stare at Zhao Fu even as he died, as if he wouldn't let Zhao Fu go even if he turned into a ghost. Afterward, he slowly fell to the ground as a corpse. Beichi and the other generals and commanders came up and cupped their hands together. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu also smiled. He waved his hand and put Kaki's corpse away before ordering Beichi and the other leaders to take care of the rest. They gathered the poisoned orcs, collected items of values, and calculated their losses. Zhao Fu went to the city heart. Ever since he had seen Orc City, he had wanted it for himself. Right now, Great Kin was only a basic city, and above it were intermediate cities, advanced cities, and great cities. The scale of great cities was like system main cities, and all of the system main cities were great cities. That was why there were only 3 or 4 system main cities despite each region being so big. Leveling up to a great city was quite difficult. It not only required 3 basic cities but also 6 basic towns and the corresponding statuses. The 3 basic cities required 3 viscounts, and the 6 basic towns required 6 barons. Now that Zhao Fu already had a basic city and 3 basic towns, he needed 2 more basic cities and 3 basic towns in order to level up to a great city. He had no idea when this would be possible. Zhao Fu then looked at the Orc City's stats. Village name, Kaki City, Gold, Level, Basic, 2,500 out of 1,500,000, Village Area, 300 square kilometers. Village Territory, 5,180 square kilometers. Residents, 262,950 out of 460,000. Military, 31,640 out of 62,000. Popular Support, 85. Village Special Stats, Territory Crop Output plus 80%, Territory Crop Growing Time minus 80%, Population Limit plus 50%, Residence Stats can randomly plus 4, Soldiers Stats plus 4%, Population Attraction plus 70%, Chance of attracting higher grade population plus 60%. Subsidiary Village Limit, 300 subordinate villages, none. After looking at the stats, Zhao Fu then looked at the professions it had. He didn't bother to look at the normal ones, only looking at the particularly special ones. Orc Wolf Rider, E+ grade military, description, ferocious wolf riding orcs, one of the most powerful orc military professions, effect, receives basic skill, ferocious charge. Orc Shaman, D grade military, description, shamans who know some healing and witchcraft skills, effect, receives basic skill, witchcraft. The Orc Shaman profession had a limit of 50 people, and there was also a strong orc profession, Change Stone Steel. After looking at these things, Zhao Fu went to the side of the Orc City and saw giant wolves that were 2 to 3 meters long that were sprawled on the ground, looking at Zhao Fu in submission. Their den was quite special because it was fused with Orc City. Now that Zhao Fu had conquered Orc City, this den also belonged to Zhao Fu. As such, the giant wolves didn't seem ferocious at all, and they instead seemed quite mild towards him. Zhao Fu went to the side of the den and saw a rhombus-shaped blood crystal floating above a round stage. Zhao Fu walked over and looked at it. Orc Wolf Den, Basic Town 28,834 out of 450,000, Grade, Gold, Description, a special den fused from an orc blood crystal and a wolf den. It can spawn 45 to 75 orc wolves per day. After looking at these stats, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied towards this den. With these orc wolves, he would be able to create 40,000 to 50,000 orc wolf riders. Of course, Zhao Fu didn't want just orc wolf riders, he wanted as many other types of military professions as possible to prepare for future battles. Afterward, Zhao Fu returned to Orc City. By now, Beichi had finished sorting out the various matters. When he saw that Zhao Fu had returned, he started to report, "Your Majesty, we took 250,000 or so orcs captive and obtained 73 city creation stones from the subsidiary villages. There were also 340,000 gold coins and countless other items. Because we didn't engage in a direct fight, we suffered very light casualties." Zhao Fu had already guessed that the result would be like this. After all, hidden evil was just too effective, and it had been able to cause all of Orc City to lose its defenses. In actuality, Zhao Fu had prepared another trap, which was the shatter steel iron equipment, but there had been no need to use it. All of the equipment that he had given to the orcs contained shatter steel iron, and upon clashing with Great Kin's weapons, the orcs' equipment would immediately shatter. This would have resulted in the orcs losing their weapons and offensive equipment, while Great Kin would still have all of its equipment. No matter how ferocious the orcs were, they wouldn't be able to defeat Great Kin's soldiers in that situation. It was a pity that hidden evil had been too powerful, which made it so that there was no need to use the shatter steel iron equipment. However, they could still collect them again and continue to sell them to others. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to obtain so many city creation stones. He had thought that the orcs would have destroyed all of the villages that they conquered and wouldn't have kept any of the city creation stones. Zhao Fu realized that Gunador, that intelligent old orc, must have been extremely far-sighted. It was a pity that he was the one who had reaped the gains from this, while Gunador had been killed by his subordinates. Zhao Fu felt a slight sense of sorrow. After all, they had been plotting against each other for so long, and everything had concluded today. However, he hadn't showed any mercy. Even if there was a next time, he wouldn't hesitate to kill him. 344 Great Massacre, Your Majesty, the 20,000 slaves wish to see you. Just as Beiqi finished reporting and Zhao Fu sank into his thoughts, Doke came to report and cut off Zhao Fu's train of thought. When he heard Doke's report, Zhao Fu nodded, and Doke brought 30 or so people to Zhao Fu. Half of them were kobolds, and the other half were goblins. The kobolds were led by a middle-aged kobold while the goblins were led by a relatively young goblin. They all came up to Zhao Fu and respectfully kneeled, saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your saving grace." When he saw this, Zhao Fu felt quite pleased, and there was a trace of a smile as he said, "You may all rise. From today onwards, you will belong to Great Kin, and I will give you a safe and peaceful life. You will not longer be slaves, you are all officially residents of Great Kin." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the kobolds and goblins let out sighs of relief. They were worried that Zhao Fu would treat them like slaves as the orcs had, and they could tell that Great Kin soldiers were no weaker than the orcs. Even if they wanted to resist, it would be impossible. Moreover, when they heard that Zhao Fu wasn't going to make them slaves but even make them residents of Great Kin, they felt completely relieved and profusely thanked him. Zhao Fu sent them off before coming to a large open area where there were countless orcs bound with ropes. They were all starting to wake up with various expressions of bewilderment, fright, hatred, and fury. They were all fairly weak still because Beiqi had only given them a small portion of antidote in order to prevent anything unexpected from happening. After coming over, Zhao Fu said loudly in the orc language, "Orc City has been conquered by me, and your city lord, vice lord, and number one fighter have been killed by my people. If you are willing to submit, you will be able to become part of Great Kin. If you're unwilling, I won't show any mercy." After Zhao Fu made this announcement, he ordered people to split up the orcs who were willing to submit and those who weren't, starting with the orc soldiers. Most of the orc soldiers were very loyal towards Kaki, and they looked at Zhao Fu murderously, wanting to kill him. Some of them yelled, "Orcs will never surrender," and tried to convince other orcs not to surrender. Seeing this, Zhao Fu's gaze became cold, and he dragged 5,000 of the most loyal orcs in front of the others and made them kneel. "Execute them," Zhao Fu coldly ordered as his soldiers raised their swords and swung down heavily, causing many heads to fly off and many bodies to fall to the ground. Blood flowed out of their necks, instantly dyeing the ground red and causing a pungent smell to spread. "Continue." Zhao Fu looked at the orcs, and his soldiers dragged out 5,000 older orcs who had been serving Kaki for a long time, were incredibly loyal to him, and had also refused to surrender. Zhao Fu didn't have much use for these older orcs anyways, so since they wanted to die, he would fulfill their desires. The older orcs were dragged in front of the corpses of the orc soldiers and knelt there. The older orcs all had tough and unyielding looks on their faces, and they prepared to start yelling something. "Execute." Zhao Fu wasn't interested in listening to what they had to say, and he quickly gave the order. The soldiers once again swung their swords, causing heads and bodies to fall to the ground. Blood once again started to pour out, and the scent of blood became even more striking. Now, the scene was much quieter. However, Zhao Fu's cold voice continued to sound out, and another 5,000 orcs were dragged out and executed. The scene started to become quite oppressive, and an atmosphere of fear started to spread. This was a great massacre. It wasn't something caused by a battle but by a one-sided slaughter. 15,000 corpses lay on the ground, dyeing it completely red and creating a shocking scene. Within the boundless darkness, a blood-red star shined with a demonic blood-red light. As Zhao Fu watched this slaughter, his blood-red eyes started to shine with a demonic light, and his heart became completely cold as he ordered the execution of another 5,000 orcs. Following this, as the slaughter continued, the blood-red star started to shine brighter and brighter, and Zhao Fu's heart became colder and colder. Soon, he ordered a group of orc children, who were younger than 10 years old and not much use as labor, to be dragged out. The soldiers obeyed, walking into the crowd of orcs and dragging out orc children. The parents cried, wailed, and tried to stop them, but they were unable to. They could only kneel and kowtow to Zhao Fu, signaling that they were willing to submit. However, Zhao Fu remained unmoved as if he was devoid of emotions. The soldiers dragged the children to the front, and Beiqi and the other generals and commanders started to feel quite worried. If it was under normal circumstances, Zhao Fu would have stopped already. Why did he want to kill these completely innocent children? Even though the orc children were still quite pure and naive, after seeing so many people being dragged up and beheaded, they knew what was happening and burst into tears. "Execute." Zhao Fu's voice started to sound evil as the soldiers obeyed and raised their swords, preparing to strike. Wait. Beiqi and the other generals and commanders couldn't watch on anymore and cried out. Zhao Fu frowned and looked towards them. At that moment, they found that Zhao Fu's eyes were shining with a bright blood-red light, which looked quite horrifying. Facing those two terrifying blood-red eyes, Beiqi and the others' hearts trembled, and their bodies froze. A chilling feeling spread from their hearts, and they instinctively felt a sense of fear. The air seemed to freeze, and their hearts rapidly jumped, making them feel that it was difficult to breathe. All right, release these children. See if there's anyone else who doesn't want to surrender and kill them as well. Zhao Fu suddenly reverted back to his old self, and his eyes dimmed. The blood-red star in the boundless darkness also dimmed and returned to normal. Beiqi and the others had no idea what had just happened, but they let out a sigh of relief. Zhao Fu just then had been truly terrifying. Zhao Fu hadn't noticed anything, and he left this matter to Beiqi and the others. A while later, Beiqi finished taking care of this matter. Because of the massacre Zhao Fu had just committed, most of the remaining orcs were scared into submission and no longer dared to resist. After Beiqi killed some of the remaining resistors, there were still 220,000 orcs remaining out of the 250,000 residents and soldiers. Zhao Fu was quite pleased with this. Right now, the Great Qin city had nearly 400,000 people, and now that they were adding 220,000 orcs and the 20,000 original slaves, they would make up nearly one-third of the Great Qin city's population. 345 Branch Arbiter Zhao Fu decided that he had to split these orcs up to properly assimilate them into Great Qin. Great Qin should be primarily made up of humans, and he couldn't allow there to be too many outlanders for fear of an uprising. Luckily, the solution was easy. Right now, Zhao Fu's other villages were made up of 80% humans, so by scattering the orcs throughout those villages, he could make sure that the spawning rate of humans would always make the number of humans greater than the number of orcs. Next, Zhao Fu relocated Orc City and obtained 400,000 experience point. It was a pity that the Orc Wolf Den was automatically relocated as well, and he didn't receive any experience point from that. After returning to Great Qin, Zhao Fu decided to establish Orc City 1,000 kilometers away. He made Sar the City Lord and gave him an SSS Grade Orb. City Lord Kaki, Vice Lord Gunador, and Bodili had all been SSS Grade, and after refining their corpses, Zhao Fu obtained 3 SSS Grade Orbs. Because only an orc could be the City Lord of Orc City and Sar was Zhao Fu's #1 orc general, Zhao Fu decided to give Orc City to him. Zhao Fu then took out the stone seal, Orc City's City Lord seal. Zhao Fu had picked up this City Lord seal after killing Kaki, and it was a bit smaller than before. This was because Orc City was now a subsidiary of Great Qin, and a portion of its power had been absorbed by Great Qin. As long as Great Qin had the Great Qin seal, he would be able to render Orc City's City Lord seal useless. After Great Qin seal obtained a portion of Orc City's City Lord seal's power, it had become somewhat stronger. Now that Sar had become the City Lord and controlled the City Lord seal, he would have a heavy responsibility. As such, Zhao Fu also gave him a Stage 2 Blood God pill to help him quickly raise his cultivation. In the future, he would be doing a lot of work. As for the remaining 2 SSS Grade Orbs, Zhao Fu decided to give them to Zhongdu and Old Logue, 2 of his oldest generals. They also had another 30,000 Blood God pills from the orcs' corpses. Most of the orc soldiers had refused to surrender, and only 10,000 had surrendered in the end. Out of these 10,000 soldiers, 80% of them were at Stage 1. Moreover, after taking down this city, Great Qin had received a lot of fate, so the nation armament and clan armament had also become stronger. It was impossible to hide the destruction of Kaki City from the 3 system main cities, as it was such a big event. The 3 city lords talked with each other, and they found that since none of them had made a move against Kaki City, it had to have been that mysterious faction. They were completely shocked as to how quickly and easily that person had taken down Kaki City. This mysterious person was simply growing too quickly, and that person was now a grave threat to the system main cities. The 3 city lords couldn't help but start to take this matter seriously, as it was possible that they would be next. There was another faction that had quickly found out that Kaki City had been destroyed, which was the Zhu family. When the time had came to exchange again, Zhu Ming had happily brought his goods and anticipated a big return. However, after arriving, he found that all that remained were ruins. The mighty and crude Orc City was gone, making him completely shocked. Just which faction was powerful enough to destroy Kaki City? Zhu Ming had immediately returned to the Zhu family and gathered information everywhere to try to find out who it was. Zhao Fu didn't know any of this. In the following period, Great Qin entered a fairly peaceful state so as to properly assimilate everything from Kaki City and to do some building. After the Great Qin city became a city, many structures had to be redone, such as the city walls and some new buildings. At the same time, Zhao Fu ordered his people to start constructing a city hall. Now that Great Qin was a city, there was a need for a city hall. Zhao Fu left this to the gnomes. He told the gnomes to design a majestic and imposing-looking city hall while others would be responsible for the construction. Zhao Fu didn't have much to do now, so he took out the One World Rod and fished at a small creek. His cultivation was now at Tier 1 Level 9, and he was just a step away from Stage 2. After becoming Earth Grade and obtaining the One World Rod, his cultivation speed had become nearly 10 times faster than before. At that moment, a soldier came to report that Xianru wanted to see him. Zhao Fu felt a bit surprised, but he still went to the Westfall restaurant. Xianru was waiting for him at a table, on which there was a sumptuous feast prepared. Seeing that Zhao Fu had arrived, Xianru smiled and stood up as she paid her respects. "Your Majesty." Zhao Fu had a trace of a smile on his face as he walked in and nodded. He sat down by the table and looked at Xianru as he asked, "What is it?" Xianru first bowed before sitting down beside Zhao Fu, and she poured him a cup of wine and said, "Your Majesty, this lowly one is here to apologize for her wrongdoings. I hope that Your Majesty can forgive me." After hearing Xianru's words, Zhao Fu's expression didn't change much as he sipped at his wine and said, "What is it that needs forgiving?" A slight apologetic look appeared in Xianru's eyes as she said, "Before, this lowly one hid her identity. I am indeed in the school of gourmet, but I'm also in the school of yin-yang and a branch arbiter of the wood branch of the 5 elements." Hearing this, Zhao Fu's expression still didn't change much. He had more or less guessed something along those lines. With Xianru's abilities and the help she had provided him, he already knew that she wasn't an ordinary person. When she saw that Zhao Fu didn't react too grayly, Xianru understood and lightly laughed as she said, "So Your Majesty already guessed." In actuality, she hadn't gone out of her way to keep her identity a secret. It was just that Zhao Fu was incredibly wary towards everyone after he started building up his faction. If she had told him that she was from the school of yin-yang back then, he might have rejected her. Zhao Fu laughed before saying, "With your skills, the fact that you didn't try to hide it, and the fact that I'm not stupid, how could I not have guessed it? Your Majesty is indeed wise." Xianru smiled as she explained, "The first time I met Your Majesty, this lowly one already knew who Your Majesty was. Your Majesty's fate contains an incredibly murderous aura, and only the Great Qin Empire of the 5 great dynasties has such a thing. Also, this lowly one's surname is not he, my name is simply Xianru." Zhao Fu was quite surprised that she had known who he was from the moment that she met him. However, he didn't mind too much about her name. "Is there anything else?" Zhao Fu asked, sensing that there was more. Xianru smiled as she nodded and said, "Regarding the sealing matter, the sect master asked this lowly one to apologize on his behalf." "I see. I'll let that matter go then." Zhao Fu decided that he would forgive the school of yin-yang because of Xianru. He didn't mind too much either. After all, if he waged war against everyone who had gone against him, it would be impossible for Great Qin to fight against all of them. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Xianru had never thought that the matter would be resolved so easily. She once again bowed before putting some food in Zhao Fu's bowl and saying, "Your Majesty, please eat, the food won't taste as good once it's cold." "No need. Come with me." Zhao Fu called Xianru to follow him. He had other plans. 346 Great Qin City. Xianru felt a bit surprised and wondered where Zhao Fu was taking her. They first took a teleportation channel before arriving at another city. It was quite lively here, and it was a flourishing city. There were tall structures everywhere with clean and ordered roads. There were many humans and outlanders, and even though there were many races, they all lived in harmony without any conflict. It was also very beautiful here. There were flowers everywhere, causing the air to have a faint fragrant smell, and butterflies flew about. On the streets, no matter who it was, they would respectfully say upon seeing Zhao Fu, "Your Majesty." Xianru now knew where she was. This was the place that the entire world was most curious about. The Great Qin City. Xianru felt quite amazed and happy, and she couldn't help but look at Zhao Fu's back. She understood that Zhao Fu completely trusted her now. Zhao Fu had long since trusted Xianru, but because Great Qin's foundation wasn't firm yet, he hadn't brought her here. Now, it was already a basic city, and he had roughly 600,000 indigenous residents. With such a firm foundation, he could now bring her here. "What are your thoughts?" "You're the first player to come to the Great Qin City," Zhao Fu smiled as he turned and looked at Xianru. Xianru lightly laughed as she replied, "Incredibly blessed." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Let's go. I'll take you to meet everyone. From today onwards, you officially belong to Great Qin." Xianru happily nodded in response. Afterward, Zhao Fu took Xianru to his residence's courtyard, and many of his subordinates met her for the first time. They were all quite surprised that Zhao Fu would bring a player to the Great Qin City. Zhao Fu first had Xianru get to know everyone. Then, he gave her permission to enter the Great Kin City and perform ceremonial rites. Whether it was in terms of knowledge or abilities, Xianru was quite profound, and Zhaofu needed such a person. This was something that Xianru had been waiting for a long time, and no matter how steady-tempered she was, she couldn't help but feel happy, and her fate greatly increased. Afterward, Zhaofu received some news regarding Heaven's Choice. Some people from Soldier Alliance came and wanted to see him. Zhaofu had almost forgotten that he had agreed to try to get along with Soldier Alliance for Wu Qingnian. As such, he went to Demon Tree City, where there were 3 people waiting in Heaven's Choices Hall. There were 2 men who were around 20 or so years old. One of them had a fairly stalwart-looking face, while the other looked quite refined. There was also a young woman who looked quite pretty. As Zhaofu walked in, the young woman hummed, "So you're Zhaofu, you're quite good-looking. We're from Soldier Alliance." Because they were within Heaven's Choice's territory, Zhaofu didn't wear his cloak, so his appearance wasn't hidden. This was the first time someone had said that Zhaofu was good-looking. In actuality, he had always had decent looks, and after obtaining various legacies, they had slightly changed his appearance to make him look even more handsome and unique. Out of these 3 people, Zhaofu knew one of them. It was a stalwart-looking person, Dong Junhua. He had never expected him to be willing to come here and give him face. No, it was giving Wu Qingnian face. When he heard the young man's words, Zhaofu had an apologetic smile on his face as he replied, "Apologies, I've been too busy recently and haven't found the time to visit all of you yet." Dong Junhua stood up and smiled as he said, "No worries. We all wanted to see what sort of person Heaven's Choice's epic rank leader was. I see that you're not ordinary at all." After speaking, Dong Junhua stretched out his hand and said, "Also, this is my little sister Dong Ying and my friend Ren Qingzong." Zhaofu politely smiled at each of them before saying to Dong Junhua, "Alliance Master Dong is the one who's extraordinary. Soldier Alliance is the top faction in Soldier Forest, and Alliance Master Dong reigns above everyone there." The 2 of them first exchanged courteous words and expressed some considerations of forming an alliance. Zhaofu could tell that Dong Junhua greatly liked Wu Qingnian, and Dong Junhua asked him how she was doing. What's more, Dong Junhua's little sister even referred to Wu Qingnian as her future sister-in-law. Zhaofu didn't care much about this, he was only interacting with Soldier Alliance to appease Wu Qingnian. Whether it was Soldier Alliance or Heaven's Choice, those factions were both tiny chess pieces in Zhaofu's eyes. After seeing the 3 of them off, Zhaofu went back to his own matters. On the way back, Dong Junhua suddenly asked, "What do you 2 think of Zhaofu?" Dong Ying thought for a moment before replying, "He's not too bad. He is quite nice, and we can be friends with him. It's said that he's extremely powerful, and I wonder how he got his hair so long and his eyes to become blood red. They look so unique. Could it be that he fused with some sort of bloodline? At first, I thought he was an indigenous resident. Also, Big Bro, why are you suddenly asking this? Is it because Big Sis Qingnian seems to care about him quite a bit and asked you to help him? Big Bro, are you jealous?" Dong Ying suddenly thought of something as she stopped walking and stared at Dong Junhua with wide eyes. Dong Junhua lightly laughed and didn't try to hide it as he nodded and replied, "I am indeed a bit jealous, but I feel that he isn't as simple as he looks. I'm afraid that Qingnian won't be able to control him." By his side, Ren Qingzong, who hadn't spoken this entire time, finally said, "Zhaofu indeed isn't simple at all, and even though he was doing his best to suppress it, his aura is incredibly terrifying. It has a very powerful fiendish air to it, and he has most likely killed many people. Even if it's not 10,000, it's at least a few thousand." When she heard Ren Zongcheng, Dong Ying was given a big fright, and she cried out, Zong, don't scare me like that. I have a pretty good impression of him, so why are you making him out to sound like a murderous demon king?" Ren Zongcheng looked at Dong Ying seriously as he replied, "After you know his true nature, you'll know that he's more terrifying than a murderous demon king. Alright, stop trying to scare me." Dong Ying's hairs were all standing on end after being looked at like that by Ren Zongcheng, and she hugged Dong Junhua's arm, looking quite frightened. Ren Zongcheng didn't say anything else and lowered his head as he thought to himself. He wasn't trying to scare her, rather, he felt that Zhaofu was truly quite terrifying. This was especially so for his blood-red eyes, he felt that he had seen them before somewhere. Dong Junhua smiled as he patted Dong Ying's head and said, Ying, there's nothing to be afraid of. He doesn't seem like someone who goes around slaughtering innocent people, I'm just worried that he's incredibly ambitious. From his eyes, I can tell that he wants to conquer the entire forest of horrors or even proclaim himself as a king or emperor. I should tell this to Qingnian to tell her to be on her guard. Oh. Dong Ying replied before asking, will we work together with Heaven's Choice then? What should we do now? Of course, we have to maintain friendly relations, this is beneficial to both Heaven's Choice and Soldier Alliance. I heard from King Nian that the real world will be devoured by the Heaven Awakened world in the future, so we must strengthen Soldier Alliance. We'll need to become a powerful force in the future, and I'll perhaps even become a king, only then will I be able to match King Nian's status and properly marry her. Dong Junhui smiled as he spoke to Dong Ying, his gaze and heart both incredibly resolute, making Dong Ying feel great admiration towards him. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu also suddenly thought of something. 347 Silver Immortal 7 Battle Professions. What Zhao Fu thought of was the Roland Historical Remnant. Because he had been injured and his power sealed last time, he hadn't been able to go very deep into Gloomy Jungle. The stat gems and other items from there were all very valuable, so Zhao Fu thought about going there again. With his current strength, it was worth going there again. There were many Stage 1 and Stage 2 creatures there, such as the hobgoblins and minotaurs. Perhaps he would be able to create blood god pills if he refined their corpses. There were also cat demons that were all Stage 2. Even though they weren't humanoid creatures, if he could refine them, he would be able to obtain many raising stones. After returning to the Great Qin City, Zhao Fu chose 300 or so elite soldiers, all of whose cultivations were above Stage 1. Their cultivations were around Tier 1 Level 5, and they were soldiers who had been serving Great Qin for the longest and had a lot of battle experience. There were 100 infantrymen, 100 shield bearers, 100 archers, and 300 ghost illusionists. With such a team, Zhao Fu felt that he would be able to clear Gloomy Jungle, mainly because of the 100 ghost illusionists' illusion abilities. Zhao Fu took his team quickly to East Green and first had a look at Mountain Willow Town. Liu Subai's management was quite good, and Mountain Willow Town's development had been progressing quite quickly. Their military was also quite good, and they were now the most powerful force in the surrounding 1,000-kilometer radius area. Zhao Fu had only provided equipment and resources, while everything else had been left to Mountain Willow Town. Occasionally, he would choose some elites to join Great Qin's army. Afterward, Zhao Fu used the teleportation channel to reach his new village that he had conquered before leaving. The Roland Historical Remnant provided the perfect defense for it. After such a long time, the village already had 800 or so people, and the 20 or so goblins were still standing guard. It seemed that no one had attacked this place. After coming to the Roland Historical Remnant's large doors, Zhao Fu stretched out his hands and pushed them open. It was incredibly dark, making it difficult to see. Zhao Fu only had 67 Gloomy Jungle Command Medallions, and because Gloomy Jungle was quite dangerous, Zhao Fu didn't take too many infantrymen. The main reason he had brought them was to kill troublesome enemies who appeared in large numbers. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to bring 20 shield bearers, 30 archers, 6 blue-red goblins, and 100 ghost illusionists. He gave them some torches before leading them in. After walking through the passageway, Zhao Fu once again reached that dimly lit jungle. It was just as dark, and the trees were incredibly dense with all sorts of strange cries coming from inside. Soon, Zhao Fu saw some black goblins carrying wooden clubs. The creatures within Gloomy Jungle were more ferocious and savage than the ones outside. After seeing Zhao Fu and his party, they raised their wooden clubs and rushed over. There were 30 or so of these goblins, and Zhao Fu didn't bother acting personally. 20 shield bearers raised their shields and blocked in front of him, forming a shield wall. The archers started shooting, causing sharp arrows to tear through the air towards the black goblins. Kai. The arrows pierced through the goblins' chests. All of the soldiers Zhao Fu had brought were Great Qin's elites, and all of their arrows found their mark. The blue-red goblins tossed ice balls and fireballs, either freezing the black goblins or blasting them away. Very soon, the 30 black goblins had been easily taken care of. Almost all of the goblins here dropped command medallion fragments, and only 5 fragments were required to form a Gloomy Jungle command medallion. It was a pity that these goblins only dropped command medallion fragments and no other items. Zhao Fu looked at the corpses and found that they were Stage 1, so he could at least use their corpses to refine blood god pills. As Zhao Fu's party continued onwards, they encountered a group of 70 or so goblins. In the group, there were goblin rock throwers and hobgoblins. Some hobgoblins held swords, while others used sabers, hatchets, spears, or hammers. Their ores were more powerful than the other goblins, and they were most likely above Stage 1. Facing these 70 or so goblins, Zhao Fu still didn't act. Even though these goblins were stronger than the ones from before, they weren't very intelligent. They were less intelligent than even the goblins outside and only knew how to charge at their enemies. Great Qin's soldiers once again went into formation. This time, the shield bearers also equipped sharp spears. Their shields and spears were all fine gold rank pieces of equipment, and they were incredibly sharp and firm. The archers started to shoot, getting rid of the goblin rock throwers before focusing on the hobgoblins, allowing the ordinary goblins to rush up. The ordinary goblins waved their wooden clubs and ferociously ran incredibly quickly. However, the experienced shield bearers stood their ground with fearless expressions, gripping their spears and gathering their strength to stab out. Kai. Stabbing sounds could be heard as spears pierced through the goblins' chests, killing them instantly. Other goblins rushed up, and the shield bearers reformed their shield wall, and the archers had finished dealing with the goblin rock throwers and hobgoblins by now. Facing the ordinary goblins at such close range, the archers continuously shot arrows into their heads, instantly killing them. In just 5 or 6 minutes, they had finished killing the 70 or so goblins. The ordinary goblins and goblin rock throwers dropped command medallion fragments, but what interested Xiaofu was the silver-white lights dropped by the hobgoblins. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal Saber, Saber Essence, the shard of a epic rank weapon, Silver Lake Immortal Saber. Collecting 1200 Saber Essence can allow one to fuse the Saber Essence into Silver Lake Immortal Saber and obtain the legacy attached to the saber. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal Spear, Spear Essence, the shard of a epic rank weapon, Silver Lake Immortal's Spear. Collecting 1200 Spear Essence can allow one to fuse the Spear Essence into Silver Lake Immortal's Spear and obtain the legacy attached to the spear. Legacy, Silver Lake Immortal's Hammer, Hammer Essence, the shard of a epic rank weapon, Silver Lake Immortal's Hammer. Collecting 1200 Hammer Essence can allow one to fuse the Hammer Essence into Silver Lake Immortal's Hammer and obtain the legacy attached to the hammer. Xiaofu found that there were 7 types of essences: sword, saber, spear, hammer, bow, shield, and hatchet. If he could collect enough essences, he could form 7 epic rank pieces of equipment and unlock the Silver Immortal 7 battle professions. There wasn't much information about these professions, and he would only find out more about them after unlocking them. After putting away the corpses, Xiaofu led his soldiers onwards. 348 ancient power afterward, Xiaofu and his soldiers arrived at a large open area. There were 20 or so minotaurs there. Their skin was quite dark, and they had muscular bodies. Their eyes were blood red, and their breath came out as white fog. They gave off the powerful aura of stage 2 strength. Roar! The 20 minotaurs were already berserk, and they looked at Xiaofu's party murderously as they charged over. As their massive bodies charged, thunderous thumping could be heard, and even the ground seemed to shake. The archers immediately started to shoot, and facing these arrows, the stage 2 minotaurs swung out their fists, sending out wind that knocked the arrows away. The arrows that hit the minotaurs only sank a few centimeters in. The minotaurs' muscles not only contained a lot of strength, but they also provided great protection. Even after taking many arrows, they were still completely fine. Seeing this, Xiaofu immediately ordered, "Illusionists." The 1,000 ghost illusionists immediately raised their wooden staffs and chanted as eerie ghostly chi rose up from the ground. As the 20 or so minotaurs charged, they were instantly pulled into the dark ghost world. They had very low mental and spiritual defenses, so mental attacks were very effective against them. Within the dark ghost world, the berserk minotaurs swung their fists around, crushing the countless ghosts around them. However, no matter how they attacked, the ghosts would continuously attack, and they simply couldn't finish killing them. After all, they were all illusions. Xiaofu drew the slaughtering ghost sword and walked into the ghostly chi-filled region. The slaughtering ghost sword gave him resistance against ghost-type skills, and with his strength and king's power, such illusions were essentially useless against him. After walking into the region, Xiaofu saw the minotaurs dumbly standing still. Xiaofu sent his king's power into the slaughtering ghost sword, causing it to shine with a sharp blood-red sword light. Xiaofu wanted to instantly kill these minotaurs, as immense pain could drag them out of the illusion. He went to the first minotaur and slashed out, causing a blood-red sword light to flash, beheading the minotaur instantly. Blood spurted out, and the headless corpse powerless crashed to the ground. Xiaofu then continued on to the next minotaur and once again killed it in one strike. In less than 3 minutes, Xiaofu had finished killing all of the minotaurs. The 100 ghost illusionists then dispelled the dark ghost world, and the ghostly chi slowly disappeared, revealing the corpses. Xiaofu had killed 26 minotaurs in total, which had dropped 26 orbs of green light that were as big as fists and gave off an ancient air. They were ancient power. Xiaofu wasn't stingy, and he gave the 26 ancient powers to 26 of the archers. Right now, the archers were very useful, and because ancient power was a strength type upgrade and the 100 ghost illusionist was a mental type profession, the 100 ghost illusionists were very suitable. Xiaofu felt that the effects would be quite terrifying if he gave the ancient powers to some strength-based professions. For example, with the goblin warriors 2-meter tall, sturdy bodies and the strong orcs, the effects would be simply astounding if they received the ancient powers. However, Xiaofu still decided to strengthen the soldiers currently with him, as this would provide immediate benefits. After using the ancient powers, the archers gave off powerful auras, and their bodies also changed. They seemed to suddenly inflate, making them roughly 2 meters tall and covering their bodies with muscles. They gave off an oppressive air, and they were now as strong as stage 2 soldiers. Zhao Fu put the Minotaur's corpses away and felt quite satisfied as they advanced forward. He hoped that he would be able to refine blood god pills out of these corpses, as this would greatly boost Great Ken's military strength. Since the goblins provided stage 1 blood god pills, if the Minotaurs could provide stage 2 blood god pills, Zhao Fu could not only nurture a large number of stage 1 soldiers, but he could also start to nurture stage 2 soldiers. In a world where people were only starting to have stage 1 soldiers, he would be completely unrivaled. Zhao Fu was slightly worried because these goblins and Minotaurs were from the historical remnant. It was possible that they would be different than normal creatures, making it so that he wouldn't be able to refine blood god pills from their corpses. Zhao Fu continued to lead his soldiers around the outer edges of gloomy jungle. Before entering the deeper regions, he would have to strengthen all of the soldiers. Suddenly, very faint scratching sounds could be heard. They were very light, but they couldn't be hidden from Zhao Fu. His expression became serious as he immediately yelled, "Arrange the formation." The soldiers immediately became incredibly serious as the shield bearers raised their shields and formed a circular wall with the archers, who all drew their bows, at the center. 50 or so cat-like humans jumped out. They were incredibly hairy, and their hair covered their appearances. The only thing that could be seen was their fangs. These were the cat demons that had caused Zhao Fu to suffer in the past. After the cat demons appeared, they stared at Zhao Fu's party and bloodthirstily howled before turning into black blurs and rushing at them. The cat demons were abnormally fast, and they arrived before them in the blink of an eye. Just as they appeared, the archers shot out arrows, but because the cat demons were at stage 2 and incredibly agile, only a small portion of the arrows hit their targets. However, the cat demons that were hit had their bodies completely pierced. After all, they prioritized speed and had low defense. Clang, clang, clang. The cat demons' sharp claws slashed at the shields, causing sparks to fly as they tried to break through the protective wall. When he saw these cat demons, Zhao Fu lightly harumphed. The scene from back then wouldn't happen again. He was no longer weak. Slaughterfield domain. Zhao Fu yelled as he sent his king's power into the slaughtering ghost sword. The slaughtering ghost sword shined with a bright blood-red light, and blood-red arcs of lightning flickered around it as Zhao Fu stabbed it into the ground. Boom! A massive aura exploded out, causing the ground around Zhao Fu to crack. A blood-red barrier expanded out, forming a 1,000-meter wide blood-red energy barrier. The cat demon's greatest asset was their speed, and if one could restrict their speed, one would be able to easily kill them. The 1,000-meter wide blood-red energy barrier covered all of the cat demons, who were all given a big fright. They tried to escape out of it, but Zhao Fu tightly gripped the slaughtering ghost sword with both hands and sent even more of his king's power into it. Immediately, a formless pressure weighed down on the cat demons' bodies, causing them to slow down. 349 poison stat gem. Now that the cat demons had been slowed down, the archers were much more effective. The archers who had used ancient power fully drew their bows and sent out powerful arrows that completely pierced through the cat demons' bodies. After being hit by the arrows, the cat demons immediately died. In just a few moments, all of the cat demons had been killed by the archers. The cat demons dropped quite a few gems. These were all stat gems, and they could be socketed onto equipment to give various stats and attributes. The stat gems dropped by normal cat demons could give 1 stat point. Those dropped by elite class cat demons could give 2 stat points. Those dropped by chief class cat demons could give 3 stat points, and so on. Stat gems were quite rare, and even ordinary stat gems would most likely be as valuable as secret silver rank equipment. If they farmed stat gems here, they would be able to strengthen Great Ken's equipment. Zhao Fu wasn't very interested in ordinary stat gems, and he didn't plan to socket any on his equipment. After all, he had 3 legendary rank swords, so at the very least, he would socket epic rank stat gems into them. After putting away the stat gems and the cat demons' corpses, Zhao Fu and his soldiers continued onwards. Soon, they encountered another group of goblins. There were 150 goblins, and there were 8 or 9 blue-red goblins among them. The blue-red goblins were at stage 2, and the fireballs that they threw were slightly black and incredibly destructive. Zhao Fu immediately ordered the 100 ghost illusionists to cast the dark ghost world. Ghostly chi immediately spread out, covering all of the goblins. Because the blue-red goblins were of a magic profession and had stage 2 cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to escape from the illusion. As such, Zhao Fu didn't bother acting himself. Instead, he took out some ballistae to wildly shoot towards the ghostly chi-filled region. Immediately, pained howls started to sound out. Even though the ghostly chi obscured the view of the goblins inside, Zhao Fu had remembered their rough positions, so he and his soldiers were able to continuously kill them. Because goblins had low defense, after the ghostly chi scattered, only corpses were left. After cleaning up, Zhao Fu and his soldiers continued onwards. The enchantment cards that the blue-red goblins dropped were quite a bit better than normal enchantment cards. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It was that sound again. Zhao Fu immediately ordered, arrange the formation. In the next moment, cat demons leaped out. They were slightly different to the ones from before. Their fur and hair were a dark green color, and their claws were jet black. Any plants that they touched immediately withered. It seemed that their claws contained a lethal poison. These cat demons were most likely poison cat demons. Zhao Fu didn't know what sort of skills they had, but their poison would be quite difficult to deal with. Zhao Fu had prepared all sorts of medicinal pills in his king's ring, but he hadn't brought many antidote pills. They were all stage 2 poison cat demons, so normal antidote pills wouldn't be very effective. As such, they had to be very careful. Now, Zhao Fu had to act first. If these cat demons had the opportunity to attack, things could become troublesome. A blood-red energy barrier rippled out, covering all of the poison cat demons. This caused them to pause, and feeling a formless energy bear down on them, they felt that the situation wasn't in their favor and immediately tried to run. Seeing this, the archers immediately attacked, and after the poison cat demons died, they dropped a dark green gem. Stat gem, poison, grade, white, description, can be socketed on any equipment, giving the piece of equipment poison-type attacks and poison-type defense. Zhao Fu had never thought that there would be a great variety of stat gems. These ones would be good for Great Ken's assassins. Now, most of Great Ken's elite assassins had their equipment enhanced by underworld demon crystals, and if they were also enhanced by these poison stats gems, they would become even more powerful. Zhao Fu felt quite pleased, and he put away the stat gems and corpses. After continuing onwards, they encountered a group of minotaurs. There were 30 or so minotaurs, and as soon as they were spotted, they were trapped by the dark ghost world. Zhao Fu's 100 ghost illusionists all had at least stage 1 cultivation, so trapping these berserk minotaurs was quite simple. Because the minotaurs had high defense, Zhao Fu didn't use the ballistae. Instead, he personally used the slaughtering ghost sword to kill them. The minotaurs dropped 30 ancient powers, which Zhao Fu once again distributed to his soldiers. Now, whether it was the shield bearers or archers, all of their bodies had become tall and muscular, and they gave off an air of oppression. Now, all of them could rival stage 2 soldiers. After killing these minotaurs, Zhao Fu once again encountered cat demons. These cat demons were different from the ones they had encountered earlier. Their hair and fur were snow white, and these cat demons gave off a faint white light. If it wasn't for their fangs, they would have looked quite holy. These light cat demons were different than the other cat demons. They had magic skills and could shoot out 10-centimeter wide beams of light. The beams of light were quite powerful, and they could instantly blast through a 1-meter wide tree trunk. Luckily, the shield bearers had all used ancient powers, and they were able to stop the light cat demons' attacks. Afterward, Zhao Fu drew his slaughtering ghost sword and started a counterattack, and soon, they had killed all of the light cat demons. They dropped white stat gems that were about as big as fingernails. Stat gem, light, grade, white, description, can be socketed on any equipment, giving the piece of equipment light-type attacks and light-type defense. Because he had obtained poison stat gems earlier, Zhao Fu wasn't too surprised when he saw these light stat gems. They continued onwards, and half an hour later, they saw a group of cat demons with black fur that had similar attacks to the light cat demons. However, rather than shooting out white light, these cat demons shot out black light. After killing this group of cat demons, they obtained black stat gems that were the same size and shape as the light stat gems. Stat gem, dark, grade, white, description, can be socketed on any equipment, giving the piece of equipment dark-type attacks and dark-type defense. After Zhao Fu looked at the dark stat gems and was about to put them away, he suddenly heard the sky demon say in a pitiable voice, "Owner, I want this." When he heard this, Zhao Fu felt a bit surprised, and he asked, "You can devour this stat gem's power?" The sky demon sounded quite pleased as it replied, "But of course. I'm a sky demon, and absorbing pure darkness energy like this is very simple for me." Zhao Fu remembered that he had promised the sky demon sword that he would find resources for it. Since he didn't have much use for these dark stat gems anyway, he might as well allow it to devour some. The sky demon sword let out traces of demonic chi that surrounded the dark stat gems. In just a few moments, the dark stat gems turned into dust, and the demonic chi returned to the sword. The sky demon moaned before digesting the energy within the sword with a satisfied expression on its face. 350 Special Village. In the next 2 days, Zhao Fu and his soldiers continuously killed goblins until they had formed enough command medallions to bring the other soldiers in. During those 2 days, Zhao Fu had killed many minotaurs and obtained many ancient powers, most of which he gave to the archers and shield bearers. For now, The infantrymen didn't receive any. Zhao only used the infantrymen to deal with some ordinary goblins. He had them help the shield bearers with defense, so he didn't give them ancient powers. If he had surplus ancient powers, he would distribute some to them. In total, there were 300 or so soldiers, and Zhao wanted to start delving into the depths of gloomy jungle. These days, they had remained on the outskirts and obtained many good things, but Zhao was quite curious about what would be inside. Zhao didn't know just how big the historical remnant was, and during those 2 days, they had only explored the outskirts. After leading his soldiers for a while, they suddenly heard the sound of battle from ahead. Zhao ordered his soldiers to stop while he stealthily went up and jumped on a large tree. He saw 30 or so goblins hunting down a cat demon. There were 3 types of creatures living in the historical remnant: goblins, minotaurs, and cat demons. They constantly fought, and Zhao found that the goblins would fight with minotaurs and that the cat demons would hunt goblins for food. There weren't many sources of food in the historical remnant, it was mostly black fruits. Because of competition for food, conflict would always spark among the 3 different types of creatures. Even though the cat demon had stage 2 strength, it was surrounded by 30 or so goblins and having a hard time. The ordinary goblins acted as meat shields at the front while the hobgoblins continuously attacked from behind them, and goblin rock throwers threw rocks from a distance. Under their continued attacks, the cat demon was killed, and 10 or so of the goblins were killed. Zhao came back to his soldiers and led his soldiers to kill these goblins. The archers rained down arrows on the unprepared goblins, instantly killing 80% of them. The infantrymen then ran up, easily killing the rest. After collecting the spoils, they continued onwards. An hour later, Zhao stopped and found that there was a goblin village in front of them. The village was next to a small mountain, and because the black goblins weren't very intelligent, this village didn't have many structures. Most of the buildings were crudely made of wood and stone, forming basic shelters. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao could see the exposed city heart, he wouldn't have thought that it was a village. The village was a fine gold-grade village, and the city heart gave off a silver light that gave off a dark aura. When he saw this, Zhao was pleasantly surprised. Before, Zhao had obtained a few goblin profession change stone steels, hobgoblin, blue-red goblin, and goblin rock thrower, but he had been unable to use them. This was because ordinary fine gold-grade villages were useless, and Zhao needed a special goblin village to use those profession change stone steels. Because of the dark silver light from the city heart, this meant that it was most likely a special goblin village. However, there were many goblins here, roughly 6,000, so it wouldn't be easy to deal with. It was a pity that Zhao had brought all of his 100 ghost illusionists. The dark ghost world that they could create would have been able to cover 80% of the village, causing 80% of the goblins to be unable to fight. If that were the case, he would have been able to easily take down the village, but he only had 3,000 ghost illusionists. The dark ghost world created by the 3,000 ghost illusionists could only cover 3 kilometers, and it could only drag 1,000 goblins at most into the illusion. This clearly wouldn't be enough. Zhao started to think, with his 300 or so soldiers, he wouldn't be able to take down 6,000 goblins. After thinking for a while, Zhao came up with 2 ideas. One of them was to lure them out in groups before getting rid of them. With how unintelligent they were, it would be easy to trick them, and it wouldn't be too difficult or dangerous. The other method was to use other forces to deal with the goblins, which were the cat demons or minotaurs. After thinking about it, Zhao decided to go with the second method. The best scenario was where he reaped the rewards at the end while the others fought. After all, as long as the creatures within the historical remnant died, they would still drop items. This would be much easier overall. This method required Zhao to personally act, as his soldiers wouldn't be able to outrun minotaurs and cat demons. Zhao hadn't known a lot about the situation within Gloomy Jungle, so he hadn't brought any of Great Ken's assassins, who would have been quite suited for this task. After making his decision, Zhao started to act. However, after looking around, he didn't find any big groups of cat demons or minotaurs, so he could only change his plans and have his soldiers go lure goblins while he went to find cat demons or minotaurs. Zhao first sent 10 archers to lure some goblins out of the goblin village. Because these goblins were quite ferocious and not very intelligent, Zhao wasn't sure how many goblins they would lure out, so he didn't send too many people. Archers had decent agility stats, and they could use their bows and arrows to attack from a distance, which would reduce any injuries or casualties. The archers obeyed and started to stealthily make their way towards the goblin village. They then fired arrows into the village, alerting the goblins within. At that moment, hundreds of goblins rushed out, brandished their weapons, and yelled, causing the 10 archers to immediately turn and run. Elsewhere, Zhao had found 50 or so minotaurs. He grabbed a handful of pebbles and threw them at the minotaurs, hitting 7 or 8 minotaurs. This instantly enraged them, and their eyes turned blood red. They breathed out white fog as they rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu grinned and retreated not too quickly or too slowly. With Zhao Fu's current strength, if he wanted to run, the Minotaurs would be left far behind. The archers lured the hundreds of goblins to an empty area before quickly disappearing. This area was quite close to the goblin village but far away from where Zhao Fu was with the Minotaurs, so they could only have the 100 ghost illusionists cast Dark Ghost World and wait for Zhao Fu to return. A while later, Zhao Fu lured the Minotaurs to the area before suddenly disappearing. The ghostly chi dissipated, and when the hundreds of goblins and Minotaurs saw each other, they gave off a ferocious battle intent, immediately clashing against each other. 351 golden crown. Even though the goblins had a numerical advantage, the Minotaurs weren't weak, and they gave off surprisingly powerful auras. They continuously punched out, causing wind to howl as they blasted back multiple goblins with each punch. The goblins started to retaliate, and the ordinary goblins raised their wooden clubs and fearlessly rushed up. The hobgoblins unleashed large waves of sword light and spear light, the goblin rock throwers threw rocks with all their might, and the blue-red goblins sent out fireballs and ice balls. The battle between the two sides was incredibly intense, with body parts and blood flying everywhere, resulting in very loud battle sounds. Every time a Minotaur punched a goblin, the immense force would shatter the goblin's bones, injuring the goblin heavily or killing him instantly. As for the goblins, the ordinary goblins would draw the Minotaur's attention while the hobgoblins would use their terrifying sword-light-covered swords to stab into the Minotaur's bodies, after which a few fireballs and ice balls would hit the Minotaurs, causing them to cry out and fall to the ground, dead. Zhao Fu hid and watched this abnormally fierce fight. Both types of creatures were quite unintelligent and bloodthirsty, and they battled with all of their might. However, the situation still favored the goblins because they had overwhelming numbers, roughly 500 of them. The Minotaurs continuously fell, and not a single one of them ran away, fighting to their last breath. In the end, the Minotaurs all died, and the goblins had suffered around 300 casualties. At that moment, Zhao Fu and his people started to attack. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows streaked through the air, falling like rain on the goblins, who had just started to relax. Kai. Blood flew everywhere as half of the remaining goblins immediately died. Those who survived were scared into immediately running. They weren't like the Minotaurs who were determined to fight to the death. However, these escaping goblins were stopped by shield bearers and infantrymen and immediately killed. Zhao Fu felt quite happy as he ordered his soldiers to clean up the battlefield. It was the first time that they had obtained so many items and corpses so easily. After cleaning up everything, Zhao Fu continued to carry out this plan. This time, Zhao Fu lured over a group of 150 or so cat demons, which were incredibly fast. Zhao Fu was forced to take things seriously, or else he would be caught by these cat demons. On the other side, Zhao Fu's soldiers had lured over 1,000 or so goblins. This time, the 1,000 goblins and 150 cat demons arrived roughly at the same time, and they roared at each other before immediately clashing. This battle was even more bloody than the previous one. The cat demons slashed out with their sharp claws, splitting the goblins' bodies into pieces and causing internal organs and blood to fly everywhere. Whenever they bit with their mouths, they would pierce the goblins' bodies completely, killing them instantly. Even though the cat demons were incredibly powerful and ferocious, there were many goblins, including blue-red goblins. Whenever ice balls hit cat demons, the ice balls would freeze them and cause their movements to slow down. Whenever that happened, countless goblins would rush up. Hobgoblins swung their weapons, cutting the cat demons apart, while other goblins would even charge up and use their mouths to bite the cat demons' bodies, tearing off chunks of meat and hair. Countless fireballs would also blast the cat demons into pieces, making the scene incredibly gory. After the battle ended, the goblins were the victors again. However, the victory had cost them greatly, and only 200 or so goblins remained out of the original 1,000. Zhao Fu once again ordered his soldiers to attack, and soon, the injured and tired goblins had been dealt with. Next, Zhao Fu found roughly 500 poison cat demons, pleasantly surprising him. He didn't do anything to them and first returned to order his soldiers to lure out some goblins before returning to lure out that group of cat demons. This time, 2,500 or so goblins faced off against around 500 poison cat demons. The battle was abnormally fierce, but this time, the situation favored the cat demons. This was because not only were the cat demons incredibly fast, but their claws and fangs were also covered with poison. When they cut open a wound, poison would immediately enter and spread throughout the goblin's body, causing the goblin to foam at the mouth and die. No matter how desperately the 2,500 goblins retaliated, they were unable to resist the 500 poison cat demons. The goblins continuously died, while the cat demons suffered slight casualties. In the end, when there were only 500 or so goblins left, the goblins started to run away. There were still around 300 cat demons left, and because they had no intention of sparing these goblins, they started to chase the goblins. At that moment, a person appeared between them. He wasn't an emissary of peace but a herald of death. When they saw Zhao Fu suddenly appear, some of the cat demons remembered that he was the person who had lured them over, so many of them started to rush at Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu stabbed the sky demon's sword into the ground, and demonic chi instantly dyed the ground black. A black substance rose up from the ground and covered the area around Zhao Fu, forming a 10-meter wide black hemisphere around him. The cat demons opened their mouths, baring their fangs as Zhao Fu raised one hand and his king's seal appeared on his palm. A terrifying black light shot out as a formless energy spread out. Swish, swish, swish. Black spikes that were 1 meter long and 5 centimeters wide stabbed out from the black hemisphere before shooting outwards, hitting anything within 1,000 meters of Zhao Fu. Whether they were the escaping goblins or the attacking cat demons, all of them felt a sense of terror, and they desperately started to run away. However, they were still pierced by the black spikes, riddling them with holes and making them die a cruel death. Zhao Fu had used his City Lord Seal's power and slightly changed the king's profoundness, demon domain, 10,000 burials skill. The ground all around him was covered with 1 meter long black spikes and countless cat demon and goblin corpses. After the black hemisphere dissipated, it turned into demonic chi that returned into the sky demon sword. Zhao Fu felt quite pleased as he looked at the corpses, and he had his soldiers start clearing up the battlefield. Now, there were 2,000 or so goblins remaining at the goblin village. Zhao Fu didn't plan on continuing to have two forces clash. Instead, he decided to start luring the goblins out and killing them with his own forces. If he could lure out another wave, he would be able to attack the village afterward. After ordering the archers to attack the village, an ugly, 3-meter-tall goblin appeared. His skin was black-colored, and he held a large machete and had a golden crown on its head. There were some cracks on the golden crown, but it still gave off a noble-looking light. What surprised Zhao Fu was that this goblin's name was displayed to be Goblin King. After the Goblin King appeared, he roared, and that roar reverberated within the surrounding 1,000-meter area. He led the remaining 2,000 goblins to rush at Zhao Fu. 352 Goblin King. Goblin King? This was the first time that Zhao Fu had encountered an intelligent creature with King in its name. He had encountered animals with this title before, such as Grey Wolf King and Black Forest Horse King, but not for intelligent creatures. The aura that the goblin gave off was very powerful, and what shocked Zhao Fu even more was that he really could sense a faint king's power from its body. No matter what sort of creature it was, anything that was related to king would be quite powerful. When he saw that the Goblin King would soon clash with his soldiers, Zhao Fu took out an evil crushing spear and sent his king's power into it. The evil crushing spear shined with a bright silver light, and arcs of electricity appeared around it and gave off terrifying energy ripples. Zhao Fu loudly yelled before throwing the evil crushing spear. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the evil crushing spear turned into a massive ray of silver light, seeming to be able to pierce through everything as it shot towards the Goblin King. Bang! The Goblin King swung his large machete, sending out a wave of light that hit the approaching ray of light. A massive explosion sounded out, and the energy turned into a massive gale that swept across the surrounding 1,000-meter radius area. Hurry up and leave, Zhao Fu ordered. By now, Zhao Fu was certain that the Goblin King really did have king's power. Could it be that this goblin was a true king? It was the first time that Zhao Fu had met another king. Just this Goblin King alone was enough to kill all 300 of his soldiers, and there were also another 2,000 goblins. Zhao Fu knew that they were doomed to lose and that they had to find another method to deal with these goblins. Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to start escaping towards the mountain valley. He completely hadn't expected to encounter a king in this fine gold-grade village. The Goblin King was incredibly fast and bloodthirsty, and everything that blocked his way was split into pieces by his large machete. If they didn't restrict the Goblin King's speed, he would definitely catch up with Zhao Fu's party. Zhao Fu suddenly thought of a summoning skill he had and said, "Godly Hell's Doors." Zhao Fu raised the Sky Demon sword, and a black light shot into the sky. A faint rumble sounded out as a 10-meter wide black hole appeared as traces of demonic chi streamed out. Roar! 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 Little demons who had wings and pitchforks roared as they rushed out of the black hole. These little demons' strength was near stage 1, and there were 100 or so of them. They flew in the air and evilly looked at the Goblin King before rushing to attack him. Facing these little demons, the Goblin King ferociously roared and brandished its machete, sending out massive waves of light and splitting many little demons into demonic chi. Facing the Goblin King, the little demons were unable to retaliate at all. However, they served their purpose as cannon fodder and successfully slowed down the Goblin King. Zhao Fu and his soldiers took this opportunity to rush towards the valley nearby. The Goblin King slashed down, and a massive wave of machete chi split apart the final 3 little demons, after which the Goblin King continued to lead the 2,000 goblins to chase after Xiaofu and his soldiers. After reaching the valley, Xiaofu felt more relaxed because the situation had now been largely resolved, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to start setting up. Very soon, the Goblin King and the 2,000 goblins arrived, and the Goblin King continued to charge towards them without a care in the world. After all, these goblins were incredibly unintelligent, and they gave no thought to their actions. Traces of ghostly chi rose up from the ground. Because this valley was quite narrow, the 2,000 goblins were bunched together. Now, the 100 ghost illusionists cast the dark ghost world, and they were able to cover all of the goblins. However, the dark ghost world was unable to stop the Goblin King at all. He instantly charged out of the ghost chi-filled region and gave off a ferocious air as he rushed at Xiaofu. Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as he continued to run into the valley, leading the Goblin King away as the 300 soldiers dealt with the ordinary goblins. Because most of the goblins were bunched together, the soldiers outside of the ghostly chi-filled region continuously rained down bolts with bows and ballistae, completely slaughtering the goblins. Within the inner regions of the valley, Xiaofu stood in the air and looked at the Goblin King charging at him. He wasn't afraid, even though the Goblin King had king's power, so did he. What's more, he had his king profession and the power of his city lord seal, so he started to attack. Boom. Xiaofu drew the sky demon sword and turned into a ray of black light as he shot towards the Goblin King. His sword gave off a boundless sword light as he vigorously slashed downwards. The Goblin King quickly swung his machete, causing it to give off a sharp machete light. A massive sound rang out as the two energies collided, resulting in a shock wave that caused the ground to crack and for small rocks and grass to be sent flying. Facing Xiaofu's full-strength attack, the Goblin King was forced to take a step back. His strength was clearly inferior to Xiaofu's, but at that moment, the Goblin King's crown shined with a faint golden light, and a majestic aura spread out. Immediately, it was as if a powerful energy had entered the Goblin King's body. His aura became even more powerful, and he swung his machete at Xiaofu incredibly quickly. Xiaofu immediately blocked, but he was still sent flying back dozens of meters before he stopped himself, a trace of blood leaking out of his mouth. Xiaofu's gaze became serious as he found that the Goblin King's strength mainly came from that crown. The feeling that the crown gave him was like that of a king armament, but it seemed somewhat different than a king armament. If this really was a king armament, Xiaofu would have to consider using his nation armament. This was because king armaments were simply too powerful. Back then, the mysterious skeleton in the underground region only had a king armament shard, but it had immense destructive power. King armaments were of varying quality and strength, and because that king armament shard contained ancient king's power, that was why it had been so powerful. The aura that this crown gave off was inferior to that shard, but it was still a complete king armament. It might be hiding some sort of king's power. Xiaofu decided not to use his nation armament for now, and he decided to see just how powerful this king armament was. Xiaofu once again raised his sword, and a black and gold seal that gave off a massive aura appeared above Xiaofu's head. Traces of a black aura streamed out of it, entering Xiaofu's body. Xiaofu unleashed the great Ken seal's full power, and he stood in the air, his black cloak fluttering despite there being no wind. The aura that he gave off became terrifying to the extreme as if it had become corporeal, and it weighed down on everything around him. Some of the more fragile rocks instantly shattered, while grass and plants around him were flattened to the ground. Godly demonic thrust. Xiaofu held the sky demon sword high as it gave off a demonic light. A massive image of a sword appeared in the air, causing the wind and clouds to stir, and the sword descended. Boom. A massive explosion sounded out as the massive sword image slashed at the Goblin King. The power it gave off seemed to be enough to split the entire valley in two, and it sent the Goblin King flying and created a 100-meter-long sword gash on the ground. 353 God-sealing bees. The Goblin King was sent flying and crashed against a cliff face, causing most of the cliff to collapse, and a lot of dust filled the air, obscuring Xiaofu's vision. Their surroundings became silent, and after the dust cleared, Xiaofu saw that the Goblin King's body had been buried by countless rocks, making it seem as if the situation was over. However, could it really have been that easy to kill the Goblin King? Boom. A massive beast claw with chains wrapped around it suddenly appeared in the sky, and a shocking aura spread out, causing a wild gale to blow. The claw slapped at Xiaofu, who was hovering in the air, making it seem as if the sky was going to crack. Xiaofu was hit by the massive claw, and his body was like a pebble that was viciously thrown to the ground, creating a 10-meter-wide crater in the ground. Xiaofu coughed up a mouthful of blood, and he felt that at least 3 or 4 of his bones had broken. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, 10 or so black chains stretched out from the mass of rocks and shot towards Xiaofu, who was on the ground. At that moment, Xiaofu was given a big fright, and he disregarded his injuries as he rolled to the side. The 10 or so chains stabbed into where Zhao Fu had just been, piercing 1 meter deep into the ground. If Zhao Fu hadn't rolled out of the way, he would have been pierced by all 10 chains. After missing, the 10 chains retracted, and the pile of rocks covering the Goblin King exploded. The Goblin King was covered with blood, and he gave off a frightening aura. His large body had become much skinnier. At that moment, the Goblin King looked quite strange, his gaze was quite dull, making him seem like a corpse, and there were 3-meter-long chains around each of his wrists, while the golden crown gave off a strange light. The golden crown seemed to have its own consciousness, and it had completely taken over the Goblin King's body. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy sounds could be heard as the Goblin King raised its large feet and rushed towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu quickly climbed up from the ground. By now, the Goblin King was about 10 meters away from Zhao Fu. The Goblin King swung his arms, and the chains elongated and whipped towards Zhao Fu, seeming to cause the air to explode. In response, Zhao Fu quickly raised his sword and blocked. Clang! The chains hit the Sky Demon's sword, resulting in a metallic collision sound and creating many sparks, causing Zhao Fu's hand to feel numb. What was even worse was that Zhao Fu couldn't fully use the Great Ken Seal's power, it seemed to have been sealed within his body by the claw. Bang! The Goblin King was like a string puppet, and he once again swung his hands, sending the chains whipping towards Zhao Fu again. Zhao Fu was forced to dodge to the side, and as the chains hit the ground, they created another 2-meter-wide crater. It was evident how much power was behind these chains. At this moment, Zhao Fu wanted to retreat. The Goblin King's power wasn't easy to deal with. No, rather, it was the crown's power that wasn't easy to deal with. However, if he escaped, his 300 soldiers would definitely all die, and he wouldn't be able to obtain that special village. Perhaps he would be able to collect the spoils and conquer the village if he could lure the Goblin King further away and give his soldiers enough time to kill those goblins. Zhao Fu felt that this would be feasible. After all, what Zhao Fu was after was the special city creation stone. As for the crown, it wasn't that Zhao Fu didn't want it but that he wasn't confident that he would be able to obtain it. This was so even if he used his nation armament. This was mainly because of his experience with the king armament shard. If even a shard was that powerful, what about this complete king armament? Zhao Fu immediately turned into a black light and sped away. The flight stone that he had obtained during the Divine Fish Festival was quite good, and his flying speed had greatly increased. In just an instant, he had flown 1,000 meters away. However, the Goblin King seemed to have anticipated this, and he pressed his large hands against the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a formless energy spread out of the Goblin King's hands, causing a 10-meter-wide crater to appear around it. Bang, bang, bang. 8 gigantic chains burst out of the ground, shooting into the sky and forming 8 pillars of chains that were spaced evenly around a diameter of 10,000 meters. Clang! As the 8 gigantic chains straightened out, the heavens and the earth seemed to freeze as if they had been completely locked down. Zhao Fu, who had been flying away, suddenly lost his ability to fly, and he fell from the air. Zhao Fu was quite startled, and he found that the surrounding 10,000-meter radius area had been locked down. He was unable to fly, nor was he able to escape past 10,000 meters away. The 8 chains formed an extremely powerful barrier, and unless he destroyed it, he wouldn't be able to escape. After using this skill, the Goblin King's eyes became even duller, and the Goblin King's body became slightly thinner again. It seemed that this skill had cost it greatly. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt that he had a chance at winning. He realized that these skills were consuming the Goblin King's life force, but if the crown was that strong, why would it cost the Goblin King his life force? Also, Zhao Fu realized that for most consciousless king armaments, anyone could use them. Those with consciousness had to acknowledge their master before they could be used, and they would be loyal. Very rarely were there cases of king armaments taking over their masters. Finally, because of the information Zhao Fu had obtained from God Kerr, he knew what the claw and chains were. It was a creature called the God-Sealing Beast. The God-Sealing Beast was quite powerful, and just like its name implied, it could seal even godly spirits. It seemed that using godly skills had caused the crown to suddenly devour the Goblin King. Zhao Fu realized that this might not be a true king armament, and he let out a sigh of relief. He decided to not use his nation armament. As long as he could stall for time and the Goblin King expended all of his life force, he would win. Bang, bang, bang. The Goblin King continued to rush at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu's body suddenly disappeared. Zhao Fu had used the stellar item he had obtained from the Divine Fish Festival, the pendant that could give invisibility. With Zhao Fu's assassin profession as well, he was able to hide his aura and presence as well. The Goblin King couldn't find Zhao Fu, so the Goblin King could only look around and try to use his chains to hit the area around himself. By now, Zhao Fu was standing 100 meters away. He didn't dare to stand too close because it was possible that he would be discovered or hit by the wildly thrashing chains. After thinking about it, Zhao Fu took out another evil crushing spear and sent his king's power before throwing it at the Goblin King. The evil crushing spears were Zhao Fu's most powerful long-range attack. It was a pity that the only ones he had were from the Ghost Festival and that he had no way of making more. Every time he used one, that was one less he could use in the future. Seeing the terrifying silver light suddenly fly at it, the Goblin King was given a big fright, and he stretched out a big hand, causing countless black chains to shoot out from it and collide with the silver light. Bang! A loud explosion resulted, and the silver ray of light scattered into tiny motes of light. After blocking this attack, the Goblin King's large arm became significantly thinner. 354 God-killing in bang. After the Goblin King blocked this attack, he swung with his other hand, sending chains whipping towards the place where the silver ray of light had flown out from. The chains slammed onto the ground, blasting open a 2-meter-wide crater, but Zhao Fu was long gone. Boom! Another silver ray of light suddenly shot at the Goblin King from behind. Countless chains stretched out from the Goblin King's back, spiraling around in the air and forming a large circular shield. The silver light slammed into the shield, causing a loud clanging sound to ring out. The silver ray of light continuously diminished before it finally scattered as countless motes of light. At the same time, the Goblin King's body once again became a bit thinner, and he once again cast out chains towards where the silver light had come from. However, he was unable to hit Zhao Fu. This time, Zhao Fu didn't attack immediately, and he instead waited for a while before throwing out another evil crushing spear, which was once again blocked by the chains. After repeating this 5 or 6 times, the Goblin King's large body had become a lot thinner, and his eyes became even more lifeless. Now, Zhao Fu only had 8 evil crushing spears left, and he was quite reluctant to use them. So, he brought out the Great Sparrow Tropo. An arrow shot out and turned into a thin violet ray of light as it sped towards the Goblin King. Facing this arrow, the Goblin King stood his ground while the chain attached to his arm snaked out and knocked the arrow away. This didn't expend much of the Goblin King's strength, so Zhao Fu was forced to use the Great Spirit Rock Bow's strongest attack. A violet rock with a wingspan of 4 meters suddenly appeared, giving off an incredibly sharp aura as it shot towards the Goblin King's back. The Goblin King turned around in time and stomped the ground, causing it to crack, and 10 or so chains flew out from the ground and pierced through the violet rock, causing it to dissipate. The arrow turned into powder, but immediately afterwards, another violet rock shot towards the Goblin King. Just like that, Zhao Fu continuously forced the Goblin King to use up his life force. Zhao Fu could pay the price, but the Goblin King couldn't because he was using his own life. After continuing on for a few minutes, the Goblin King's body had become drastically smaller, and his skin started to look wrinkled, making him look incredibly sickly. At that moment, another 3 violet rocks shot out. The Goblin King stretched out his hand, and 10 or so chains shot out, destroying the 3 violet rocks. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. If he continued stalling like this, not only would he be able to kill the Goblin King without doing much, but his soldiers would also have enough time to get rid of the other goblins and conquer the village. The Goblin King seemed to know that he couldn't afford to continue on like this, so he made an important decision. His body seemed to shrink like a balloon with air rushing out of it until it seemed like there was only a layer of skin covering his bones, making him look quite terrifying. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt an incredibly dangerous aura descend. He quickly looked up and saw an incredibly monstrous-looking black eye that gave off a terrifying aura in the sky. The pupil of this eye was a ball made of countless chains, and it was a strange shape and gave off a god-killing intent, striking fear into everything that saw it. At that moment, everything under the heavens seemed to go quiet, and all creatures seemed to feel that something incredibly dangerous had descended. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless chains, at least thousands, shot out from that monstrous eye, and they contained great power as they tore through the air and shot towards Zhao Fu below. Zhao Fu's hairs stood on end, and he immediately used his nation armament's power as a 100-meter-tall shield image appeared in front of him. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out, after which countless rocks smashed into the ground as if there was a landslide. The ground continuously trembled as if there was some sort of natural disaster. In the distance, the soldiers also detected those terrifying energy ripples and started to feel worried for Zhao Fu. Within the circle made by the 8 gigantic chains, the dust gradually cleared, revealing countless chains piercing through the ground in those 10,000 meters and creating a horrifying scene. Zhao Fu lay on the ground, his body covered with blood as his arms, legs, and body were pierced by 10 or so chains. The shield had been pierced by a few chains, and Zhao Fu had been nailed to the ground by the chains. The godly demon's shield had been instantly destroyed by the chains, so Zhao Fu had to take out a epic rank shield. However, it was still unable to block those chains. Luckily, his vitals hadn't been hit, so the Goblin King had been unable to instantly kill Zhao Fu, only seriously injuring him. The chains around him began to disappear as the Goblin King's body became a dry corpse. The wind lightly blew, causing it to scatter like dust. Xiaofu raised his hand with great difficulty and took out some healing medicinal pills before swallowing them. He used his king's power to refine those medicinal pills, and they healed his body's injuries. After a while, Xiaofu regained a trace of his strength, and he received system announcements that his soldiers had conquered and relocated the special village. He felt quite relieved and struggled to his feet. He looked at the golden crown ahead of him and slowly trudged over and picked it up. The crown was quite exquisite and beautiful, and there were some decorative designs and pictures on it. It was quite light in Xiaofu's hand, but there were some cracks in it, which ruined its beauty. King's Crown, Grade, Damaged, Stats, Strength +10, Intelligence +10, Agility +10, Constitution +10. Description: a crown forged from a god-sealing beast's body and an emperor's bones. It contains immense power. It was an emperor heaven armament, and anyone who wears it can obtain a king's profession and wield king's power and god-sealing power. Now, it has been depleted of its power and needs to absorb a king's aura to recover. After looking at the stats and description, Xiaofu was shocked. He had never thought that this would actually be an Emperor Heaven armament. Because of the information that he had obtained from God Kerr, he knew what an Emperor Heaven armament was. They were incredibly rare in this world and completely outclassed Divine Earth armaments, which were divine armaments. He almost couldn't believe that he had obtained such an item so easily. However, this Emperor Heaven armament had lost all of its power, making it a gray grade or damaged equipment, which was inferior to even bronze rank equipment. However, even if it was a gray grade piece of equipment, its stats weren't inferior to that of a dark gold rank piece of equipment and could give the person who wore it a king's profession. However, this king's profession wasn't a profession that could grow and mature because it originated from the equipment. It was evident how powerful this Emperor Heaven armament was. It could directly give someone a king's profession, king's power, and god-sealing power. Luckily, it was possible to restore such a powerful item, or Xiaofu most likely would have coughed up blood. He decided to look into how to properly restore it. 355 King's Aura referred to the special aura from a king. It didn't necessarily have to be someone with a king profession but just any creature that had the title of a king, such as Grey Wolf King, Black Forest Horse King, Wild Boar King, etc. Any creature with king in its name would have king's aura, and the more powerful the creature was, the more powerful its king's aura would be. Conversely, the weaker the creature was, the weaker its king's aura would be. For example, for creatures like a wild dog king or a wild chicken king, they would possess king's aura but very little of it. At the same time, people also had king's aura. They didn't necessarily have to have a king profession, rather, as long as they had a royal bloodline or were the legatee of a king, they could be included. In other words, direct descendants or legatees of kings would also have king's aura. If a person killed or subdued someone else with king's aura, that person would be able to obtain that person's king's aura, though killing the person would result in more being gained. After all, killing meant erasing that person's existence, so all of that person's fate would have nowhere to go, resulting in more king's aura being gained. Xiaofu felt that king's aura was quite similar to fate. It was probably the purest essence of fate that could make one a king. It was this sort of fate that the king's crown required in order to be restored. In the future, if Xiaofu killed legatees, creatures with king in their names, or those with royal bloodlines, he would be able to obtain a lot of king's aura. However, this was an Emperor Heaven armament, and the amount of king's aura it required was like an ocean. Xiaofu had no idea when he would be able to restore it. If this item had fallen into someone else's hands, it would have completely changed that person's life or even destiny. Your Majesty, we came too late. Please punish us. At that moment, his soldiers hurried over, and seeing the rubble and destruction in the surrounding 10,000-meter radius area, they were completely flabbergasted. They quickly came to Xiaofu's side, and when they saw that Xiaofu was covered with blood, they immediately knelt on the ground. You can all rise. Xiaofu had a trace of a smile on his face and put the king's crown away before asking for the special city creation stone. The dark silver cube was indeed different than normal city creation stones, but it was difficult to say just what was different about it, so Xiaofu looked at its description. Elid, city creation stone, a city creation stone from the Elid world that can create a fine gold rank goblin village. The description was quite different compared to those of normal city creation stones. The fact that it came from Elid world was very important information. Xiaofu, who had information from God Kerr, already knew about this, so he wasn't too surprised. Something else that made Xiaofu quite delighted was that he had finally collected 1,200 sword essences. Before, he had killed many hobgoblins outside of the historical remnant and gathered many sword essences, and now that they had killed so many this time, he had finally obtained enough. Now, it was time to fuse them and create the Silver Lake Immortal's sword. Xiaofu took out the sword essences, which moved by themselves as if they were calling out to each other, and they shined with a faint light. Suddenly, the sword essences shot into the sky, sparkling like bright stars as the image of a gigantic lake slowly appeared in the sky. This lake was quite beautiful and extremely big, and it was to the point that Xiaofu could not see its sides. The surface of the lake was extremely still without a single ripple, and there were some orange flowers and grass growing around it, creating a beautiful scene. As the lake formed, all of the spiritual chi within the historical remnant started to gather, and the star-like sword essences slowly began to fuse. Finally, a silver sword appeared in the sky, giving off a water-like aura as it descended, and Xiaofu caught it in his hand. It was a silver sword that was roughly 1 meter long and 10 centimeters wide, and there was an image on the hilt that looked like a water immortal. Overall, it was quite a beautiful sword. Silver Lake Immortal Sword, Grade, Epic Rank, Stats, Strength plus 20, Intelligence plus 20, Agility plus 15, Constitution plus 19. Description: one of the Silver Lake Immortal's 7 pieces of equipment. It has a legacy and can give the user the Silver Immortal Swordsman profession. Silver Immortal Swordsman, a growth-type profession that wields powerful sword attacks. The user will inherit a type of martial conception, Silver Lake Conception. After looking at these things, Xiaofu found that this profession was quite powerful, putting aside the other matters, just the martial conception meant that this profession was quite advanced. This was because only people with high cultivations, usually above stage 7, could comprehend a type of source energy. The Silver Immortal Swordsman could directly inherit the Silver Lake Conception and wouldn't require one to comprehend a martial conception by oneself in order to grasp such power. However, this profession and sword didn't suit Xiaofu. There were 6 other pieces of equipment and professions, and Xiaofu planned to give them to others. Because he already had his king profession, he wasn't very suited for this profession, so he put the sword away and planned to find it a suitable owner in the future. Xiaofu decided to stop the exploration of Gloomy Jungle here. Now that Xiaofu had been seriously injured, he would have to take a few days to recover. After returning to Great Kin, Xiaofu mustered his remaining strength to go to the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation, and he placed a black goblin's corpse onto the formation. Right now, Xiaofu was most concerned with whether or not the black goblin's corpses could be refined. If they could, he would be able to develop a large number of Stage 1 soldiers or even Stage 2 soldiers. Xiaofu started to feel slightly anxious as he activated the Heaven and Earth Refining Formation. A formless energy brought the goblin's corpse into the air, and its fleshly essence continuously melted, revealing an eerie skeleton. 2 orbs of light rose up out of the skeleton. Xiaofu stretched out his hand, and they floated over. The first was a great orb, while the second was a Stage 1 blood god pill. Xiaofu was ecstatic, and he placed a Minotaur's body onto the formation next. He obtained a Stage 2 blood god pill from it. He then obtained some raising stones from a cat demon corpse. Now, Xiaofu was completely reassured and went back to his room to recover from his injuries. He decided that he would form a team specifically to kill creatures within the historical remnant to provide Stage 1 and Stage 2 corpses for Great Kin after recovering. Afterward, Xiaofu realized that he hadn't returned to the real world for a while, and since he couldn't do much while he was recovering, he decided to return to the real world. 356 Kin will surely be destroyed by none other than Chu. After his consciousness returned to the real world, Xiaofu felt extraordinarily hungry, which he was familiar with. He drank some water to fend off the hunger temporarily before asking his bodyguard to buy him a meal. Xiaofu then checked his phone, and he found that he had a text and a few missed calls from Wu Qingniang. Xiaofu looked at the text and found that it was Wu Qingniang asking him how his meeting with Dong Junhua went. Xiaofu thought about it, and he found that his impression of Dong Junhua was decent and that he had a good personality. Dong Junhua would most likely be able to rally people to him. As such, Xiaofu answered truthfully, and Wu Qingniang didn't reply for a while. She was most likely within the Heaven Awakened world. Soon, the bodyguard returned with food, and Xiaofu ate as he went through the Heaven Awakened world forum. A lot had happened recently, making the forum seem quite chaotic, and more conflict had erupted between historical figures and their descendants. The historical figures were all loyal to their lieges, and it was only natural that they would want their descendants and families to also be loyal. However, times had changed, and no one was rigidly loyal. Some historical figures had even been persecuted by their lords, such as Beiqi and Shang Yang. It was unlikely that their descendants would want to serve Great Kin, and they may perhaps even hate Great Kin or want to avoid it. The one that was affected the most was Great Ming, which had less well-known generals than the other dynasties. The descendants most likely hated Great Ming as well because the great ancestor Zhu Yuanzhang had killed almost all of his meritorious subjects. Some people had been extremely pitiful, they had been extremely loyal to him but died horrible deaths. Each dynasty had rulers who had executed meritorious subjects, but Great Ming was the worst of them all. Moreover, these descendants were mostly talented people, but because of what had happened in history, they had to be careful. Zhao Fu saw a lot of information like this on the Heaven Awakened World Forum, and Zhao Fu discovered some information about Meng Tian's descendants. In the end, Zhao Fu decided to leave them to their own designs. There was something else that caused Zhao Fu to frown: the descendants of the overlord of Western Chu, Xiang Yu. Out of all of the historical figures, the one that Zhao Fu hated the most was Xiang Yu. In actuality, Zhao Fu himself didn't have any antagonistic feelings towards Xiang Yu. After all, they were from different times, and there was nothing between them personally. In fact, to some, Xiang Yu was a hero and worshipped by many. However, the hatred Zhao Fu felt towards Xiang Yu went to his bones. You destroyed Great Qin, killed 200,000 of Great Qin's soldiers, destroyed a Peng Palace, and slaughtered my people. Back then, the prophecy became true: though Chu has but 3 clans, Qin will surely be destroyed by none other than Chu. This time, Great Qin will definitely destroy Chu, and I'll spare no one from the Xiang family, whether they're male, female, young, or old. Zhao Fu's gaze was incredibly cold and his body gave off a chilling intent. This wasn't intentional on his part. He felt no personal hatred towards Xiang Yu, but because of Great Qin's legacy, his hatred towards Xiang Yu ran deep into his bones and heart. This wasn't something that he would let go of until one of them was dead. After looking at the information about Xiang Yu's descendant, all of Zhao Fu's blood seemed to be boiling, and hatred seeped out from his heart. The state of Chu had obtained a lot of fate because Great Qin's demise was mostly because of Xiang Yu, while Liu Bei had simply reaped what he had sown. Xiang Yu had been a great general and quite adept at leading his army. He was fairly famous even among the famed generals of China, but he had been obstinate, self-opinionated, arrogant, and indecisive. He was a good general but couldn't be a good king. As such, he had walked down the path of overlords and lost to Liu Bang's path of kings. At first, Xiang Yu's descendant hadn't dared to reveal anything about himself, as he knew that there were 2 empires out to kill him. It was not just the Great Qin Empire but also the Great Han Empire. Now that 2 of the 5 great dynasties wanted to kill him, it was only natural that he didn't dare to reveal anything about himself. Now that he had suddenly destroyed a few large families in his area and become the most powerful faction in the region, news about him had started to spread. Zhao Fu had a look at the region and found that it was quite far away from Great Qin, so he would have to wait for a while before engaging in a massive battle. Zhao Fu felt quite confident, but because he was sure that Xiang Yu's descendant was quite capable, he still felt a bit of pressure. The next piece of news surprised Zhao Fu. It was a person called Gu Qinying. That person had obtained the favor of a city lord, and he had been chosen to be the city lord's son-in-law, making him the next city lord. Zhao Fu couldn't believe such a thing was possible. Gu Qinying was quite lucky to have obtained a system main city for free, and so early at that. With a system main city backing him, his future would be limitless. It was also said that the city lord's daughter was as beautiful as a goddess, and she was one of the most beautiful women around. Zhao Fu wondered what a city lord had seen in Gu Qinying, and it wasn't a big deal that Gu Qinying's information had been exposed. He had joined up with a legatee and received protection, otherwise, he would have died when his information was revealed. This piece of news made countless people feel envious. Not only did he have a beautiful wife, but he also had a system main city. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile. He wasn't envious but rather quite amused. Next was an ancient beauties ranking created by someone. It was a ranking for beautiful women, and most had devastatingly beautiful looks. Apart from being beautiful, the other requirement was that they had to be the descendant of an ancient beauty. Ranked first was Nu Lu, who was the descendant of Nuwa. She was described as a kind beauty who gave off a motherly air. Ranked second was Daf, who was the descendant of Dag. She was described as an enchantingly beautiful woman who could bewilder the masses. Ranked third was Wu Qingnian, who was the descendant of Wu Zishan. She was described as a domineering beauty who had an overbearing and invincible air. Ranked fourth as Shi Yuan, who was the descendant of Zishi. She was described as a weak beauty who gave off a frail air and made others want to protect her. Ranked fifth was Yang Yuan, who was the descendant of Yang Gaifai. She was described as a voluptuous beauty who had a seductive figure that could cause any man to burn with lust. Ranked sixth was Wang Zhe, who was the descendant of Wang Zhaojun. She was described as a wise and understanding beauty. She was definitely someone who would make a good and kind wife and mother. Ranked seventh was Du Ziu, who was the descendant of Dai Chan. She was described as the most beautiful beauty, and it was to the point that her beauty could move one's soul. Ranked eighth was Zhao Hanayu, who was the descendant of Zhao Fian. She was described as the dancing beauty. She could perform dances that could captivate countless people. Ranked ninth was Bao King, who was the descendant of Basi. She was described as a beauty with the most beautiful smile. A single one of her smiles could cause the destruction of a city. Ranked 10th was Feng Shu, who was the descendant of Feng Xiolian. She was described as a pampered beauty and had a pampered and noble air about her. 357 Eastern King. There were about 100 or so people on the Ancient Beauties rankings, and Zhaofu only looked at the first 10 or so. These women had inherited their ancestors' genes, and all of them were exceptional beauties, most of whom excelled at something. However, the Ancient Beauties ranking only had people from China. Moreover, there were women whose looks weren't inferior to those on the list, such as the star Suyuyan. Out of the top 10 people, Zhaofu only recognized Wu Qingnian. With her looks, she did indeed deserve to be ranked third. Zhaofu didn't spend much time reading through the Ancient Beauties ranking, and he soon moved on to other things. He took a look at the Heaven's Pride rankings. The top rankings didn't change much, while the latter rankings constantly changed. Of course, the person who hung at the top was Great Ken's legatee. Zhaofu wasn't too surprised by this. He knew what sort of position Great Ken held in everyone's hearts at this point. He decided that he would act more low profile in the future and not draw as much attention to himself. Zhaofu also saw another piece of news that was quite surprising. There had been a few successful coups d'état staged in a few small countries, making the real world seem like it was filled with a dangerous aura. Moreover, the number one country in the real world, America, didn't have any legacies because it was a relatively new nation. Even though it was powerful in the real world, it was quite weak in the Heaven Awakened world, so America targeted the Native Americans. The Native Americans had quite a few legacies, but most of them had been taken by America. History had repeated itself, with one side oppressing the other. Zhaofu was quite concerned about this, and he read more into it before he continued to look at some other things. After finishing his food, he returned to the Heaven Awakened world. After returning to the Heaven Awakened world, his body had slightly recovered. Great Ken's population was now at 650,000, and its military had swelled to 120,000 soldiers. Most of the new soldiers were orcs. After all, now that Great Ken had obtained an extra 220,000 people, Zhaofu had to put them to work. The orcs were powerfully built and stronger than humans, and they were quite ferocious, making them good soldiers. It was a pity that only 50,000 or so soldiers had stage 1 or above cultivation out of the 120,000 soldiers. All of the blood god pills from before had been given to those soldiers, so the lowest cultivations were around tier 0 level 7. However, they had no more blood god pills. As for all of Zhaofu's generals and commanders, they had broken through to stage 2 because of the stage 2 blood god pills from the Minotaurs. Only after his soldiers' cultivations were higher would Zhaofu be able to start acting against Heavenstone City. He had never forgotten about the grudge from that day. He was determined to take down Heavenstone City and kill that city lord and that young lord. Zhaofu felt that he had enough soldiers. However, most of their cultivations were a bit lacking, so Heavenstone City's matter would have to wait for now. Now, the most important matter for Great Ken was obtaining more blood god pills. The Historical Remnant Exploration Team, which had 1,500 soldiers, had been created, and the command medallions had been prepared. The goblins within the Historical Remnant were already a threat, and the stage 2 cat demons and minotaurs were even more dangerous. They would be quite difficult for his soldiers to deal with. If Zhaofu was with them, he would be able to guarantee a low number of injuries or casualties. If it was anyone else, there might be many injuries or casualties. However, the Historical Remnant was quite big, and it would require too much time to explore. Zhaofu couldn't put all of his time into this because there were many other things that he needed to take care of from time to time. At that moment, a soldier came to report something good. The gnomes had finished researching Stage 1 ballistae. Because of how big and powerful Stage 1 ballistae were, it was only natural that it would take a long time to research them. Zhaofu had regained a trace of his strength, and even though he was still incredibly weak, walking around was no problem. He went to the gnome's workshop and saw a ferocious-looking ballista at the front. The Stage 1 ballistae was roughly as big as the previous one, but it looked quite different. It was more refined and could shoot 2 bolts at once, which was one less than before, but each bolt was far more destructive. Ordinary ballistae could already cause great damage, and a single bolt was enough to pierce through a goblin and kill the goblin instantly. However, a single bolt was unable to instantly kill minotaurs because their life force and defense were quite powerful. Now, with Stage 1 ballistae, this problem would be resolved. Stage 1 ballistae would be enough to kill minotaurs as long as they didn't move around too much. Stage 1 ballistae required secret silver rank material to create every part, including the body, the bowstring, arrow shafts, and arrowheads. Only then would the Stage 1 ballistae be able to unleash their true power. Fortunately, secret silver rank material was nothing to Great Ken. Zhaofu immediately gave the order to mass-produce the Stage 1 ballistae, and he asked the gnomes to research even more powerful ballistae. Even though the minotaurs weren't as big of a problem anymore, there were still the cat demons. The cat demons were simply too fast, and if there was nothing suppressing them, they could pose a great threat. Zhao Fu ordered his people to look for ways to suppress them or slow them down because he wouldn't be able to lead the teams in the future. After an entire day, Zhao Fu had recovered by half. He had consumed many medicinal pills, and Asami had continuously used her high-grade healing skill on him. At that moment, a soldier came to report that he had found a high-grade magic skill called Gravity Element on the market, which could manipulate the gravity within a certain range. It could be used to increase the gravity within an area, suppressing the cat demons and reducing the need for Zhao Fu to personally lead the exploration team. This skill was quite rare and expensive, but Zhao Fu still decided to buy it. Soon, the historical remnant exploration team set off. Zhao Fu ordered them to explore the outer regions and not go in too deep because he wasn't sure what was in the depths. He felt that it would be fairly dangerous, so he would take a look himself when he had the opportunity in the future. "Your Majesty, this subordinate has captured a wild boar king," a soldier respectfully reported as he half knelt. When he heard this, Zhao Fu smiled and ordered the soldier to show him. They arrived at an open area that had a massive wooden cage. Inside it was a 150-kilogram boar restlessly charging at the cage, trying to escape. Zhao Fu looked at the wild boar king and found that its stats weren't very high. It only had stage 1 strength, which wasn't very strong. As such, Zhao Fu took out the golden king's crown. Even though this king's crown was quite beautiful, it was a Western-style crown. As an Eastern king, Zhao Fu was reluctant about wearing it, but Eastern-style crowns weren't suited for battle. As such, Zhao Fu decided to not put on the crown if he wasn't fighting. 358 king creatures. Zhao Fu held the king's crown with one hand and pointed with his other hand as a sharp black sword-like shot into the wild boar king's head. Immediately, the wild boar king's massive body powerlessly crashed to the ground, and blood quickly flowed out of a hole as wide as a finger in its head. At the same time, the king's crown in Zhao Fu's hand gave off a formless energy that covered the wild boar king's corpse. A blood-red translucent string floated out of the wild boar king's body and was absorbed into the king's crown. Zhao Fu immediately felt a slight change within the king's crown. Even though this change was quite small, it was enough to slightly restore the king's crown. That blood-red string-like thing had most likely been King Zora. Now that Zhao Fu had so many soldiers, he didn't need to go out to look for king creatures by himself. He could order them to bring back such creatures and then kill them himself. This way, he wouldn't have to waste any time on this matter. As such, Zhao Fu ordered his soldiers to continue bringing such creatures back. Afterward, Zhao Fu took one of his hobgoblins to a large empty space before giving him the Dark Silver City Creation Stone and asking him to establish the village. The hobgoblin obeyed and pressed the dark silver cube against the ground. A dark silver wave of light rippled out, after which a few ruined buildings slowly appeared. Before, this village had been an advanced village, but because it had been relocated, it had become a basic village again. The ruined buildings needed to be restored, and after making the hobgoblin the village chief, Zhao Fu went to the barracks. Zhao Fu was quite surprised to find that there wasn't a single profession change stone steel in the barracks, so he took out 4 profession change stone steels and placed them there. The 4 profession change stone steels shined with light before fusing with the barracks, and Zhao Fu received a system announcement that he could now develop soldiers of those 4 professions. There were only 100 spots for the Goblin Club Wielders, 30 for the Goblin Rock Throwers, 10 for the Hobgoblins, and 2 for the Blue-Red Goblins. The 4 professions were very limited, and even though the numbers were quite low right now, the profession change stone steels could be leveled up together with the village. As the village leveled up, the number of positions for each of the professions would also increase. Out of the 4 professions, Zhao Fu only cared about the Hobgoblin and Blue-Red Goblin professions. The Goblin Club Wielders and Goblin Rock Throwers were simply too weak. The Hobgoblins could use different types of weapons, and it was a good melee-type profession. The Blue-Red Goblins were a magic profession, which was fairly rare in the Heaven Awakened world. Zhao Fu had always wanted to create a team of mages. After looking at the Goblin Village's information, Zhao Fu moved some goblins from the other villages to here and had them change professions. Zhao Fu then sent out these new soldiers to hunt for king creatures. Not only would they be able to obtain experience point from killing creatures, leveling up the village, but they would also be a great help because they were fairly strong. At that moment, Go Binglin came up and cupped his hands before saying, "Your Majesty, this subordinate has something to report." When he heard this, Zhao Fu motioned for Binglin to speak. However, just as Go Binglin was about to speak, Zhao Fu sensed something, and his expression became serious as he raised his head. A black star had appeared in the sky, giving off a powerful cross-shaped light. It was quite abnormal for a black star to appear in the blue sky because this was a general star, the Army Destroyer Star. At that moment, it wasn't just Zhao Fu but all of the legatees, various espers, ability users, and ordinary people in China who noticed the Army Destroyer Star in the sky. The Army Destroyer Star gave off a powerful black light and an immense air of conquering. Just the pressure it gave off made it impossible not to notice. The Army Destroyer Star was something usually only top-grade generals could unlock. What's more, this wasn't a general star returning but entering one's life. Someone with a great general fate had just been born. Within a mountain village, a fairly honest-looking young man anxiously paced about within a room while a woman's pained cries rang out. A middle-aged woman said, "Taken, just a bit longer. The child's about to come out." These were all ordinary people who wouldn't attract a lot of attention. The entire room was filled with a black aura, a type of black fiendish aura, that brought with it a dense air of conquering. It was like the aura of an army of millions of people, and even the small creatures within 10,000 meters were scared into running away. The black star in the sky continuously gave off a brilliant black starlight, causing the wind and clouds to stir as a child came into this world. The moment that the child was born, a black pillar of starlight descended from the sky and shined on the newly born child. Countless black auras flooded into the child's body, causing it to shine with a black light. Of course, ordinary people were unable to see any of this. Wah-ah! Hearing the child's cry, a look of delight appeared on the face of the young man outside. Afterward, a middle-aged woman brought the baby out as she smiled. A successful birth. Congratulations, he's a boy. The honest-looking young man had a cheerful smile on his face and vigorously nodded as he carefully took the boy into his arms. Looking at his baby, a loving smile slowly appeared. As the baby boy was born, the black star slowly disappeared, as did all of the abnormal signs. Everyone looked away. This was the first time that a general star had entered someone's life, and the Army Destroyer Star at that. This person would definitely become a general whose name would shake nations in the future, and he would be an immense talent. Is it possible to find his location? Zhao Fu watched as the black star disappeared and asked Aizen, who had come to his side. Anyone, not just Zhao Fu, would want a general like this. He definitely wouldn't be any weaker than the historical generals, and if he could recruit him, it would be like having an extra historical figure. Right now, most of the historical generals' general stars and fate had been temporarily sealed. After the Heaven Awakened world devoured the real world, all of those would be unsealed. As such, having a general star during the early stages was a massive advantage. Aizen had an apologetic smile on her face as she lowered her head and replied, "Your Majesty, I can only divine that the child is slightly southwest of the center of the Midland continent. A person who has a general star has great fate, so I can't find his precise location." When he heard this, Zhao Fu sighed. The center of the Midland continent was quite far away from Great Kin, so even if he knew the precise location, he wouldn't be able to acquire this person. Suddenly, Zhao Fu's gaze fell on Go Binglin, who had been waiting by his side. He remembered that his report had been cut short, so he asked, "Binglin, what did you want to report?" 359 West Pan City. Go Binglin once again cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, this subordinate discovered the location of a small city." When Zhao Fu heard this, his frown disappeared, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face as he started to ask about it. In order to upgrade to a great city, Zhao Fu required 3 basic cities and 6 basic towns. These conditions were quite difficult to satisfy. After all, obtaining 3 basic cities was quite difficult. Zhao Fu had long since ordered his people to search for basic cities, which were far more difficult to find than system main cities. Most regions didn't even have many cities apart from the system main cities because even a basic city was already a war machine that had a city lord seal. If a region had 4 main cities, it was almost impossible for there to be any other cities. This was because almost all of the resources and fate would be split by the 4 system main cities. Only when there were 2 or 3 system main cities in a region would there be other cities. Most of these cities were occupied by outlanders because those occupied by humans were mostly system main cities. The ancient fallen clans like the Zangnu started on equal footing with the players, so it was unlikely that they would be able to establish cities yet. After talking with Go Binglin, Zhao Fu found that this city was a kobold city, and it was 2 regions away from the Forest of Horrors. Zhao Fu immediately ordered his people to start making preparations. Of course, Zhao Fu wouldn't immediately go to attack it, and he would instead establish friendly relations. After recovering for a day, Zhao Fu's wounds had essentially all healed. He took a large amount of equipment that they had taken from Orc City, the Shatter Steel Iron equipment, and 100 origin pills with hidden evil, and he then went to that region. Go Binglin had already comprehensively investigated this kobold city and told Zhao Fu all of the information. The kobold city was called West Pan City, and it was a bit weaker than the Orc City. There were 200,000 kobolds in total, with roughly 50,000 soldiers. The city lord's name was West Pan. After using the teleportation channel that had already been created by Go Binglin, Zhao Fu went to the front of West Pan City. West Pan City was mainly made of stone, and its design is also somewhat crude like the Orc City. However, West Pan City was somewhat more refined and had more powerful defenses. There were many sentry towers that provided surveillance. The kobolds weren't as strong as the orcs, nor were they as brutal. Instead, they were more focused on defense. After coming to the city gates, Zhao Fu announced, "I'm a merchant." A kobold soldier took Zhao Fu to a room where there were many other people with black cloaks waiting. Out of these people, a few were sitting down. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, none of them seemed to care, and Zhao Fu casually found a place to sit and wait. Now, it was no longer as strange to trade with outlanders. After all, everyone prioritized their own profits. As long as both sides benefit, anything could happen. This was especially because West Pan City had developed a very special type of spice that was an exquisite type of spice. It was incredibly expensive, and given that West Pan City accepted all sorts of things to trade for it, many people were attracted by the potential profits. Basically, everyone in the room was looking to trade. However, this was something that would offend the system main cities, so everyone was quite wary and wore cloaks. After a while, a round-faced kobold walked in and smiled as he said, "Everyone, the Ceylon spice and all sorts of other items are ready. The highest bidder will obtain the items." The kobold brought out a 30-centimeter long box and opened it. An enchanting smell wafted out, filling the entire room. Zhao Fu looked over and saw that there was a white powder within the box. This was most likely the Ceylon spice. "Let's go with the same rules as usual." After the box was opened, a crude voice sounded out. It was one of the people sitting down. Those who were sitting down most likely had important statuses. The person who spoke first was most likely from the most powerful faction, otherwise, he wouldn't have spoken so brashly and confidently. Hearing this, the others all nodded, and they agreed to split the Ceylon spice in the usual manner. Every gram of the Ceylon spice was more valuable than gold. Most people couldn't outbid these people from the powerful factions, nor was there anyone who dared to compete with them. As such, they completely ignored everyone else. The others could only enviously watch. If they could bring this spice back and sell it to the system main city's officials, they would be able to obtain massive profits. In fact, they could even sell such a box for 10,000 or so gold coins. They couldn't compete with these people from the big factions, and they had only come for some of West Pan City's other items. The 6 people seated had already agreed on how to split the Ceylon spice. The kobold in charge smiled, and he didn't say anything. Every transaction brought great profits to West Pan City, so he didn't care how everything worked out. As long as the profit was sufficient, that was enough. "Sir Bellin, we've already came to an agreement. Let's go through with the transaction," the crude voice said. Even though he referred to the kobold as sir, there was no respect in his tone. Bellin, the kobold in charge, didn't mind this person's tone, and he prepared to agree and go through with the transaction. "Wait." A voice sounded out from the corner, and everyone turned to look at the person who had come in last. "What's going on?" Everyone felt quite confused. Facing these gazes, Zhao Fu walked up and said, "I'm buying all of this spice." The room burst into an uproar. This person didn't just want a portion of the spice, he wanted all of it. This was simply too domineering. Before, even the large factions had agreed to split it, he simply wasn't putting them in his eyes at all. Immediately, the gazes of the people from the large factions became cold, and the crude voice called out mockingly, "Who's this country bumpkin who dares to compete with the Wu family? Don't you know me, Wu Long?" Someone coldly laughed. "Minor figures like you should be more aware of your small status in front of us. If you're too stupid, you'll end up in a ditch." Someone else coldly harumphed, "He's probably someone new who doesn't even know of our 6 factions. I'm sure he won't have what it takes to trade for this spice. So Sir Bellin, it's best that you just chase him out." "If Sir Bellin isn't willing, I'm willing to teach this thing a lesson." 360 domineering because their factions were so powerful and no one dared to resist them. These people had become used to doing whatever they wanted. They acted without restraint, saying whatever they wanted. Kobold Bellin, sitting at the front, continued to smile, and he didn't say anything. He didn't care whether these humans lived or died or who profited more or less. He saw that Zhao Fu seemed quite interesting, so he didn't give the order for Zhao Fu to be chased out. Seeing this, everyone else also felt quite amused, and everyone present hoped that the situation would become as savage as possible. After all, they were quite unhappy with the 6 top factions, and they had many grievances with them. However, they had no intentions of getting caught up in this because Zhao Fu's life or death had nothing to do with them. If he died, he had brought it on himself. When he heard these words, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and said somewhat condescendingly and murderously, "Do you want to die?" This person clearly wasn't treating them seriously at all, and his tone was like talking to an ant. The 6 people were infuriated, and with their statuses, how could they tolerate such a thing? They simultaneously stood up, wanting to kill this arrogant person in front of them to relieve their anger. "Kneel," a cold voice said as an incredibly powerful aura burst forth, causing the air in the entire room to freeze. The 6 people felt a boundless power weigh down on them, and even despite trying to use all of their power, they were unable to resist at all. Their legs crumpled, and they crashed heavily to their knees. These 6 people only had stage 1 cultivation, and Zhao Fu had killed many people who had acted arrogantly in front of him. If others treated him respectfully and courteously, he would return that. However, if they didn't, there was no need for him to hold back. Facing the terrifying aura that Zhao Fu had released, everyone present felt quite startled. Even though this aura wasn't directed towards them, they could feel how powerful it was, and it was enough to suppress everyone here. Belen also felt quite shocked. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be strong enough to rival a stage 3 expert. In actuality, Zhao Fu hadn't used his full strength because he was as strong as a stage 4 expert. With the City Lord's seal, most people here would either be killed or heavily wounded just from his aura alone. However, Zhao Fu decided to only reveal a portion of his strength because if he unleashed his full strength, he would alert the kobolds. That wasn't why he had come here. The 6 people kneeling had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so strong. Now that they were all kneeling in front of him, these arrogant people felt like dying. This humiliation was something that would stay with them for the rest of their lives, and they would never be able to forget it. Og! The man with the crude voice, Wu Long, roared as he gathered all of his strength, making his face seem incredibly savage and for his veins to bulge as he tried to resist Zhao Fu's suppression. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed, and the pressure bearing down on Wu Long became 4 times heavier. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out as Wu Long screamed. The bones in his legs had been broken, and he lay on the ground, vengefully glaring at Zhao Fu. For you to humiliate me like this today, I'll definitely make you suffer a terrible death in the future. The Wu family won't let you off either, and I'll even kill everyone related to Kai. A black sword light flashed, lopping Wu Long's head off and causing blood to fly everywhere. The other 5 people were quite close by, unstained by blood. Feeling warm blood on their faces, the other 5 realized that Zhao Fu wasn't someone who could be easily angered. Killing them only took a single thought, causing them to all become somewhat fearful. Those around them looked quite shocked. None of them had expected Zhao Fu to kill someone so suddenly. What's more, this was in the presence of Belen. He wasn't putting the kobolds in his eyes at all. It became completely silent, and everyone looked at Zhao Fu, who was standing in the middle. Zhao Fu's body was giving off a dense killing intent as if he would be fine with killing everyone here. His gaze fell on the 5 people kneeling on the ground and asked, I want to buy all of the Ceylon spice. Does anyone have any objections? Feeling that incredible killing intent, the 5 people's bodies trembled in fear as they quickly shook their heads, signaling that they had no objections. They didn't even dare to utter a single word. In that case, I'll be buying everything from West Pan City from now on at 10 times the price. Don't come in the future. After Zhao Fu said these words with such a commanding tone, everyone present felt quite furious. They had came to West Pan City to reap great benefits by trading with the kobolds. Now, not only could they not have any Ceylon spice, but Zhao Fu was also not allowing them to trade anything else. Even the 6 biggest factions hadn't dared to do this because countless factions would retaliate against them. And yet, Zhao Fu had dared to do this. What? Do you have any objections? After that cold and dignified voice spoke out, a massive aura covered everyone present. Zhao Fu could detect the dissatisfaction from these people and turned to look at them, and the threat couldn't be clearer. If they dared to say anything, he would immediately kill them. After having this aura turn to them, the rest of the people realized how terrifying it truly was. The icy killing intent was enough to make them break out in a cold sweat, and even though they had objections, none of them dared to voice them. Right now, Zhao Fu wanted to use a large amount of equipment and medicinal pills to trade with West Pan City. If they used these equipment and medicinal pills, West Pan City wouldn't be able to resist at all, and Zhao Fu would be able to obtain West Pan City like he had been able to with the Orc City. Even though he could sell equipment and medicinal pills to West Pan City in exchange for the Ceylon spice, there were many other items that could be traded, which would allow him to give them a massive amount of equipment and medicinal pills. As such, Zhao Fu didn't want to let go of this opportunity, and he didn't give anyone present any face. What's more, he excused this behavior by offering 10 times the price from before in order to not arouse any suspicion. Belen smiled. He didn't plan on condemning Zhao Fu's actions because West Pan City would now receive 10 times more profit than before. This was a massive gain. This sort of profit was enough for Belen to disregard anything that Zhao Fu did. Now that he had a super tycoon like Zhao Fu, there was no need for anyone else. Seeing how domineering Zhao Fu was, nobody dared to say anything or even reveal looks of discontent. After all, if they angered Zhao Fu, he would slaughter them all. Seeing how happy Belen seemed, it didn't seem like he would condemn Zhao Fu's actions, so everyone ended up leaving in low spirits. In the end, only Belen and Zhao Fu remained in the room. 361. You want me to kneel? Guest, apart from Ceylon spice, West Pan City has many other good items, such as ores and furs. I'm sure you'll be pleased with them. After everyone had left, Belen smiled and started to introduce the items that they had. On the surface, Zhaofu pretended to attentively listen, but in actuality, he didn't care about these things. The only thing that he wanted was to inundate West Pan City with equipment and medicinal pills. After Belen finished his introductions, Zhaofu took out the equipment and medicinal pills that he wanted to trade. This surprised Belen. He picked up the equipment and looked at it, and he sniffed at the medicinal pills. A look of delight appeared on his face. Since Zhaofu was willing to use so much good equipment and medicinal pills to trade, West Pan City would become much more powerful as a result. If the trades were all conducted with equipment and medicinal pills like these, it would be an incredible trade for West Pan City, and this could even continue into a long-term relationship. However, Belen wasn't sure if Zhaofu had more equipment and medicinal pills like these. It would be a pity for this to be a one-time deal. Guest, will you be using equipment and medicinal pills to trade in the future as well? Belen asked. Because of the profits Zhaofu brought, he spoke with great courtesy. Zhaofu could tell what Belen was thinking, and he retracted his aura before calmly replying that he would continue trading with equipment and medicinal pills in the future as well. When he heard Zhaofu confirm this, Belen felt quite delighted. If they could continue obtaining equipment and medicinal pills like this, West Pan City's status would continuously grow, and West Pan City would become more powerful. Right now, he was only West Pan City's Minister of Internal Affairs, but if the city lord was pleased with him because of the equipment and medicinal pills, he would most likely be promoted. Belen inwardly rejoiced. All of this was because the humans were so greedy and competitive, resulting in the stupid tycoon being willing to pay 10 times the price from before. Sir Belen, I also need some slaves of any race. Are you able to facilitate this? I'm willing to pay a high price for them. On one hand, Zhaofu wanted to flood West Pan City with equipment and medicinal pills, and on the other, he wanted to obtain more people like he had from the Orc City. If he didn't take advantage of all opportunities, that would be a waste. Slaves? When he heard this, Belen slightly frowned. To any city, population was incredibly important, and kobolds didn't normally enslave other races. They weren't as vicious as the orcs and didn't normally attack other villages. Even when they did attack and conquer other villages, they would kill everyone in order to prevent any future troubles from springing up. Belen felt quite troubled by Zhaofu's request. After all, he was only the Minister of Internal Affairs and had only been ordered to facilitate trades with the humans. He had no jurisdiction over military affairs like this. However, because Zhaofu said that he was willing to pay a high price, Belen felt quite tempted and thought about it. In the end, he sent a soldier to the higher-ups to report this, and after hearing their reply, he smiled as he said, Guest, we can't trade slaves with you, but the price will be quite high. Zhaofu didn't care at all. The greedier these kobolds were the better. Even though it seemed like Zhaofu was being taken advantage of, West Pan City was actually slowly coming into Zhaofu's hands. That's no problem. If West Pan City can provide high-grade slaves, I'll be willing to pay even more. Zhaofu said, seeming as if he had extraordinary wealth. Belen was feeling ecstatic, and he now felt quite curious as to Zhaofu's identity. First, he was quite powerful and had so much equipment and medicinal pills, he definitely wasn't an ordinary person. However, seeing that there was nothing wrong with the equipment and medicinal pills, Belen decided not to probe into Zhaofu's identity. As long as he could provide benefits to West Pan City, it didn't matter who he was. Afterward, Belen carried out the transaction with Zhaofu. Both sides received what they wanted, and they happily concluded this trade. Elsewhere, the various factions angrily returned to their headquarters, feeling incredibly infuriated that Zhaofu had taken all of the benefits for himself. The 6 biggest factions were clearly the angriest, especially since they had suffered such humiliation. How could they swallow their pride and accept this? After all, they were the 6 biggest factions. Since everyone else was also angry towards Zhaofu, they gathered some other factions and decided to kill Zhaofu. In total, they had gathered 10,000 or so people, and all of them had decent strength. Since that person was so strong, would he still be so domineering in the face of so many people? This time, they wanted to see his true strength. Ideally, they would have him kneel down and beg for forgiveness before they killed him. Perhaps he had many good things on him, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to purchase everything for 10 times the previous price. What's more, the profits he would gain would be quite small. After concluding the transaction, Zhaofu left West Pan City and flew towards the place where his teleportation channel was. He couldn't establish it too close to West Pan City, or it would be detected easily. As such, this teleportation channel was 10 or so kilometers away. However, when Zhaofu was halfway there, countless arrows suddenly started flying at him. Seeing so many arrows, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and immediately used his king's domain to block some of the arrows. Because there were simply too many arrows, Zhao Fu was forced down to the ground. Following this, a sea of people rushed out of the forest around them and surrounded Zhao Fu. There were at least 10,000 people, but Zhao Fu's expression didn't change much. At that moment, the leaders of the 6 biggest factions walked out and evilly looked at Zhao Fu. One of them loudly laughed and said, "You dared to kill someone from the Wu family. Today, you're bound to die. If you kowtow to me, I'll let you die a decent death at least. That's right. If you kneel and call me Granddaddy, we'll leave you a complete corpse. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're strong. We have over 10,000 people, and all of them are fairly strong. You'd best think this through," another person coldly called out. "Exactly. Kowtow to all of us and call us Granddaddy. This is your punishment for acting so arrogantly before." Everyone else laughed. Zhao Fu stood his ground, a cold look in his eyes. Even though there were 10,000 or so people in front of him, most of their cultivations hadn't broken through to stage 1 yet, so he could deal with them. If he used his City Lord Seal's power, not a single person here would be able to stop him. In fact, Zhao Fu could even kill everyone here. However, dealing with 10,000 or so people would be quite troublesome, and what's more, they were quite close to West Pan City. If Zhao Fu used his City Lord Seal, West Pan City's City Lord would definitely detect this. However, Zhao Fu had other ways to deal with them, so he didn't fear these 10,000 people. "You want me to kneel?" Zhao Fu started to laugh. "You think a group of trash like you can defeat me? I didn't even go to make trouble for you, yet now you've come to find me? You're seeking death. 362 What did you want me to call you? You." Hearing that Zhao Fu dared to say such words when facing so many people, such as calling them trash, everyone felt incredibly furious. They raised their various weapons and rushed over, wanting to turn Zhao Fu into meat paste. The scene of 10,000 people charging was quite impressive, but at that moment, Zhao Fu's body suddenly disappeared. This caused everyone to pause in surprise. How had this person suddenly disappeared? At that moment, a 10 or so meter long black arc suddenly flashed out, causing blood and limbs to fly. 30 or so people instantly died, and their bodies fell to the ground with shocked expressions on their faces. None of them had realized what had happened before dying. This sudden attack shocked everyone, but before they could respond, another 2 sharp arcs of light flashed out, killing more than 100 people. Not a single person could retaliate before their bodies were essentially split in 2. This strange and terrifying scene made everyone start to feel scared, and they started to retreat. At that moment, another black arc of light flashed out, lopping off dozens of heads. The wounds were incredibly clean, and dozens of corpses fell to the ground. This scene scared many people to the point that their legs became weak. However, someone yelled, "He can use some method to become invisible. Everyone, be careful." Zhao Fu had used the Stealther's powers, and even if they knew about the invisibility, they still had no power to stop him. As such, the massacre continued. Black arcs of light continuously swept out, cutting people's bodies in half. Some people shot arrows towards where the attacks came from, but they couldn't keep up with Zhao Fu's speed. Zhao Fu didn't remain in the same area. He moved around like a ghost, mercilessly hunting them down. More and more corpses fell to the ground, and a gory smell spread out. The aura of death covered everyone here, and now, the situation was reversed. The thousands of people were scared of Zhao Fu. At that moment, someone yelled out, "Everyone, quickly form groups with shields on the outside and protect those who can attack." People immediately started to form groups with shields on the outside, and the archers within drew their bows and warily looked around, preparing to attack. This sort of method may have worked against normal people, but it was wholly ineffective against Zhao Fu. After all, Zhao Fu's own strength was equivalent to that of a stage 4 expert, and it was incredibly easy for him to deal with these people, who weren't even at stage 1. A massive ray of black sword light suddenly appeared, as did Zhao Fu's body, in front of a group of hundreds of people. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the black sword light instantly obliterated the shields and continued onwards into the crowd of people. Countless people's bodies were blown to bits by the sword light, causing blood and bits of flesh to fly everywhere, creating a gory scene. In just an instant, hundreds of people had died, making the atmosphere incredibly terrifying. This completely annihilated any hope that the others had. The difference in strength was simply too overwhelming. They had nothing that they could do about Zhao Fu's invisibility, and because he was monstrously strong, they could only start running away in fear. Seeing the countless people running away, a cold smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he looked at the 6 leaders. His body blurred before he appeared in front of them and coldly laughed as he asked, "Didn't you want me to kneel?" Seeing that Zhao Fu had suddenly appeared before them, the 6 leaders cried out, "He's appeared. Everyone, kill him." However, by now, Everyone was completely terrified of Xiaofu and madly ran everywhere. The scene had descended into chaos, and because no one listened to the 6 leaders' orders, only 10 or so people, including the family leaders themselves, ran up. Seeing the 10 or so people rush at him, Xiaofu stayed where he stood and waved the sky demon's sword, sending out an arc of light that seemed to tear through the air. Og! Pained cries sounded out as the 10 or so people's legs were cut off, and they fell to the ground. Hearing these screams, everyone else started to run even faster. Xiaofu casually walked forwards. The Wu family's leader had a savage expression on his face. Even though his legs had been slashed, he grabbed his saber and swung at Xiaofu's legs. Crack! A scream of pain and a sound of bones breaking sounded out as the Wu family leader's arm was broken by Xiaofu, who stomped on it. Xiaofu coldly looked down as he stomped down on the Wu family leader's head, asking him, "What did you want me to call you?" "Screw you. I'll definitely kill your entire family." Having his head pressed down against the ground by Xiaofu's foot, not only did the Wu family's leader feel immense pain, but he also felt incredible humiliation as well. Xiaofu's gaze became colder, and a dark aura spread out from his foot, quickly covering the Wu family leader's body. Og! The Wu family's leader once again cried out, feeling as if there were countless blades cutting him all over his body. Such pain was simply unbearable. "Kill me if you dare." The Wu family's leader howled. He simply couldn't endure this pain. Even though he would lose everything if he died, it wouldn't be a true death, and it would at least be better than taking this pain. "What did you want me to call you?" Xiaofu's voice once again coldly sounded out. The Wu family's leader didn't reply, doing his best to endure the pain. He deeply regretted coming to make trouble for Xiaofu. Wu Long was his little brother, and after hearing how his brother had been humiliated and killed, he had gathered the other factions and been certain that 10,000 people would be enough to kill Xiaofu. However, who could have thought that Xiaofu would be so powerful? He was able to easily deal with 10,000 people. Regardless, the Wu family's leader was unwilling to say those humiliating words. Immediately, the black aura covering the Wu family's leader's body suddenly entered his body. He felt his entire body, inside and out, being torn apart, and even his soul felt like it was being ripped to shreds. The Wu family's leader's face twisted, and the Wu family leader continuously shrieked. These shrieks caused the other 10 or so people on the ground to sweat cold sweat. They could tell that this pain was dozens of times worse than what they were suffering. "What did you want me to call you?" Xiaofu's cold voice once again sounded out. The Wu family's leader couldn't endure such pain, and he just wanted to die. He threw away all of his dignity and continuously sobbed as he screamed, "Granddaddy! Granddaddy! Just hurry up and kill me." Only then did Xiaofu take his foot off the Wu family's leader's head and retracted the black aura. The Wu family's leader was feebly lying on the ground, and he was on his last breath. "What did you want me to call you?" Xiaofu then turned to the others. Feeling Xiaofu's cold gaze, the 10 or so people felt terror within their hearts, but they were unwilling to say something so humiliating. Xiaofu stepped out, and 10 or so streams of black aura came out of his foot, entering their bodies. Screams continuously sounded out until some people caved in and called him Granddaddy in the end. Just as Xiaofu raised his sword and prepared to finish these people off, he suddenly thought of something and changed his mind. 363 peerless experts. These 10 or so people were the leaders of the largest factions in this region, so if he could control them, they would be of great help if he wanted to attack cities in the future. If Xiaofu wanted to upgrade the Great Ken City into a royal city, he would have to take down many system main cities. Since players wouldn't die true deaths and there were many of them, it would be a waste not to use this power. Xiaofu glanced at the crippled people on the ground and took out the royal wood sword as he said, "I'll give you all a chance to submit to me. If you're willing to submit, you'll receive unimaginable benefits." The 10 or so people on the ground hated Xiaofu with every fiber of their being. After all, he had just made them go through immense suffering and humiliated them by forcing them to call him Granddaddy. However, now, Xiaofu wanted them to submit to him. How could they be willing? However, just as they hated Xiaofu with every fiber of their being, they also feared him to the same degree. They didn't dare to say anything and could only silently lay on the ground. "Just kill us," the Wu family's leader powerlessly said. Right now, he just wanted to die and be free from this suffering. "You really want to die? Everyone else would beg to submit to me but don't have the opportunity." Xiaofu's voice started to sound regal and dignified. Hearing Xiaofu's words, the 10 or so people on the ground started to realize why even though Xiaofu was also a player, he had such immense power. They were curious as to Xiaofu's identity but still unwilling to submit. "Are you sure you don't want to submit to Great Kin?" Xiaofu's voice became even colder. The 10 or so people on the ground all looked up and said, "Wait, Great Kin?" Hearing these two forbidden words, the 10 or so people on the ground couldn't help but react in shock. In front of factions like theirs, Great Kin was an almighty existence. Could it be that he's really Great Kin's epic rank legatee? That makes sense. No wonder he's so powerful and vicious. Are you really Great Kin's legatee? The Wu family's leader asked with a trace of fear and awe as he looked up. To people like them, Great Kin's legatee was someone who was completely sovereign and supreme over them. What do you think? In this world, who would dare to impersonate me? Zhao Fu knew that unless he let them know of his identity, it would be impossible for them to submit. When they heard Zhao Fu confirm this, the attitudes of the 10 or so people completely changed, making them seem incredibly humble. I'm willing to submit. The Wu family's leader was the first to speak, completely disregarding what had just happened. Who cared about that pain and humiliation? Calling others granddaddy was indeed humiliation, but calling Great Kin's legatee granddaddy was a sort of honor. If they could rely on Great Kin, their families would have an incredibly solid backer. Yes, yes. We're also willing to submit. The others hurriedly expressed this as well. This would bring them immeasurable benefits, and they were excited to the point that they had forgotten their pain. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite satisfied and sent his king's power into the royal wood sword. Countless translucent green threads came out of the sword, stretching towards the legs of the 10 or so people. The green threads connected their bodies and legs, healing them completely. After Zhao Fu healed their legs, he threw 10 or so bottles of medicinal pills to them. These weren't filled with medicinal pills but hidden evil. Zhao Fu couldn't fully trust them, he was only using them to attack cities, so he had to leave something as a backup. The 10 or so people could guess that there was something wrong with these medicinal pills, but they still swallowed them. They knew that after what had just happened, it would be difficult for them to earn Great Kin's legatee's trust. Since they wanted to obtain Zhao Fu's protection, they had to pay a price for it. You can all leave now. I'll contact you if there's anything. Seeing them obediently swallow the hidden evil pills, Zhao Fu allowed them to leave. Because he had used all of the equipment and medicinal pills he had brought to trade with West Pan City, he was unable to give them any benefits just yet. Following this, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared over the horizon. The 10 or so people were incredibly excited and returned to their factions. When their subordinates saw them return, they felt quite shocked. They had all heard that the army of 10,000 had been scared into running and that their leader's legs had been cut off. However, they looked completely fine and even quite excited. Afterward, the 10 or so people told their core members about joining Great Kin, causing the factions to feel incredibly joyful. Great Kin was an existence that reigned far above them, and joining Great Kin would bring them unimaginable benefits. In actuality, if Zhao Fu just announced that he was Great Kin's legatee, he would be able to gather a massive number of people to him. However, it was difficult to control too many people, and it would be impossible to make sure that everyone was truly loyal. After returning to Great Kin, Zhao Fu took care of some other matters. Now, Great Kin had returned to a period of steady development, and what they lacked most was time. Most of the things that they wanted to do required a lot of time. For example, the wyvern egg would take another 2 months to hatch, raising the soldier's cultivation took time, and allowing his weapons and medicinal pills to circulate through West Pan City also required time. Zhao Fu didn't have too much to do personally, internal affairs had been handed to Li Si and Shang Yang. With Shang Yang, the burden on Li Si was much lighter, and Zhao Fu had more free time. Zhao Fu went to a small creek and sat under a willow tree as he fished with the one-world rod and cultivated. There were a few beautiful female attendants by his side, waiting for any orders. Suddenly, Zhao Fu frowned and immediately closed his eyes, immersing himself in his cultivation. A muffled explosion sounded out as if something had been destroyed, and Zhao Fu's body trembled as a powerful energy swept out of him. Zhao Fu had finally broken through from stage 1 to stage 2. He continued training for a while and studied his cultivation before taking out a blood god pill and consuming it. This was a stage 3 blood god pill that required a stage 3 corpse to refine. After consuming the blood god pill, a massive wave of cultivation energy spread out within Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu quickly refined this energy. At the same time, Zhao Fu's cultivation rapidly increased, Tier 2 Level 1, Tier 2 Level 2, Tier 2 Level 3. In the end, Zhao Fu's cultivation rose to Tier 2 Level 4. The blood god pill's effects were quite extraordinary, allowing him to increase his cultivation to Tier 2 Level 4 instantly. Now, Zhao Fu needed to continue cultivating by himself. This was because blood god pills of each stage could only be used once by each person. If they could continuously use blood god pills, Zhao Fu would be able to create an army of peerless experts. Zhao Fu breathed out a breath of impure air and opened his eyes. It was already night, and the attendants had lit lanterns. At that moment, there seemed to be something tugging at the fishing line. Zhao Fu raised a rod, and a small silverfish appeared before him. It looked quite rare. "Your Majesty, this subordinate has something to report." Wang Ergu, who had been waiting by the side, walked up and cupped his hands. Zhao Fu nodded, and after listening to what Wang Ergu had to say, a look of delight appeared on his face. He put away the one-world rod and stood up because the news was regarding a town. 364 Greatkin setting up this town wasn't in the Forest of Horrors but in a neighboring region, 100 Bamboo. Greatkin got the news from a player. This player had been lost for a few days, and he had been attracted over by a massive noise. He had followed that noise and discovered the town. The massive noise was from the village leveling up into a town. Afterward, the player returned to his system main city and sold the location of this town for a high price. The location of any villages or towns in the wilderness was very valuable, and many factions would spend a large amount of money to purchase such information. If they could take down that village or town, they would be able to obtain population, resources, and money. All of these were massive benefits. However, because this person had already sold this information to many large factions, Zhao Fu had to quickly gather his soldiers. If a few large factions banded together, it would be quite easy for them to take down this town. After all, it had just leveled up into a town, and whether it was regarding population or defense, it was weaker than a normal town. Most large factions had tens of thousands of people, and if they joined together, it would be impossible for the town to defend against 60,000 to 70,000 soldiers. There were only 20,000 or so people in this town, and it only had 4,000 soldiers. Adding on the fact that the town walls hadn't been built yet, it would be quite easy to take down this town. Right now, the most important thing was speed and dealing with those large factions. How long has it been? Zhao Fu understood the gravity of the situation, and his one-world rod turned into the royal wood sword as he started walking towards the city hall. Wang Ergu followed behind him and replied, "Your Majesty, it has been about 1 hour since we received this information. The other factions most likely received the information at the same time as us. Which factions did that person sell the information to? Do you know where those factions are based? And apart from those large factions, did that person tell anyone else about this?" Zhao Fu rapidly asked a few questions as he walked. Wang Ergu followed behind Zhao Fu as the female attendants followed behind both of them. Wang Ergu told Zhao Fu that the person had sold this information to 4 large factions. 3 of them were at one system main city, and the remaining one was at another system main city. He also told Zhao Fu that he had already sent people to find out the location of their headquarters. Moreover, the person who sold this information already escaped back to the real world. This subordinate has already ordered people to wait where he disappeared. Once he appears, we'll either restrain him or kill him to prevent him from leaking this information. Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and ordered, "Gather all the soldiers and summon the members of Eternal Night." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Ergu obeyed and quickly left to carry out Zhao Fu's orders. After receiving their orders, the generals and commanders quickly returned, as did the members of Eternal Night. Eternal Night was comprised mainly of assassins, and it was a department that Zhao Fu had established early on. Apart from collecting intelligence, it also carried out assassinations. After nurturing Eternal Night for so long, it was time to put those assassins to use. On an empty piece of land, torches burned brightly, illuminating the surroundings. There were about 6,000 people gathered there, and they wore black hoods and gave off strange auras. There were 12 people standing in front of this massive crowd. They were the 12 legatees of the assassin legacy.